Nidoume no Jinsei wo Isekai de L, A Second Chance at Life in Another World Volume 11. It's a slightly sudden story, but the Trident Principality has access to the ocean. If one takes the Trident Principality's structure into consideration, it should be obvious that it would. Because becoming a shield against the miasma forest and the demons lying beyond would be the goal of a country in that location, there were no complaints when the Trident Principality was founded. Or maybe it was very popular and normal to doubt whether a country could be created in such a dangerous place. The miasma forest is an abnormally large forest, even if based on Renia's knowledge. It's far bigger than any of the countries on the human continent. Its width covers the entire area ranging from the continent's northern extremity to its southern tip. Conversely, returning to the story about the Trident Principality, it's a state that was created or allowed to be created as a shield against the miasma forest. Hence, there was no reason for the Trident Principality's width to be inferior to that of the miasma forest. In other words, the Trident Principality's northern and southern borders are much further apart than the eastern and western ones. Of course, it's impossible for a single noble to manage that long of a border. The number of nobles governing territories situated at the boundary line between the Trident Principality and the miasma forest reaches 2 digits if you include Margrave Renia Kunujai. However, if one were to ask whether all of those nobles at the boundary were actually functioning as the Principality's shields against the miasma forest, anyone would deny it. For some strange reason, most of the invasions through the miasma forest take place at the continent's central area. It almost never happens that the demon army invades from the northern or the southern edges. Based on that, the nobles at the northern and southern tips serve their purpose as long as they govern their territories well, while also mitigating the damage of somewhat bigger hordes of monsters. By the way, the one governing the territory in the center of the continent was none other than Renia. This place had been given to him purposely. Renia, who knew this fact, has been harassing the Archduchess by sending long, ridiculing letters composed of fervent complaints. Putting that aside, there is no connection to the ocean in the Kunujai Margraviate because of its location. Furthermore, generally rivers grow wider the closer they get to the ocean. Hence there was no big river in Renia's territory. In that case, one might wonder whether it wouldn't be extremely difficult to secure water, but since sorcery tools that generate water, springs with copiously gushing, clear water, and rivers with a reasonable width existed all over the place, it was possible to secure water without much trouble by creating, drawing or transporting water from those places. However, the number of fish in these water sources is low. The river's flow speed was high for some reason, resulting in the fish being small and thus not suitable to eat. A small amount inhabited springs and similar, but probably because clear spring water had a low amount of nutrients, the fish living there were mostly small, as it didn't seem to be an environment where a lot of fish could live. In short, the fish circulating the market in the Kunujai Margraviate were mostly fish that had been brought in from other territories. Their variety and freshness couldn't possibly satisfy Renia. This was a very grave problem for Renia. It was such a serious issue for him that it drove any serious thoughts about the Demon King, the demons, or the monsters out of his head. That being said, isn't there some plan on how to deal with this? Renia asked. It was Shin's place, something unexpected in the eyes of the other members, where Renia went to look for an answer. But to Renia this wasn't an unexpected turn of events at all, since Shin or Maria were the best candidates for this kind of topic. After all, they were both daughters of the Trident Principality's Archduchess. Renia assumed that the two might possess plenty of information on such matters. Renia, I wonder what to think about me being the one to tell you, but I think there are other issues you can rack your brain over, such as the Demon King or the Demon's army led by him, despite them staying docile for the moment. Shin brushed him off. That side will work out one way or the other. In the worst case, I will somehow deal with it. However, this is a problem I can't do anything about, despite having thought about it quite deeply. Rinya insisted. No, for the Demon King's existence to be inferior to the issue of establishing a trade route to procure marine products, Shin muttered with a stupefied gaze after having been asked for a consultation by Rinya, who earnestly brooded whether there might be some good method to obtain marine products while groaning in her room. For me it's a big problem, Rinya stated powerfully. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, if you make contact with the nobles at the see-through mother, but, since the ocean is quite far away, there are no methods to circulate the goods, are there? Shin considered the issue. Even if he were to obtain marine goods, it would be meaningless so long as there's no proper way to transfer them over a long distance. The simplest method would be to transport marine goods that wouldn't easily rot by drying or smoking them, but Shin somehow understood that this might not be what Rinya was looking for. Don't tell me you're going to use a transfer gate for the sake of your own gourmand desires, are you? Shin grilled him. Even I hesitate to use that method, Rinya answered. It wasn't impossible. After all, Rinya possessed a considerable amount of funds and an incredible number of magic stones. Assets that wouldn't run out even if he were to operate the transfer gate in his own city 24/7 for an entire year. However, that would in turn become a hindrance to the people using the gate for other purposes. A transfer gate is used after switching the channel to the destination. Normally it's already good enough to possess one such device, and two is mostly regarded as having a lot. Even Clinge only has one transfer gate. Moreover, it's specified so that it can't be used by different people at the same time. Besides, even if he were to obtain a certain amount of marine products by using that method, the transportation cost would be fairly high, making it difficult to circulate them among the common people. Of course, it was possible to ignore the costs and distribute the food while accepting to go in the red, but that would be a bit different from Rinya's intention. It's not like he wanted to donate the marine products. It would be pointless if there didn't exist a distribution channel which was continuously available even after the trade became independent from Rinya's support. Rinya didn't intend to spare any effort on paving the road in the beginning, but it was unthinkable for him to take care of it forever. Once it developed into something that could be done by others, he would quickly leave people he can trust in charge of it. Saying that he wanted to spread marine products to Clinge so that he could buy them up himself was Rinya's honest notion. Even if it's you can't do anything about distances, can you? Shin inquired. There is a method to handle that part somehow, Rinya refuted. The information that it was possible to transport personnel on the scale of a core as long as one could create something like a path through a precise mana circuit wasn't anything he could shout from the rooftops, but Rinya had obtained that piece of information from Emil, who assumed that the demon army had used this technique to mobilize. Which doesn't mean that it's a method exclusive to demons. It's also not related to needing some sort of special component. In other words, it's a technique that can be used even if one isn't a demon and as long as one knows how to construct the paths. Rinya thought he would try to obtain information regarding the construction method from Emil, but once he very carefully examined his own knowledge, he found out that the construction method was properly recorded in the sorcery knowledge he had received from Imidra. Rinya was constantly grateful towards Imidra for having given him such a great present. But that means, some kind of facility connecting from Klinge to a territory with access to the ocean would become necessary, and as far as I know, such a facility doesn't exist, does it? Shin countered. You just have to build it if it doesn't exist. Rinya declared without hesitation. Pardon? Shin asked again, sensing something unbelievable in Rinya's words. In response, Rinya indifferently repeated the same words while donning a curious expression as he wondered whether he had said anything weird. You just have to build it if it doesn't exist. Just build, you say, Shin mulled while trying to form her very own reasoning. Because Shin was aware that she isn't overly smart and that she doesn't know many things, she pondered whether Rinya might know something important she might have failed to notice. But, after contemplating it so much that it seemed as if steam might come out from her head, Shin stopped brooding over it, fixedly stared at Rinya's face and curtly said, "It's impossible, no. Where there is a will, there is a way." Rinya objected. "I'm telling you, it's absurd. Do you know just how far away the ocean is?" Shin asked back. According to Shin's somewhat unreliable knowledge, the ocean was so far away that it would take a carriage 7 to 10 days at full speed to reach it, even if it advanced north or south in a straight line from Klinge. The forest labyrinth, said to be used by the demons, spanned over a far longer distance than that, but she didn't know who created it, and she also didn't know how long it had taken to create that place to begin with. However, even though such a distance would for sure be much shorter than the forest labyrinth, Shin knew that assuming someone tried to create something similar, it would require an amount of funds that could make one's eyes dizzy and time that would make one faint. No matter how abundant your funds might be, it's not a project that could be handled by a noble of a single country. I think Maria can make a more detailed calculation in regards to the construction time and the necessary funds than I could, but rather than doing something like that, it would still be more realistic to build an exclusive transfer gate, wouldn't it? Shin commented. I have the manpower. Rinya clearly asserted, appearing confident. Feeling a strangely bad premonition because of Rinya's bold attitude, Shin tried asking, just for reference, what kind of manpower is it? Look, there are at least 3 lively people who don't know what to do with their stamina and abilities. Rinya replied. Being told so, Shin thought of the 4 heroes. Certainly, in the current situation with the demons' movements having quieted down, the heroes almost never get their turn to shine, and leaving their abilities aside, they likely have more than enough stamina as well. However, just as Shin was about to think, it's not for, she thought back on cuts. No matter what Rinya might say, he doesn't seem to have any intention of making cuts, whom he favors, do such heavy work. Let me confirm for the time being. But what are you planning to have the heroes do, Rinya? Shin inquired. Public works. Mainly digging a hole. Rinya answered curtly. Don't do it, okay? I beg you, give up on that, please. Shin pleaded. Even under normal circumstances there had been complaints from all over the continent about the fact Rinya had assembled all the heroes. Although such complaints have mostly died out by now, there's almost no doubt that the complaints will resurface if it's revealed that the gathered heroes are being used for public works. And, Shin couldn't come up with a method to extinguish those resurfaced complaints except forcibly retracting the reason for the complaints, since the fault would completely be with Rinya this time. However, in that case the manpower for creating the path, Rinya stammered, obviously troubled. Let's think of another way. Shin cracked a smile, not allowing Rinya to refuse. In the first place, although you might say digging a hole, it's impossible not to go through the territories of other nobles, isn't it? Shin argued. It won't be exposed as long as it's an underground path, right? Rinya replied. Yeah, sure, you could say that, but only for the time being, no. Shin said. Although only vaguely, Shin believed that it might be somewhat difficult at the present point in time to change or stop Rinya's line of thought, and thus decided instead to slightly alter the direction of the discussion. Isn't it fine to do all this planning after first going to the ocean and checking out whether it's actually worth all the trouble? Rinya, you're lost. You have never seen the ocean in this world, have you? Isn't it possible that there are no marine products you like? Shin reasoned. That's yet another argument that completely lacks any dreams and ambitions. Rinya made a slightly sad face. Seeing that, Shin followed up in a hurry. Shin thought that it would certainly hurt Rinya's mood to have his preferences denied from the get-go, but pulling through with one's preferences is also troublesome. It's just an example. An example, okay. On the contrary, there might be marine products there which stir the wish in you to transport them to Klinge even if it's slightly unreasonable. Isn't it worthwhile to devise means on how to get it done after you've discovered such goods? Shin asked. You have become glib, haven't you? Rinya said half naturally and half astonished. Shin averted her eyes while making it seem natural. I will refrain from commenting on that. So, which do you prefer, Rinya, north or south? Definitely north. Somehow I've got a hunch that there are more delicious things in the north. These words lacked any basis or even a mental image, but Rinya replied immediately. Shin nodded, I got it. I will contact Mother for a bit and try asking her about a noble who has a territory in the north and doesn't have any problems with us staying there. I see. I suppose I will wait for the reply then. Rinya answered. First of all, we must look for a place that accepts an investigation. The easiest way to get this information is from the Archduchess through Shin. Deciding that course of action, Rinya was about to return to his room, but suddenly stopped. Once Shin looked at Rinya again, who had stopped moving, Rinya turned around and asked, how about digging a path below the miasma forest? Isn't it better to consult with Emil and Krua about this rather than with me? Shin suggested somewhat irresponsibly while thinking, I feel like the matter of the heroes doing public works is already set in stone. In that case I got to fully delegate that matter to someone who knows more about this field and might be able to avoid it more skillfully than me, who's no suitable obstacle for Rinya. It looks like there is a noble with a territory facing the sea who has approved our visit. A short while later Shin visited Rinya's office while holding a bundle of papers in her hand. Rinya admired her for the quick job, but given that the contact information originated from the Archduchess personally, he somehow guessed that it might be a result based on some kind of consideration towards himself. He didn't consider being treated preferentially as an especially good thing, but there was no need to be antagonistic towards someone giving him such treatment either. By the way, since the transfer gate was usually used for exchanges over a long distance that put importance on speed, it became extremely expensive, but because the second choice would be to give up on speed to save on costs, it depended on the situation which method to choose. Baron Gordonal's territory, which is located north of the Kunudai Margraviate, seems to fit your requirements perfectly. Shin said. Tell me the details about Baron Gordonal. Rinya asked with the feeling that it was probably written in the bundle of papers in her hand anyway, but Shin's next course of action surprised him somewhat. She threw the bundle of papers on top of Rinya's desk, and started to talk without looking at anything. Rinya felt like he had just watched a bad student, whom he considered to simply be a cheater, suddenly started to smoothly write the answers of a test on the sheet without cheating. However, without knowing anything about Rinya's thoughts, Shin verbally provided the information he had asked for without any hesitation. Baron Gordonnel is a noble who doesn't show up at the central government often. There are various factions among the nobles, but I haven't heard anything about this person belonging to any of them. Because his territory is far off, and seeing how Baron Rikus, the family head, is an elderly man, Mother doesn't summon him unreasonably either. Probably because of that, he doesn't have any outstanding achievements, and it's said that he will very likely stay as a baron for a while. There are no special products in his territory. The agricultural produce is much the same as in other territories, but the harvest is slightly low. If judging it overall, it's no mistake to consider it to be in the lower middle ranks as a territory of the Trident Principality. Shin explained. Rinya moved to the next question while wondering whether marine products weren't acceptable as special products, despite only caring about it being a coastal territory. Baron Rikus Gordonnel is. He's an elderly baron who's 69 years old. In his youth he was someone who quite flashily joined battlefields and territorial defense battles, but after he lost his wife, he quietly secluded himself in his territory. It's said that he was one of the 3 top swordsmen in the Trident Principality. It was just for a short time in my childhood, but he was my swordsmanship teacher. Shin said slightly proudly. Although Rinya made sure not to show it on his face, he now understood the trick behind Shin being able to smoothly recite the Baron's information. In short, it's because he's someone related to her. He couldn't have helped but to doubt the mental capacity of someone who didn't really know anything about the person they declared to be their own master. Is he strong? Rinya asked. I'd like to confirm that, but, compared to you, Rinya, that's a somewhat difficult question, isn't it? Shin replied. Just regard me as an exception. Rinya himself was aware that he could probably be called an irregular. If you were to use such an irregular as the standard, the talks wouldn't go anywhere. In that case, he's strong. Not only did he repel monster invasions on countless occasions because he has a territory adjoining the miasma forest like you, he has also experienced fighting a demon. Shin replied. Demon, you say? That's amazing, but did he defeat them? Rinya inquired. That is, if it's just about defeating them, then he did, but quite a few of his subordinates and his wife, who was an excellent sorceress, passed away in the battle. Seeing Shin say that with a bitter voice while casting her face down, Rinya broke into a cold sweat in his mind. He tried asking about it while not taking it too seriously, but the outcome was much graver than he had expected. However, if you were to consider it, demons are at the same level as dragons for normal people. If they met them, they had to resolve themselves to die on the spot. Although that wasn't the way Rinya himself felt about it. That meant that even though he traded the lives of his subordinates and wife for it, the Baron's abilities, who returned alive after killing the demon, were tremendous. Even while admiring that fact, Rinya firmly decided to remember that he mustn't broach this topic in case he met the Baron. Rinya, are you in there? A bright voice that seemed to dispel the slightly gloomy atmosphere in Rinya's office resounded. The one who opened the door without knocking and entered was Emil in her usual get-up that made you cold just looking at it. After vaguely sensing the mood inside the room and slightly tilting her head to the side in confusion, Emil indifferently asked Shin, "You're talking about breaking up?" "We're not breaking up," Shin denied with a loud voice. "Well, we would need to go out in the first place, no?" Rinya retorted very calmly. Even though we've already kissed and had a night visit, Shin protested against his retort with teary eyes. In response, Rinya remembered, come to think of it, that did happen, didn't it? Moreover, if we're talking about kissing, it's something I did voluntarily, albeit for the sake of making her drink some medicine. As such, it wasn't like he didn't feel sorry for Shin after he told her they weren't going out. Yeah, well, I guess you're right. Just now I said it without thinking it through. Sorry. Rinya apologized after accepting it honestly. Hearing his words, Shin's face became red, and she started to squirm while covering her face with both hands. Emil was watching Shin's state with a gaze that made it obvious that she didn't give a damn at all, but seemingly having decided that things wouldn't proceed at this rate if she didn't interject, she addressed Rinya while making sure not to look at Shin, who was earnestly agonizing. I've finished the calculations you asked me for, you know. Let me have a look. After gently pushing Shin aside, who was still wriggling her body, Emil spread out a piece of paper, which she had suddenly taken out of nowhere, on top of Rinya's desk. Just now, from where? Rinya began to ask. It said a girl's body has plenty of places to hide things, right? You didn't know? Emil said as she grinned broadly. The paper unfolded on the table was a huge map of the circumference of the Kunudai Margraviate. The paper was so big that it definitely couldn't be tucked into any gaps on Emil's body, no matter how one thought about it. She probably just said something suggestive after having casually taken it out of a void storage, but I'd like her to say such things after considering what she might cause by saying them out in case her words are taken seriously, Rinya thought. There's a place on you to hide something so big, Emil. I don't know where, but isn't that way oversized? Once Shin, who finally recovered after writhing around, exactly voiced what Rinya was thinking, although it wasn't as if she had read his mind. Emil's expression froze after hearing Shin's words. Shin responded to Emil, who turned her head in Shin's direction with such a stiff motion one could almost hear creaking sounds, with a curious look, wondering whether there might be some kind of problem. Is there some kind of problem? Shin voiced out her own thoughts. It's you who are saying that. You. Emil was shocked. What are you doing, Emil? I just honestly stated my thoughts, but you thought that I would stay silent just because it's me, didn't you? Deliberately averting his eyes from the two who had started to grapple while completely ignoring his presence, Rinya scanned the map spread out on top of his desk. What was written on it were the calculation results of possible tunnel digging courses from the Kunudai Margraviate to the north, and the necessary depths in regards to the topography. Rinya didn't understand the details as he had absolutely no knowledge in that field, but as far as he saw from the parts he understood, a route through the miasma forest, which he had considered at one point, seemed impossible over the whole span. If asked about a route heading straight north in that case, it apparently couldn't be called a very realistic plan either, since it would require digging the tunnel quite deep so that it wouldn't be exposed to the other nobles, despite it having a shorter distance than the alternate routes. Rinya smiled wryly after feeling that it was a very Emil-like way of drawing up a plan that used the premise of working in such a way that it wouldn't be noticed by the other nobles rather than consulting with them. Either way, even if we used the hero's outlandish abilities, it appears to be difficult to actually implement it. Rinya commented. Is it okay for me to ask why you had planned to have the heroes do it? Albeit being in the middle of her scuffle with Emil, Shin asked Rinya while holding Emil's wrists, who had grabbed Shin's mouth on both sides and was trying to stretch it to the left and right, and was doing her best to stop Emil. About that, what do you two think about the heroes? Rinya questioned the two while deciding not to think about the fact that two girls were grappling and that one of them was actually a demon for the time being. Having her mind diverted from the scuffle for a moment due to Rinya's words, Emil removed her hands from Shin's cheeks. It created a situation of struggling for supremacy between Shin, who didn't let Emil's distraction slip and tried to push from her side, and Emil, who resisted Shin's push. "What do you mean by that?" Emil asked back. If Emil were to use all her power as a demon in this situation, she might have enough power to immediately twist and kill someone at Shin's level, but Emil apparently possessed enough discretion to know that she couldn't afford to do something like that, and thus forced Shin back with a reasonable amount of strength. Shin was surprised by the fact she was being outmatched by Emil, whom she considered to only be in charge of brain work, but the instant she understood that she had no chance of winning through strength, she retreated without fighting Emil's pushing force, causing Emil's upper body to pitch forward. Before Emil was able to fix her posture, Shin decisively headbutted Emil's forehead. A dull, thick sound reverberated inside the room. That barrier I destroyed with a single blow in the battle to recapture the Dragonoid's capital. The heroes had to attack it 3 times to break it. What do you think about that, seeing as they will be the representative combat forces against the Demon King's army? Rinya specified his question. That is, it can't be helped, can it? Shin said. Was there a difference in awareness between the one who headbutted and the one who was headbutted? Although both sides should be in quite a bit of pain, Shin, who recovered first, grabbed Emil's head, who was staggering with a hand on her forehead, and carried out a follow-up attack by dishing out another headbutt while gritting her teeth. The first attack was forehead against forehead, but probably because Shin unleashed a headbutt from a properly prepared stance this time, it turned into a headbutt showdown between the crown of Emil's head and Shin's forehead. Emil's expression as she fully received the attack with the crown of her head became befuddled for a moment. Rinya, if we use you as a comparison, everyone will fall behind, especially in regards to combat. Shin headlocked Emil with her right arm as Emil had stopped moving. Emil raised a heartbreaking voice because of the headlock that put her in quite a dilemma. Rinya was puzzled, wondering just where Shin had learned such a technique, but it wasn't a topic he really wanted to pursue. If not compared to you, I don't really know about Albert-san, but I think it's fine to say why that the other 3 are at a considerable level, you know. Shin continued. Emil, who had been immobilized by the headlock, put her arms around Shin's slender waist at the height of her belly with her head still being held by Shin in order to somehow stage a counterattack. Once she put strength into her arms and constricted them just like that, it became Shin's turn to scream in pain. This became a contest of endurance between Emil, whose head was being tightly pressed, and Shin, who had her hips constricted. Although coming from the Demon King, it was only his terminal. In other words, they barely managed to break a barrier created by a part of the Demon King. If they were to fight against the Demon King's main body, I don't see them having a chance, much less fighting a close battle. Rinya explained. Maybe they will demonstrate some mysterious power when all 4 of them are gathered. Emil said while bearing the pain, but even she didn't believe in the existence of such a power. Even Rinya, the recipient of Emil's question, shook his head. I listened to various stories and tried to search through many books, but there wasn't a single account about the heroes having such a function. Rinya denied her words. Okay. But, how's that connected to the matter of the public works? Emil, who had her head ground, yelled out her fighting spirit, and lifted Shin's body after straining her arms. Then she thrust one of her knees forward, and dropped Shin's butt on it. It was a backbone splitter, or what's called atomic drop in pro wrestling. 1 This had apparently been quite effective. It made Shun throw her head back, but she barely relaxed her hold on Emil. In fact, as if returning the favor, Shun put even more strength into her arm, constricting Emil's head even further. Public work is an extremely effective training method for your basic abilities. When I trained Keith's unit in Kukrika, I had them earnestly dig holes on the training ground because I lacked a fitting opportunity to put that work to good use. Rinyu replied. Ah, that, I see. Certainly, that can certainly forge all parts of your body. Shun recalled. Having said that, no matter how much time we have, it probably won't be enough for the heroes to dig a hole from here to the ocean. In fact, the heroes would die from that, wouldn't they? Emil commented. The continuous knocking sound, which was audible throughout the room, was Shun banging Emil's head against the wall. On the other hand, Emil gathered her strength once more after having received the NTH blow, lifted Shun's body up, turned around, and dropped Shun's buttocks on her knee once more. Apparently unable to endure the second blow to her butt, Shun collapsed while holding her bum, but apparently still having a hazy consciousness after having her head hit and pressured repeatedly. Emil couldn't follow up with an attack against the fallen Shun. After a short break, Emil, who had somehow managed to clear up her muddled consciousness by shaking her head, and Shun, who revived from her butt pain with teary eyes, confronted each other. Give it a rest already, and go do your own. Shun yelled. As if I'm going to let you finish me off. Emil screamed back. Both sides used a running lariat while shouting at each other. As a result, they hit each other's throats at the same time. Emil, whose body was lighter to some degree than Shun's, made a vertical half rotation on the spot, and fell to the ground with the back of her head first. On the other hand, Shun won out in strength, but Emil's blow, which she received in the way of a counter, apparently damaged Shun's organs, and the moment she passed by Emil, she pitched forward and collapsed, albeit not as flashy as Emil. This was what you'd call a double knockout. After confirming that both sides showed no sign of standing up, Rinyu rang the bell to call Frau so that she could retrieve both. The bell ringing also signaled the end of the match. Translation notes: 1. Have a look here. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=930 The location was a certain road stretching from the Kunudai Margraviate to the north. As forests were growing on both sides, it was a route with bad visibility. There was no other option but to ask the creator what they had in mind when they built the road, but the road itself was actually quite old, and it was obvious that its creator wouldn't be alive anymore. The fact that the view on both sides of the road was obstructed by forests made it the perfect spot for ambushes. There might have been some kind of reason to build it like that based on the territory's defense, but excluding times of war, it had absolutely no meaning in times of peace. A group was lying motionlessly within the forest. It was obvious at a glance that their weapons and clothes were worn out, and their equipment lacked any kind of unity. They were dirty, and it was obvious with a glance that they weren't decent people to begin with. They fixedly stared down the road with the glaring eyes of starved beasts while keeping their bodies low. What they were waiting for was a big trade caravan that got noticed by their intelligence network. In short, they were bandits. Having obtained the information that a trade caravan, which would be fully loaded with cargo, would be traveling along this road, they were on high alert, eagerly awaiting for the merchants to arrive. Of course, if it was such a big trade caravan, they would naturally have quite a few guards with them. However, it often happened that low-ranking adventurers looking to earn some extra change were hired for such things, and if their ability was low, their experience in group and interpersonal battles would be lacking as well. On the other hand, the bandits might be several levels worse off in terms of equipment when compared to adventurers, but they were used to group and interpersonal battles, and on top of that, they had the numerical advantage on their side. It's a digression, but genuine bandits don't exist in this world. Most of them are dropouts like farmers, who went broke, or adventurers who were excommunicated by the guild after repeated transgressions. The fact they went down the criminal path might have some parts that could be somewhat pitied, but if you see it from the perspective of the ones being attacked, there's no difference whether they do it for the sake of survival, to get food, or for pleasure. However, apparently because these were the main reasons bandits would crop up, the number of them in the LNAudioBooks Margraviate was negligible. After all, there was plenty of work in a new territory like the LNAudioBooks Margraviate as long as one wasn't particular about the type of work. Even if the citizens didn't go out of their way to meddle with occupations like banditry that only had few people doing it because of the dangers associated, they would receive jobs by simply asking at the employment agency, and those working diligently could always live affluently. For that reason, the bandits, who existed in the LNAudioBooks Margraviate, were only composed of people that had wandered in from other territories after hearing about the good situation in the LNAudioBooks Margraviate. Oi, ICM. One of the bandits said with a quiet, stifled voice. At the end of his line of sight they discovered a cloud of dust raising far down the highway. Ain't it somewhat weird? Someone voiced out, showing signs of suspicion. The suspicion arose because the amount of dust being blown into the air seemed to be abnormally big, but another bandit ridiculed those words, "You're getting cold feet. If you're pressing on with your wagons that are fully loaded, such an amount of smoke is blown up, ye. You might be right. Hey, ye shitheads. Shut your traps and get RDY. A man who seemed to be the leader ordered. Accordingly, the bandits began to prepare. Although it was called preparation, it was only several bandits getting a grip on the rope, which they had spanned across the road and then hidden beneath a layer of sand, for blocking the road. The remaining bandits drew their weapons and got ready to attack all at once as soon as the order went out. All that was left was to pull the rope to block the road once the trade caravan passed by their location, and attack all at once when the merchants' wagons came to a halt. There were also times when the bandits would choose to block the road with their own bodies, but once they had done that several times, their targets came up with countermeasures, and the number of trade caravans, which tried to break through by running over the ones blocking the street after adding leather and metal guards to their horses and wagons, had been increasing. As a consequence of this, the ones breaking through got injured in the process, but because the bandits were naturally injured as well, it led to a greater loss of combat power on the bandits' side. However, while that may be true, it didn't mean that the likes of bandits could blockade the road with some kind of big trap. And even assuming they could, for argument's sake, if the road became unusable because of the trap and the aftermath cleanup, it would result in the trade caravans passing through there decreasing, effectively lowering the bandits' spoils. Hence they came up with the method of stopping the horses, which would likely be pulling the wagons, with a rope as a compromise. Even if the merchants were to force their way through in this case, the horses would fall over, or, if it looked like the horses were going to break through, they just had to let the rope go. As long as they could completely stop the horses, the bandits would be able to proceed to their heart's contents afterwards, be it burning everything down or killing everyone. That was the case until today. Having finished their preparations as usual, and waiting at their stations as usual, the bandits started to hear explosions that weren't as usual in any way. Not that much time had passed since they had confirmed the cloud of dust in the distance, the hell's this? The bandits started to become noisy because of the sounds they weren't used to hearing. Going by the rough estimate at the time when they saw the clawed out dust, there should still be plenty of time left until that, which appeared to be the targeted trade caravan, would reach their hiding spot, but the cloud of dust suggested that it had closed the distance considerably, and the explosions, which were of completely unknown origin, continued to rise in volume as if to indicate that the caravan was approaching at a great speed. Ain't something wrong here? Idiot. If it's different, so be it. Ain't it fine to simply slaughter the guys coming first and then aim for the ones coming after? Some of the bandits started to get flustered, but as they were shouted down by the others, they had no choice but to stay where they were. If they had left those that wanted to escape to their own devices at this time, things might have turned out differently further down the road, but believing that things would proceed as usual, following their expectations, turned out to be their doom. Hey, they are coming. Pull the rope. Ha. Somehow I done CNY horses. Having reached this point in time, some others finally noticed the abnormality of the situation as well, but the other bandits, who had their eyes set on their prey, were already unable to make a calm judgment, and shouted at them. Shut the fuck up. Just stop it, the rest's gonna work out somehow. As ordered, the rope was pulled, and some of the more short-tempered bandits showed up on the other side. While readying their swords and axes which they were holding and flaunting, they turned their eyes towards what might be a wagon, which was closing in while kicking up a cloud of dust, and their expressions froze once they noticed that they had been wrong. Way ha 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 ha. No matter how often I ride it, it's really, damn fun. They could hear a woman saying something while laughing wildly, but they had absolutely no spare time to pay attention to something like that. For the bandits it was something they were seeing for the very first time. It had a frame that appeared to be made out of some kind of metal, a square something that had been equipped with some unknown armor and leather while following some kind of purpose. For a second it looked like it might be a wagon, but if it were a wagon, it would be very odd for it to have no horses pulling it, and yet no horses could be seen. Even though it wasn't being pulled, something that seemed like wheels were raising a big dust cloud, and while they were turning they were making thunderous explosions. It was something completely outside the bandits' scope of knowledge and imagination. With only that much, they reflexively ended up being completely captivated by it, resulting in them being late in coping with the situation. Once it thrust into the rope spanning across the road without dropping its speed at all, it went straight ahead while pulling the rope along without decelerating at all. There was no way for the bandits, who had been holding onto the rope, to be able to evade that which had appeared right in front of them just as they realized what was going on. Sounds of something wet and soft being knocked against something hard reverberated many times. Without being able to tell whether it was the bodies or faces of the bandits, who had hidden near the grove of trees or within, the bandits were struck and sprayed by something with a slimy sensation, and an intense stench of iron rust was scattered into the vicinity. The bandits, who had grasped the rope, missed the timing to let go of it due to the excessive speed of that as it had passed through. Some were dragged along the road's surface for a while as they held onto the rope. Others were suddenly slapped against trees. And other, unluckier fellows were thrown against their comrades at a high speed. All of this happened in an instant. None of the bandits could react. They, who were dumbfounded for a while as they followed the cloud of dust as it grew distant with their eyes, wiped the something clinging to their faces and bodies with their hands before long, and froze once they realized what it really was. They were the smashed body parts of what used to be their comrades several minutes ago. Some raised hollow laughter due to the overly gruesome sight. Others immediately went down on all fours and threw up everything in their stomachs, unable to hold back their urge to vomit. Even the bandits, who didn't go as far as to vomit, weren't able to move a single step from where they were standing, and merely racked their brains with the questions: just what did we try to mess with, and what did we do for it to leave? Questions lacking any answers. Why are so many people around here? Oh, those guys were bandits. What's this pool of blood? Hey, you guys, just what? There's no one to answer, is there? Sorry, is it fine to catch them? I think we'll be able to get a bounty since they are bandits, but it's fine to catch them, right? A little time passed after the something, which had left the bandits dumbfounded, had left. The trade caravan, which should have been the bandits' original target, arrived on site. The escorting adventurers discovered a group of bandits, which didn't even try to move, in the middle of the forests on the highway and on the sides, resulting in them becoming extremely bewildered. Going by their personal appearances, their equipment, and the situation on site, there seemed to be no doubt that they were bandits, but even when the adventurers cautiously approached them, they didn't move at all, and didn't show any signs of resisting arrest. Blood, body parts, and countless clumps of meat, which couldn't be identified any longer, were scattered on the ground and in the surrounding forest. Given that there was a considerably large number of people that died after being thrown against fellow bandits and trees with an excessively powerful force, the adventurers guessed that they might have been attacked by some kind of monster, but there was almost no one among the captured bandits who had regained their sanity, and since even those, who barely did, started to confess incoherent things as they had no idea what had attacked them at all, the investigation about them quickly came to an end, and all of them were taken along for their punishment. Hey, Emil. We definitely ran over something just now, didn't we? Rinya, who had been nodding off in the passenger seat of Emil's carefully produced car, woke up from a faint impact traveling across the car's frame, and asked Emil, who was laughing loudly next to him. Shin and Runa, both sleeping soundly as well, sat in the back seats. Rinya's group, which had decided to postpone their decision on whether to dig a tunnel to the sea or if they could think up some kind of other method until after they had actually seen the sea for starters, took out the car, which Emil had built before and had then been stored in Rinya's inventory, and were now in the middle of traveling straight north. From Rinya's point of view, it was something that made him feel slightly anxious, but the one most skilled at driving this car was Emil. Since it couldn't be helped, he first asked Emil to accompany them, and then entrusted the driving to her. Moreover, Shin and Rona requested to accompany him as well, claiming that it would be absolutely necessary to greet the noble governing the territory they were heading to. On the other hand, the ones who didn't want to accompany him were Maria, who had completely turned into a workaholic, and Krawa, who seemed uninterested in visiting other human territories. Since Rinya had asked Frau to take care of his home from the start, she joined the ones staying behind. As for the four heroes, Kats had been playing with the two priestesses who followed him around as usual, but the other three made themselves scarce, seemingly having felt some kind of bad premonition. Rinya admired how their intuition worked at the strangest of times. For that reason, Rinya departed to the barren Gordonal territory for the sake of seeing the sea with only 3 members, which was unusual considering it was Rinya. Did we run something over, you ask? I don't think we did, though. Emil replied. Please, I'm begging you. It's wrong to run over travelers or caravans, so don't do it. If you hit someone at this speed, they won't be able to remain as people anymore, and we will be charged with big reparation payments. Rinya pleaded. This car was quite something even in regard to the sturdiness of its main frame, but because it also uses a barrier at the same time, its sturdiness gets boosted even further. On top of that, Emil went at the highest acceleration this car possessed from the very start, driving it at its highest speed. However, even if she drove like this, the destination was so far away that it would still take more than half a day to arrive. Shin and Rona, who were sitting in the back seats, quickly lost consciousness, and were now peacefully sleeping next to each other. Rinya had remained awake for a while to monitor Emil, but he apparently fell asleep in due time. "You're really a worrywart, Rinya." "It's fine. I won't run over things that mustn't be run over, got it?" Emil exclaimed in annoyance. "As if I could trust you," Rinya retorted. "How cruel. It'll be all right, so just go sleep already. I'll wake you up once we enter a city. If you like, I'll arrange for an inn, and even take you to bed," Emil said jokingly. For now it was scheduled that they would arrive in the evening to a city located in Baron Gordonal's territory, their destination. They had planned to spend a night in an inn over there, and then head to the city the next day after greeting Baron Gordonal first. It's said that sleep is healthy for a child's growth, right? Since the two in the back are also sleeping while looking so happy, it's okay for you to be sound asleep as well, you know," Emil commented. "There's no way I would make you drive all the way, is there?" Rinya intended to take her fatigue into consideration as well, but for Emil that appeared to be unnecessary. She laughed lightly through her nose. "I'm not someone that would feel exhausted from something like this. Since my true abilities are different to begin with, you don't need to be strangely considerate of me, and should get some rest when you can. Don't you think so?" "Really? Then I will rely on you for a little while longer," Rinya consented. It's probably true that there's nothing better than sleeping, Rinya thought. Once he decided to sleep for a while, he didn't need much time to doze off. Emil fixedly stared at Rinya's profile for a while after he had started to snore once again while entrusting his back to the passenger's seat, but once she confirmed that he wouldn't wake up anytime soon, she headed towards their destination while churning up the acceleration close to the limit again, bringing up the speed which she had decreased a bit. Out of consideration that suddenly driving into the town in Emil's special car would probably cause chaos among the citizens, we got off fairly far away, and I stored the car away in my inventory. Even though there was no problem up until we entered the city on foot, I wonder just what's going on right now." Rinya was baffled. "It seems it's safe to say that getting involved with nobles won't result in anything decent. I welcome you after coming all this way, Margrave Qnudidornal. I am Rikas Gordonal, the one ruling this territory. I am pleased to make your acquaintance." The one bowing his head with those well-mannered, polite words was a man with a wrinkled face, a well-shaped and trimmed beard, and all the white hair on his head neatly combed down. A smile that made one feel as though he's a good-natured old man was plastered on his face, but his blue eyes, which were vigilantly staring at Rinya, gave a graphic account that Rinya would be in for a lot of pain if he were to look down on Rikas as a mere old man. All of that was certainly important information, but because Rinya had something he wanted to know above all else, he asked with a somewhat flabbergasted voice, "Why yes, thank you for your politeness. By the way, there's something I'd like to ask you if possible." "What might it be, Your Excellency?" Rikas answered. "I just visited to give you my greetings and planned to leave immediately after doing so, so I'd like you to tell me why I was brought to such a place." Rinya inquired while looking down at his feet. What he found there was soil firmly hardened after being tread upon, and when he raised his eyes, he saw the blue sky spreading out above him. The vicinity was surrounded by a simple fence, and it was obvious at a single glance that this place had been created for an obvious reason. Emil amused herself while outside the fence. Shin revealed a somewhat troubled expression, and Rona was strangely calm. It's funny how each of their expressions seem to convey their respective expectations, Rinya ended up thinking unintentionally. Please allow me to explain, Your Excellency, Rikus courteously said while placing a hand on his chest. While acutely getting a bad premonition due to his behavior, Rinya urged him to continue by nodding. Her Highness Shin, who has been staying near you, is the daughter of Her Majesty the Archduchess, whom I love and respect. Rikus continued. Rinya nodded once more. After all, he hadn't said anything untrue. And yet Rinya felt as if his bad premonition was getting stronger, albeit little by little. Moreover, while unworthy, I had the privilege to teach Shinsama the sword in her childhood. Rikus said. Okay. It may be presumptuous, but I think of Shinsama as my granddaughter. Rikus further continued. Okay. As Rinya looked at Shin once more while turning his confirmation into a question, he saw her smiling extremely bashfully while scratching her head for some reason. While sighing as he wondered just what she was thinking about in that small bird brain of hers, Rinya gradually began to understand his own position, albeit only vaguely. So what you're saying is that the embarrassedly wriggling girl over there is your precious pupil and granddaughter. After pointing at Shin, he pointed at Rikus, who was humbling himself in front of Rinya, adding, a grandpa who's prone to worrying. At the end Rinya pointed at himself while smiling bitterly, an undesired boyfriend, I assume. No, not at all. I haven't said anything like that. Rikus waved his hands and shook his head while laughing, but Rinya noticed that the laughter couldn't be seen in Rikus' eyes at all. I only wish to understand what kind of man you are, Kunujide or not. Rikus explained. That would have been plenty possible by simply talking, no. I don't understand the reason why you would drag me to this training ground. Just as Rinya said, they were currently at a military training facility frequented by the soldiers every day. The compressed ground was proof of the many soldiers devoting their time to harsh training regimens while wearing heavy equipment. Certainly, words might suffice for that, but I have heard about you being a military man, Kunujide or not. Rikus answered. It was only faint, but Rinya could hear the sound of Rikus sliding his foot across the ground with a scratch. Rinya perceived that Rikus had shifted his posture from just standing to getting ready to strike with nothing more than just this little action. Unarmed, huh? Rinya muttered. Since he only came here to extend his greetings, he didn't have his katana hanging at his waist as he usually did. Of course he could equip it with a snap of his fingers, seeing as it was stored away in his inventory, but it didn't look like Rikus would face him with a weapon either. No, I'm a swordsman. Once Rikus lightly swung his right hand, a longsword appeared in the twinkling of an eye. If it had been Rinya from a little while ago, he might have felt surprised by such an event, but now that he possessed the sorcery knowledge he received from Imidra, he could immediately see that this was the draw spell. As the name implies, it's a spell used to equip an item, which had been marked beforehand, into one's hand. If one were to go by the spell's degree of difficulty, it wasn't overly complicated, but that still didn't mean that it could be used by any amateur. Moreover, since Rikus had enchanted the spell, it was difficult for Rinya to imagine that Rikus had used sorcery after naming himself a swordsman. Hence, he guessed that the sword itself might have been enchanted with the spell, or that it was a so-called sorcery craft. However, based on the assumption that he was right, Rinya had a single question: it has a blade, hasn't it? Enchanting an item with a spell naturally wasn't done for free. Imidra's knowledge didn't contain the exact method, but even to Rinya it was clear that it wouldn't be cheap by any means. Because of that, most items that had such enhancements applied to them were articles used on a daily basis. That didn't mean that rich people didn't have such items made just for playing around, but those were mostly exceptions. Rinya's words hinted at him thinking that the sword in the Baron's hand was such a daily article as well, but the Baron denied this very easily. Yes, it has. Would it have been better for me to have a toy called Blade Draw by chance? Rikus asked jokingly. Rinya immediately understood that this had apparently been a provocation, but he didn't really feel like getting angry over it. After all, the other party was far below him in social standing. And although he was much older than Rinya was right now, Rikus' age was below Rinya's true age, too. As a result, it simply ended with a really, in Rinya's eyes, despite it having been an attempt to provoke him with a threat. However, because Rinya could understand that the Baron's actions were apparently based on his concerns for Shin, and not on some kind of vanity or curiosity, there was no way he could treat Rikus with nothing but cruelty either. There seems to be another troublesome aspect. This Baron seems to be the kind of person who understands others by crossing swords with them, Rinya thought. Such a way of thinking was common among pure military people and soldiers, but Rinya couldn't approve of this approach. Generally it wasn't limited to swordsmanship, but Rinya's line of thinking was based on the idea that killing someone with a single blow was the true secret of someone intending to make a living through battle. However, although Rinya almost never reached such a level and thus reluctantly went with an ideology of many shots one kill, a katana was still a tool to kill an opponent for Rinya. Given that his thoughts and beliefs differed in this area, he didn't say it out loud, but to Rinya the way of thinking that one would understand someone better by crossing swords with them sounded like the nonsensical rambling of deviants or people with supernatural powers. In a nutshell, he didn't really want to go along with this, but the other party had the justification that it was for Shin's sake and maybe something like the obstinacy of a military man. Thus Rinya found it very difficult to flat out ignore these reasons and run away. What's wrong, Kunudide or not? You certainly won't say that you can't accept the request of an old man like me, will you? Rikus asked Rinya, who had sunk into silence. Rinya let his eyes wander around as he was hesitating, and he met Shin's eyes, who had been looking his way. Seemingly understanding that Rinya was hesitating over something even though she didn't know what he was thinking, she donned a worried expression. Rinya spoke to her about something he had just come up with. Say, Shin. Yeah. What is it? Shin replied as his body trembled with a start thanks to being called out all of a sudden. Rinya smiled wryly while continuing, this means I got stuck with fighting your teacher, you know. That's true. I would be happy if you could avoid killing him, though. Shin answered timidly. That's what she worries about all of a sudden. Rinya wondered, but Rikus also looked at Shin with what seemed to be a somewhat startled expression. It won't come to that as long as my opponent doesn't harbor such an intention. But rather than that, don't you think there's something else you should tell me here? Being told so, Shin clearly became flustered. She reflexively turned her eyes left and right, looking for help. But Rona kept up a composed expression, making it clear that it had nothing to do with her, and Emil grinned broadly as if finding it all quite funny. It was highly unlikely that either of them would help her. As a last resort, Shin frantically racked her brain for an answer, and at the end of her pondering, while being watched by everyone, her face suddenly lit up, having apparently reached some kind of conclusion. While feeling a touch of unease due to the change in her expression, Rinya thought, "Don't blurt out anything weird while putting on airs." At the end of his line of sight, Shin tightly clenched both of her fists together and shouted flatly and distinctively with a voice that carried over surprisingly well, "I love you." At almost the same time, Rinya and Rikus audibly slumped their shoulders. Alongside a sigh, Emil drove her elbow into Shin's flank, who tilted her head to the side with a ha, and Rona's palm relentlessly hit the back of Shin's head, who was holding her flank while groaning. Grabbing Shin's shoulders, who pitched forward after being slapped, Rona turned Shin around, silently grabbed her collar, and started to violently shake her back and forth. Emil quietly mumbled something behind Shin. "It sure is nice to be young." Rikus, who somehow managed to fix his posture, squeezed out words that seemed to be a follow-up in one way or another, but Rinya didn't feel like confirming or denying Rikus' words. After a short time, within this considerably silly atmosphere, Shin, who had been given some detailed instructions by Emil, broke free from Rona's hold, and while clenching her fists once more, she clearly stated while blushing faintly, probably because it was the second time, "Rinya, do your best. That flirtation really lacks impact," Emil curtly said. Shin received a shock from being instantly shot down by Emil. While watching Shin's state, Rinya twisted his lips into a broad grin and extended his left hand into empty space. That hand gripped the hilt of a katana, making a drawn blade, which was tempered to shine palely in the sunlight, appear out of thin air. "I don't really feel like going along with this, though." Adding his right hand to the hilt, he adopted a second stance. As if in concert to that, Rikus held the longsword in front of his chest with both hands for a moment, and then after getting ready, he held out his left hand in front, and lowered the longsword in his right hand towards his right side. "One must fight after being cheered on by a girl, right?" Rinya said. "Ho ho ho, what a bothersome gentleman," Rikus answered. Rikus' expression, who laughed at Rinya for forcibly making up a reason to fight because he couldn't get out of this despite not wanting to go along with it, hardened in the next moment. Even though Rinya hadn't taken a single step forward after getting ready, Rikus retreated several steps from his position. Just what happened? To the three onlookers it was immediately obvious. "Rinya, I'd like to make the single request to avoid any serious injury," Shin implored Rinya timidly. "It's fine. As long as he doesn't die, I can probably heal him up one way or another." With the same calm expression, Rona said something that couldn't be considered a follow-up no matter how you looked at it. And Emil added immediately after, "Even if he dies, I can fix him up somehow, so it should be okay, I think." "You can't call that okay," Shin yelled back. "Even before that, I think you can't call that healing, Shin," Rona calmly retorted Shin's retort. The one on the receiving end of the retorts, Emil, wondered what might have been wrong about what she said. I mean, it's healing as long as no one finds out about it, no. If I can get Shin to tell me about his personality and stuff, I'm confident that it won't be found out even by his family, okay? Just what are those people over there?" With cold sweat emerging from his forehead, Rikus, who heard the dangerous conversation outside the fence by chance, threw that question at Rinya, who pondered whether this might be going too far. Wondering how he should answer, Rinya decided to go with an inoffensive reply for starters, "My friends, I guess." "I see. I fully understand," Rikus replied. Rikus' immediate answer made even Rinya end up feeling strange about it. After all, it implied that this dangerous conversation suited him. "I'd like to protest vehemently," Rinya objected. I shall listen to it once this match is over. I see. Let's begin right away then. Rinya asked. Rikus felt as though he heard the space around him crack. No sooner had Rinya prepared himself, the intimidating air, which had been assailing Rikus' entire body, became even denser, making his blood run cold. Feeling as if he was being choked at the same time, Rikus made sure to slowly breathe from the depth of his abdomen as if to oppose the choking feeling while sensing how his palm grasping the longsword got damp with sweat. Even if there are various circumstances, don't think that you'll get away unscathed after making me draw my katana, old man. Rinya smiled. So as to not get overpowered, Rikus shouted his fighting spirit loudly and slashed at Rinya with a sharp sideways sweep. One should probably be surprised about truly astonishing things, Rinya thought. Going by that line of thought, he definitely didn't have any objections towards referring to Baron Rikus O'Donnell's sword skills as surprisingly powerful. After his initial slashing attack, they crossed swords 5 times until they separated from each other again. Rinya had mostly parried and repelled the Baron's attacks, but he still attempted to send the Baron's weapon flying in 2 of the 5 sword rallies. And yet, the Baron's weapon was still in his hands, contrary to Rinya's aim, despite having a few chips in the blade. Of course Rinya had gone easy on him. Rinya would have been able to cut the sword alongside the Baron if he wanted to, but Rinya believed that he could still destroy the Baron's weapon despite that. I don't get why I couldn't break it, Rinya angrily glared at the Baron. The instant blade clashed against blade, the Baron didn't allow Rinya to cut into it. Or to be precise, he escaped his weapon's destruction by pulling back before Rinya's katana could cut into it. An attack didn't accomplish its goal just by connecting. It had to pierce or cut through on top of it. Anyway, if it didn't cause any damage, there would be no point in just hitting the target. You're experienced, to an irritating degree, Rinya muttered. However, adopting such a defense method required one to actually see through the attack in an instant. Because Rinya thought that this should be impossible for the Baron purely based on his reaction speed, seeing how old he was, it had to be a technique based on taking precautionary steps in advance relying purely on intuition and anticipation. It seemed to enter the region of what you would call a master's or expert's sixth sense. Having grasped the reason right away, you are much more experienced than your age would suggest, Rikus answered. Even though they had only crossed blades 5 times, the Baron was out of breath, and the hand holding the longsword was trembling faintly. Rinya had evaluated the Baron's abilities highly in his own way, but the Baron began to fear Rinya's ability. Certainly, the Baron succeeded in invalidating most of the damage from Rinya's slashes. However, that wasn't because he had seen through Rinya's attacks. Although he hated it, Rikus was forced to admit that it was simply because Rinya continued to use adjusted attacks against him. After all, 2 deep cuts were drilled into the sword in his hand, and although he evaded its complete destruction, it still meant that he couldn't even completely invalidate those lax attacks. If he had been just an instant later in pulling his weapon back, the blade would have definitely been severed. For the sake of seeing those delicate instants, the Baron had to concentrate on all the nerves in his body. Even though he had a fairly trained body, he had already used up most of his stamina and was short of breath after merely 5 exchanges. In contrast to this, Rinya didn't look exhausted at all. Because Rinya possessed the ability, Super Recovery, one could actually say that Rinya's stamina was boundless, but the Baron didn't know about these circumstances. He only knew that his body probably wouldn't be able to deal with the next attack. I really don't want to get any older, Rikus said. If you have this much ability at your age, you could still be on active duty at the front line for a long time still to come, no. Rinya believed so from the bottom of his heart. However, Rikus denied that while smiling sadly, no, not at all. Even if I possess the technique, my body can't keep up. I'm already barely standing while my hands are trembling and my breath is out of order. How honest. Rinya replied. I'm old, after all. If I were 20 years younger, I wouldn't have allowed that worthless bunch in the central government to do with Shinsama as they pleased, and I wouldn't have allowed the likes of a hero to do whatever he pleased. Rikus declared. A baron was one at the lower end of nobility. While at it, a hero was commonly representing a single race, despite the tendency of it being forgotten because they weren't treated overly well around Rinya. At the very least Rikus wasn't in a position to call nobles worthless, and there was no excuse for him attaching the likes of to the hero either. Though it looks like both were done away with by you, Kunujide or not. I certainly did away with the hero, but I don't know anything about the Trident Principality's nobles. Once Rinya continued by saying that one of them was beaten up in an unforeseen accident during the mock battle carried out at Kukrika. Both Rikus and Shin looked as if they were surprised for some reason. Given that he hadn't said any lies, he didn't understand the meaning behind their reaction. Once Rinya looked at Rona and Emil, those two deliberately averted their eyes. It seemed that something had happened and that it had apparently been labeled as Rinya's deed. Rinya could guess as much from the reactions of everyone present. Certainly, Rinya had told Rona to make a list of all the nobles, but apart from the one who recklessly challenged him to a mock battle, Rinya hadn't done anything to them as he was too busy. Especially not coming up with methods to take revenge on them. Although he had indulged in imagining giving them hell, he realized that the ones being troubled the most would likely be the residents of their respective territories if he were to actually carry out his ideas. The fact that he would likely give the civil officials a lot of paperwork was yet another reason that made Rinya hesitate to go through with his revenge. Well, not like it really matters. Even if my bad reputation got worse by one or two more evil deeds, it probably doesn't make that big of a difference anyway. Rinya gave up on pursuing that matter. So you're aware of your own bad reputation, Shin retorted with a murmur, but Rinya pretended to not have heard it, and clearly ignored her. Most recently Rinya was learning that pretending to not hear something could be a much stronger attack than a katana slash in some cases. So, are you going to continue? Although Rinya couldn't have his way with the Baron, it didn't mean that the Baron was able to tide through it completely unhurt. Let's see. Rikus released his combat stance, brought his face close to the longsword's blade, and checked its state. The sword, which was initially fairly sharp and had been carefully and frequently maintained, had obviously received damage beyond repairable as far as Rikus could tell. Although he didn't know how many more slashes it would last, it would definitely break or snap if they continued at this rate. Realizing that, Rikus shifted from a one-handed hold to a two-handed hold. I'd like you to keep me company for one more rally. Rikus said and got ready by shouldering the longsword which he was now grasping with two hands. Seeing him, Rinya's expression grew grim. After all, he could somewhat tell what Rikus was aiming for with that stance. No matter how you look at it, you intend to launch the next attack with all your power, don't you? Rinya tried to make sure. Yes, of course. Rikus quickly answered. I think I said in the beginning that I won't do anything terrible as long as there's no reason to do so, but I'm going to judge that this would be a reason, okay? Rinya warned him in a low, cold voice. Do as you please, answered Rikus without any hesitation or faltering while calmly smiling back at Rinya. Hearing those words, Shin was about to raise her voice in protest, but Rikus stepped in quicker than she could speak up. The ground should be hardened and firm because of the soldiers' training which had been repeatedly carried out here, but it couldn't withstand the power of Rikus' kick, and a cloud of soil flew into the air. Shin and Rona lost sight of Rikus due to his high-speed movement triggered by the acceleration which was generated through the force of the explosive kick. Because Emil was watching from the side on top of her own high innate abilities, it didn't go as far as her losing sight of him, but her composure vanished from her face for an instant. That's how strong his step-in was. In addition to the acceleration from the charge, he put his entire body's strength into the slash that followed up next. You could say it was the strongest attack Rikus could unleash at that point in time. Although its power had likely fallen due to his age compared to the full power slash in his youth when he struck down a cavalryman along with the horse he was riding, Rikus had the confidence that even Rinya wouldn't be able to deal with his attack nonchalantly. However, that confidence was easily smashed apart. Rikus was targeting Rinya's left shoulder. The frontal slash was loaded with such a power that it would completely excel in penetrative force if Rinya tried to block it with his katana. But Rinya's response was a lot faster than Rikus had anticipated. What caused Rikus to be surprised in the first place was the fact that Rinya's eyes were looking directly into his. Despite the fact that he was so fast that Shin and Rona had lost sight of him, Rinya's eyes were fully fixated on Rikus' movements. Moreover, the slash unleashed by Rinya produced a white flash in front of Rikus' eyes. Until now Rikus had pulled his sword back each time Rinya's katana and Rikus' sword clashed while adopting to Rinya's swordsmanship so as to avoid his sword being cut, but for Rikus, who had mustered all his strength, there was no method to parry the blade of Rinya's katana which reached his sword's blade long before he could even fully swing his sword downwards. The sword's blade, which was cut off and sent flying all too quickly, flew off somewhere while whirling around. While registering that at the edge of his visual field, Rikus' charge still didn't stop. The sword's blade being cut off was no more than one of the predictions Rikus had made. And he had already finished thinking about how to deal with it. Because its blade was gone, Rikus let go of the sword which had become light, and attempted to grab Rinya with his accumulated force. As he had cut off the attack aimed for his left shoulder while holding the katana in his right hand, the right half of Rinya's body was wide open, and he showed his right flank to Rikus. Rikus intended to grapple that flank and pull Rinya down. If he suddenly forced an opponent, who had been preoccupied with a sword fight, into an unarmed grappling match, that switch would produce an opportunity and a small moment of hesitation. That's what he was aiming for. Of course it was a gamble. Rikus knew very well that it was possible for his head to be sent flying if Rinya were to pull back the katana which he had swung through his sword. He gambled on Rinya hesitating to go this far. It's not that I don't understand how you feel, but it's pointless. The slightly fed-up voice came from above Rikus' head. Just how and when did he get up there? Rinya's body, which he intended to grapple, was gone from in front of him, and once he lifted his face, he looked into Rinya's which was now upside down. From the current situation, Rikus could understand that Rinya had leapt over his head with a front layout 1. However, Rikus didn't have any memory of Rinya having done any preparatory motions so that he could perform such a jump. You think that's a poor move, don't you? What he swung next was the pommel of his katana. Once it cleanly hit Rikus' temple, who had stopped moving, Rikus' body was blown away up to the wooden fence. Being out of bounds over there, his body hit the fence without having his momentum dampened too much, and rolled outside the fence after destroying that place which should have been built quite sturdily. Rinya. Master isn't dead, is he? Hey, he's not dead, yes. Shin, who had climbed over the fence, clung to Rinya's shoulder after he had pulled off a clean landing, but after turning his eyes at the katana's pommel, which had struck Rika's temple moments ago, he shrugged his shoulders slightly. He hasn't died, I think. It looks like he leaped back by himself when the strike connected. Rinya soothed her. Him rolling around flashily was also owed to Rinya's strong blow, but it was also owed to Rika's jumping back to negate some of the power in Rinya's hit. The reason why he broke through the fence and rolled outside the training area was because he couldn't fully kill the power behind Rinya's attack. From the feedback remaining in his hand, Rinya could sense that he didn't manage to deliver such a strong attack that it would have broken his neck or smashed in his skull. It was an attack based on the assumption that Rikus would at least be able to adopt such defensive maneuvers, but with him having tumbled such a long distance in such a flashy manner even after having adopted those defense measures, Rinya wondered whether the damage from that tumbling flight hadn't been larger than the damage caused by his own blow. Well, look, there's no way that I would kill him, Rinya declared to Shin. That's certainly true, but Master is an old man. You should have gone a bit easier on him, Shin objected. If I had held back, I might have been the one to be cut down, Rinya answered. That would have been troublesome, but, Shin mumbled under her breath. Gazing in the direction where Rikus had flown off to, her eyes widened slightly when she noticed a figure having stood up and heading this way. Well, this was really a surprise, Margrave Dornor. While brushing off the dirt clinging to his clothes, Rikus returned through a gap in the broken fence with a smile after having flown through that same gap moments ago. As if telling a tale of the force of his flight, his clothes were torn all over, and the area of his temple, which was struck by Rinya, had swollen slightly with the skin becoming red, but he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries beyond that, and his walking stride was firm, too. It's my complete defeat, isn't it? Good gracious, you're strong. Rikus laughed. Look Shin, isn't he all lively? Rinya said while pointing at him. Shin couldn't do more than smile feebly. Because Shin was in such a state, she didn't notice, but Rona and Emil, who were looking inside the fence while still being outside, had seen something different than Shin had. It had quite the effect on Baron Sommer, didn't it? Rona asked. Indeed, his knees are ridiculously shaky, Emil replied. Rinya has realized it as well, hasn't he? Rona inquired further. Well, of course. But, if he were to point that out, the master, who wants to look cool in front of his pupil, would lose face. Emil chuckled. Rona leaked a small sigh at Emil's behavior, and headed to Rinya's group by nimbly climbing over the fence. Baron Gordonal Sommer, please allow me to check your injuries and your body. It looks like you're all right, but there are cases where head injuries are serious despite looking shallow. Rona offered her medical treatment. That's right, Master. Testing out Rinya is over with this, right? Since you aren't young anymore, I'd like you to get checked by Rona. Shin pleaded. Rinya noticed how Rikus looked shocked when he was told that he wasn't young anymore, but without any intention to particularly point that out, he yielded his spot to Rona, who had approached, and stored the katana back into his inventory. I really don't want to get any older. It makes others worry too much over trifling matters. Rikus grumbled while entrusting his checkup to Rona, and added, even so, it brought about some results. I can't quite believe that you understood anything about me from the battle just now. Rinya doubted his words. Your sword skills. The level of trust by your friends. and I somehow grasped just how much Shinsama has grown emotionally attached to you, I'd say. Rikus explained. Couldn't you have found all of this out except for my sword skill with a method that didn't involve combat? Rinya wondered, but as this was the other party's style, Rinya decided to leave it alone since Rikus had apparently understood what he wanted to understand. Rather than that, Rinya was bothered about Rona actively sending him eye signals outside of Rikus' view while pretending to look at the state of his wounds. Even Rinya had guessed that Rikus had suffered some damage and wasn't as healthy as he seemed, but going by Rona's expression, he had apparently received so much damage that it was necessary to quickly wrap this up and have him devote himself to his healing. I don't have any interest in your conclusions, Baron Dornot. If we're done here, I'd like you to give your body a rest and give your undivided attention to an urgent medical treatment. Rinya stated. What are you talking about? I'm not so poorly built that I couldn't fight with injuries of this level, Rikus said while trying to firmly flex his biceps and arms, probably in an attempt to appeal that he was doing fine. Rona immediately twined her slender arm around the Baron's neck, and made him faint by constricting his carotid artery in an instant. Easily lifting the Baron's body, which almost sat down on the spot after losing all his strength and showing the whites of his eyes, Rona bowed towards Rinya, saying, I will work on his treatment right away. Sure, please do. Rinya was slightly taken aback by her all too experienced movements in making the Baron faint, but still managed to somehow respond to Rona. Rona left while carrying the Baron's body. That was an amazing skill just now. Once Rinya muttered those few words, Shin, who was still clinging to him, muttered back in the same way, it's a necessary technique so as to make sure that wounded people don't kick up a fuss. Rona previously said that everyone, who uses healing arts, would be capable of it. I don't really want to be treated by a priest of this world, is what I'm thinking right now. Yep, I share your opinion on this. After following Rona's back as she became distant while carrying the Baron's body, Rinya and Shin exchanged glances, and seriously said so from the bottoms of their hearts. A while after the battle between Rinya and Rikus. For some reason Rinya's group was warmly welcomed by the people of the Gordonal barony. While not even understanding why they were being treated like this, they were led to the dining hall of Baron Gordonal's mansion and lavishly entertained with a feast consisting of the mansion's prized food and alcohol. Because Rinya and his friends were welcomed with bright smiles by everyone, even though their lord had collapsed as a result of the duel, Rinya suspected that the fief's population and the Baron's retainers might hate Baron Gordonal, but once he tried to ask them about it, their treatment apparently had a slightly different tenor. Rinya had previously heard that the Baron was secluding himself inside his territory in a partially retired state ever since he lost his wife in the battle against the demon. That information wasn't wrong, but the Baron repeatedly acted quite mischievously within his own territory. To be precise, he continued going out to hunt dangerous monsters in the forest under the pretext that his sword skills would decline otherwise, no matter how much his surroundings tried to put a stop to it. It seems he kept bringing back the materials of the monsters he determinedly hunted, which caused the people around him to be extremely worried. Once Rinya asked how that was connected to the current situation, he was told that it was because Rinya had broken Baron Gordonal's cherished sword, and procuring a replacement would take quite a while. In addition, the damage he suffered by Rinya's hand in the duel, caused him to bear deep injuries according to Rona's examination, and he was ordered to consequently rest for a while. The viewpoint that even the Baron would likely stay put in his mansion for some time because of these 2 points spread among the people, resulting in Rinya, who was the cause, to be warmly welcomed. The one who explained all that while crying was an elderly butler personally serving the Baron. Emil sampled the served dishes, ignoring the conversation as usual since it apparently didn't pique her interest. Apart from her, Rona and Shen, who had question marks floating above their heads while modestly partaking of the food, looked as if such an explanation had convinced them. Only Rinya harbored remorseful feelings as he might have done something bad to the Baron and showed an apologetic expression. That was just because he could somehow understand the feelings of the Baron who had been setting out to hunt in the forest despite being told off by his surroundings because of the dangers. The Baron lost his spouse and many of his men in the battle against the demon. It's easy to imagine that all of them were important to him. What kind of feelings did the Baron have when they were abruptly and completely stolen from him? Very likely he wished for his own death as well, didn't he? Rinya assessed. In that case, the easiest way without causing any trouble to his surroundings might be to thrust a drawn blade into his own neck, Rinya thought, but he could also comprehend that this was an unacceptable way to go for a military man. In other words, isn't the reason for the Baron kept on fighting to such an extent that he worried those around him was because he wanted to find his death at the end of the battles lying ahead? Rinya had stopped while saying things without actually knowing the Baron's wish. Rinya let out a deep breath due to the somewhat gloomy feeling welling up within his heart. I think it's different from a guilty conscience, but I cannot help feeling that it's something similar to that. It's as if I, an outsider, have gotten in the way of what a military man had decided for himself. Of course it had been the Baron who challenged him to the duel. It was probably nothing that Rinya would need to worry about, but even so Rinya couldn't stop himself from thinking so. For a person trying to live from battle, the blank time when they are told to rest merely results in their body becoming weak. If one is still young, they can recover their previous condition through training, but even if the Baron could achieve that with his old body, it would likely require a fairly long period of time, and it might actually prove difficult for him to get back to his previous condition. In addition to having lost his favorite weapon, he shouldn't be able to fight very well in his current state. And yet, I'm sure the Baron will recklessly go out hunting again once his wounds have healed. Rinya, you okay? Shen called out to him, looking worried. In response, Rinya returned from his deep brooding. Shen, who was sitting next to him, had gently placed her hand on his shoulder. Going by her expression, he realized that his feelings had shown on his face. Thus Rinya quickly switched to a smile while being slightly flustered. However, because of this sudden change in expression, Shen apparently guessed what Rinya was thinking about. Is it about Master? Yeah. I was wondering whether I went a bit too far, or something like that. Rinya replied. How unusual. For you to reflect on something, that's quite a surprise, you know. Emil, who sat opposite of Rinya, said with a slightly mischievous smile. It's not that Rinya didn't feel a bit offended by Emil's comments, but he kept his mouth shut because she had spoken the truth. Seeing his state, Shen put a little bit more strength into the hand she had placed on his shoulder, and said, Rinya, Master is someone who tried to make a living through battles as a swordsman. Since he had drawn his sword, he should have naturally resolved himself in regards to the outcome. Besides, he's not the kind of person who would complain about this and that. As someone who has been taught by him, albeit only for just a short time, I guarantee at least that much. That's totally correct. Well, allow me to say that it's certainly not something you need to worry about, Margrave Dornor. Rinya was surprised to hear a decent and good opinion from Shen as it was extremely unusual for that to happen, but he got even more surprised by the voice addressing him from behind. Once he turned around, he found Rikus standing there with a smile plastered on his face, his hands joined behind his back, and in a stylish uniform that used a black color scheme. Close to Rinya, who couldn't form any words because of his surprise, the butler, who had just now explained the reason for the warm welcome to Rinya's party, said with a trembling voice, "I suppose even that damage wasn't enough to stop Milord. There's still quite a way to go until I can be called old, is what I want to say, but this time it was slightly hard. Ah, is it fine for me to sit down next to you, Margrave Dornot?" Once Rinya nodded, still unable to speak up, Rikus sat down in the seat next to Rinya with an alley whoop. "This predicament, even after he has gone so easy on me, old age is really something terrifying," Rikus said. "Baron Gordonal, please stop, Kunujai Dornot. I was the one who started it, and I was the one who lost. If you were considerate of me even after that, it would wake in me the urge to run away out of excessive embarrassment," Rikus added while laughing. Rinya stayed silent as he didn't know what he should answer. "If I look at your face, I can roughly guess what you're thinking, but it's very likely just as you're generally suspecting. And yet you're telling me to not mind it?" Rinya asked. Rikus immediately dipped his head at that. This might also be a guidance after all. Whose? What kind of guidance? The guidance of that person and my subordinates who went ahead, Rikus muttered while seemingly looking off at a far distance, adding, "I suppose they are saying something along the lines it's too early for you to come over here, or don't screw around by trying to come this way with such a method. That's your interpretation, isn't it?" "Indeed, but, for me that's reality, all of it." Once he was told this much, Rinya couldn't deny Rikus' words. After all, the rest was Rikus' own problem, and not something others should butt into. Now, let's leave the depressing stories at that, okay? At any rate, it sure is nice to be young, isn't it, Margrave Dornot? Rinya raised an eyebrow at Rikus trying to change the topic in a fairly high-handed manner. He didn't quite understand the meaning behind the words he just heard, but Rikus' eyes, who was smiling complacently, fell on Rinya's shoulder. The shoulder where Shin's hand still rested. "It looks like you're being loved quite a bit. So that's the direction you're going for. Shinsama doesn't look as though she's fully disinclined either. I won't deny that, but isn't that fine? I was very popular in my young days as well, though." Rikus puffed up in pride as if wanting to say, "How about that?" Rinya doubted the accuracy of that statement, but with her hand still on his shoulder, Shin brought her mouth close to Rinya's ear, and whispered, "It's the truth." He was a person who had countless rumors going around about love affairs until he finally settled down with his deceased wife. "What are you saying, Shinsama? If you're talking about that topic, I'm still going at full strength." Once Rikus said so while putting on the airs of a hotshot with his eyes turned towards the entrance of the dining hall. Shrill voices could be heard from over there. When they looked in the direction of the squeals wondering what was going on, women such as cooks and maids, who seemed to work at Baron Gordonal's mansion, had apparently squealed after simply seeing the Baron's behavior. On a closer look, several among them were blushing, and their eyes were somewhat moist, or rather, passionate. At any rate, they donned expressions that couldn't be described as normal. It was a spectacle that couldn't be called anything but very ill-mannered for people working in the mansion of a noble, but Rinya felt like it was somewhat difficult to retort here, and ended up thinking that it was better to not touch the topic. "Did you two see? This is what it means to have the charm of a truly handsome man." Rikus smoothly brushed his hair up with a triumphant look. While ignoring almost all of it, Shin calmly whispered additional information into Rinya's ear. I heard that he was beaten half to death several times by his wife because he's like that. According to the rumors, having the Baron as a practice partner was the very reason why his wife's sorcery skills improved so abnormally. Putting that aside, because Shin's whispers apparently came dangerously close to a topic he didn't really want others to know about, the Baron increased the volume of his voice a bit and also made a very unnatural cough as if clearing his throat. In response to that, Shin shrugged her shoulders, stopped whispering, and gently removed her hand from Rinya's shoulder. While feeling a tiny bit of regret over losing the warmth on his shoulder just as her hand separated, Rinya turned his attention towards the Baron. For what reason did you visit my modest territory with your friends on this occasion, Margrave Dornor? Now that you mention it, I was dragged to the training ground before I could mention why we were here, wasn't I? Ha ha ha, I completely forgot what happened before. Once Rinya glared at him with narrowed eyes, the Baron quickly averted his eyes as if to escape Rinya's scowl. Due to the Baron not changing his expression at all besides avoiding eye contact even after Rinya continued to glare at him for a while, Rinya comprehended that it would be pointless to pursue the matter any further, and spoke of his visit's objective which he had intended to speak about when they met at the beginning. I heard that your territory is facing the ocean. There's no ocean adjoining my territory. I'd like to get my hands on marine products by all means. I see. However, I wonder whether you're aware of it, but this place doesn't have any marine products as specialties. Rikas said something that conformed to Rinya's prior information. Rinya had known about this, but when it was confirmed once more by a local, it really hammered it in as a fact. That's something I can't understand. Why is that the case even though you have the sea right in front of you? Rinya asked. Rika's expression was full of marvel as he looked at Rinya's face, wondering just what this person might be talking about. Next to Rinya, who was puzzled since he hadn't intended to ask anything weird, Shin raised her voice with a little ah. Baron Gordonal, Rinya is a lost. Thus there exists a lot of common sense he's lacking. Shin explained. When she said that he lacked common sense, Rinya ended up wondering whether that wasn't a faulty expression, but since he had no other way to explain it either, he had no choice but to content himself with that explanation. Oh, Margrave Dornor was a lost. In that case it might be something he doesn't know, indeed. Baron Gordonal could apparently agree, but Rinya had no idea what was going on. However, all that he could guess was that the reason marine products weren't a specialty product of the territory, although it was adjacent to the ocean, seemed to be common sense in the eyes of this world's residents. Margrave Dornor. Since I don't possess any knowledge about the continents of the other races, I can't say this with absolute confidence. But on the human continent being adjacent to the sea and being able to use the sea don't always correspond with each other. Rikas stated. Rinya couldn't understand why one wouldn't be able to use the sea when one had access to it. Shin explained the reason to Rinya, who was wondering whether the area around the ocean was contaminated with something like poison or something like that. The Kachurul will come out. What's that? It was a word he hadn't heard until now, but going by the faces of those around him becoming gloomy and then frowning as soon as they heard that term, he could guess that it wasn't anything good at the very least. Rinya, who believed that it might be necessary for him to hear the details about this, began to sort the facts he should confirm inside his head. The world not being round but something like a pizza placed on a tray seemed to be accounted as common knowledge in this word. Given that Rinya had also received an explanation about this from the little goddess, he had known it as a fact albeit not being able to understand it, but in reality there existed supplementary information to this fact. This world has the shape of a tray like this, but it appears there's a space between the continents and the tray at the bottom. Rona explained as her fluffy blonde hair fluttered in the salty sea breeze while walking in front of Rinya. Rona's hair, visible through the gradually increasing sunlight beneath the cloudless sky, sparkled as if capturing the sun's light. It had a different charm from Shen's black hair that seemed to be wet, and Krua's platinum blonde hair that had a metallic touch. The next day after the warm welcome in Baron Gordonal's mansion, Rinya had slipped out of the mansion by himself to try to take a look at the sea first thing in the morning, but for some reason he was spotted by Rona and forced to allow her to come with him. Because it felt as though he had been caught by something the instant he sneaked out of his room, Rinya thought that Rona might have set up a probe through some kind of divine arts, but even after asking her about it, he didn't get her to tell him the details. She apparently considered the possibility that he would create a countermeasure in case a similar situation cropped up next time, if she were to tell him the answer. Rinya wasn't someone specialized at moving stealthily to begin with. Imidra, who had become the source of Rinya's current sorcery knowledge, wasn't a being that would need to move around in secret. Probably because of that, Rinya didn't have the slightest idea about what she had done, even after trying to search Imidra's knowledge. Even if I'm saying that it's a space, that doesn't mean that the continents are floating. You can think of it as countless pillars growing out from the tray at the bottom, and supporting the continents. Rona added. There are various, doubtful parts there, but, well, for the time being, okay. Rinya answered. Questions such as who built those pillars, and who confirmed the existence of those pillars keep popping up within me, but our conversation won't get anywhere if I question all of it. I'm also pretty sure that it's not part of Rona's knowledge, but merely knowledge she had been told, Rinya assessed. The one said to live underneath the continents as a being that coils itself around those countless pillars is the Kachural, the dreamer. Ha! Rinya felt like he heard a word that slightly weighed on his mind within Rona's explanation, but Rona continued without paying Rinya any attention. Its appearance is said to be similar to a huge octopus, but it's unclear whether that's the actual truth. After all, no one has ever encountered it, or survived to tell the tale. In legends it's passed on that it possesses 8 main arms, but it looks like things similar to auxiliary arms grow out of its body in great numbers. Ah, wait a second. Stopping Rona's explanation for a moment by placing his hand on her shoulder, Rinya sorted his questions within his mind. He picked what seemed to be the most important among them, and decided to ask Rona, who turned around while tilting her head slightly to one side. You said dreamer, didn't you? Indeed, that's what I said. It's not plural, right? Rona's explanation sounded to Rinya as if she were talking about a single entity. However, if it was a single being, the huge size of the continents would become an issue. After all, even if you just considered the demon continent in the center, it boasted of a huge land mass with a length and width of many thousands kilometers. If one was to consider all the continents, the distances from one end to the other would result in enormous values of several tens of thousands of kilometers. If the being living beneath the continents was a single entity, it would boast an outrageous size skyrocketing far outside Rinya's sphere of imagination. No matter how much it might be based on Rinya's view of this world, he had posed that question with the faint hope that this world wouldn't be that much random bullshit, although you could say that its structure was completely nonsensical to begin with, but as expected, reality wasn't that kind to Rinya. Because no one has ever seen the real thing, it's very difficult to say. However, if several beings similar to Kachural existed, this world would perish before we'd even need to mention something like the Demon King. Somehow I feel like it would perish with just one of them existing, though, probably because it was early in the morning, there were no people out on the streets. If this were a place similar to a fish market, it wouldn't be strange for fishermen and wholesalers to start doing business since quite early in the morning, but as marine products weren't treated as a local specialty, just like the Baron said, such markets and their customers weren't present in this city. The reason why there are cities with no seafood markets and harbor facilities despite facing the ocean is the cultural. Didn't it strike you as odd, Rinya? Like, why one mustn't cross the ocean to go to the neighboring continents, even if the land route is impossible to use because of the miasma forest and the demon's domain. I just thought that there weren't any ships capable of crossing it. Even while having said so, Rinya had certainly considered it weird as well, the abnormal fact that transfer gates are almost the only intercontinental travel system, and that one would normally consider ships to transport many people at once, even though transfer gates might actually be the cheapest method when it came to travel expenses for an individual. That's also one of the reasons, but the foremost reason is that anyone trying to cross the ocean to get to the neighboring continent will always be attacked by Katural's arms and dragged into the sea. According to the legends, the Katural's main body is right below the continents, and it was handed down that two of its main arms are each extending to the ends of the world throughout the oceans between the continents, said Rona. Moreover, countless auxiliary arms originating from those main arms are crawling across the sea bottom. In short, those Katural tentacles seem to wriggle around at the bottom of all oceans across the world. In several areas of the ocean, limited to those close to land, the existence of the tentacles hasn't been confirmed, despite them being part of the ocean. These are areas where boats won't get attacked even if they sail forth. Only the towns facing the sea in those areas can deal with seafood as a special product. Rona brought her explanation to a close. Say, if you include the arms, just how many tens of thousands of kilometers long is this creature supposed to be? Who knows? The length from one end of the world to the other has never been measured to begin with. Once Rona tossed that reply at him quite indifferently, Rinya was at a loss for words. That's why it might be better to keep your expectations low in terms of getting a large amount of seafood from this place. Large amount. So a small amount would work. It's a small amount on the level of casting a fishing line at the wharf. However, the probability is low, but if your fish hook gets caught in one of Katural's arms, it's the end. The Katural will never extend its arms towards the shore by itself, but if it gets stuck on a fish hook, it will judge that as an attack and extend its arms towards the shore. What's that? Sounds scary. It's no problem if the angler gets quickly dragged down to the sea, but there are stories that anglers were annihilated alongside their towns every now and then when they tried to run away in the past. Right now it's generally forbidden to fish at the wharf. Doesn't this mean that even getting small quantities of fish is impossible? Rinya wondered, but it looked as if that thought hadn't gotten through to Rona yet. A message board had been set up in front of the two, who had walked up to the wharf facing the sea at the edge of the city before they knew it, as if to prove Rona's words as the truth. It stated that the act of fishing was completely prohibited, and that one would be thrown into the ocean without question if discovered to be fishing despite the ban. How aggressive? Well, it will turn into a huge tragedy with just one mistake. It's not unreasonable to be very careful. Because there was no pedestrian traffic yet since it was early in the morning, there seemed to be no patrols going around, and the wharf looked deserted. As far as it goes, the wharf itself had been paved with stones in an orderly shape, but not a single boat was floating on the water, and the wharf didn't possess any facilities for ships to moor either. Therefore, I'd like you to give up on this matter, but apart from that, how about, going to grab breakfast at a restaurant around here, seeing as we are already here?" Rona said with a bit of hesitation, but although Rinya's ears had registered her words more or less, his head didn't comprehend what they meant. It's because he had spotted an unbelievable sight slightly away from them atop the wharf. "Hey, Rona. I have found out in my previous investigations that there are restaurants that serve breakfast with a delicious salad around here. I'd like to go there together with you by all means, Pardon?" Rona, who had interrupted her speech in the middle, immediately reacted to Rinya's call, albeit with a slightly sullen voice. This kind of reaction might be one of the aspects separating her from Shin, Rinya thought. If I were to talk with Shin, she probably wouldn't get back to the matter at hand, continuing to endlessly ramble on by herself, unless I gave her a strong retort. "Fishing is strictly forbidden on this wharf, right?" "Yes, just as it's written on the message board over there." "What about it? If my eyes aren't playing a trick on me, there's someone fishing over there, though." "Ha!" Rinya pointed behind Rona. Rona, who turned her eyes in the direction Rinya was pointing at while wondering what silly stuff he was going on about, reflexively froze with her mouth half open upon seeing what was going on. "Yuri-o-a-a-a!" Alongside an extremely manly yell, a thick fishing rod, which might be several meters long, had been cast so powerfully that it made one worried that it might break. Long, black hair with pigtails tied on both sides of the head, and partly open red eyes that gave one the impression of being somewhat sleepy. A dull grey mantle atop plain, light brown shirt and trousers. And a largish pouch dangling on the right side of the waist. A girl, that made Rinya feel as though he had seen her somewhere before, was desperately pulling on a fishing rod several times her height, which was affixed to a leather belt that was coiled around her waist. That was the scenery Rinya and Rona witnessed over there. When encountering something going beyond one's imagination, everyone reacted differently, but in Rona's case, her thought process apparently came to a complete stop. While only muttering a single exclamation, Rona had completely stopped moving, only staring fixedly at the angler. It seemed to be such an unbelievable sight for her, but Rinya, who didn't possess all that prior knowledge, merely thought that the fishing rod would be taken away at any moment now, even if the girl had affixed it to her belt, seeing how there was no stopper at her feet. "Nyuhuhuhuhu. How stubborn. But you're my breakfast. I won't let you get away." Wait a moment. What are you doing over there?" While watching Rona, whose thought process had finally rebooted, starting to run in panic towards the angler, Rinya began to slowly walk in the same direction. What made Rona anxious seemed to be the possible troubles if the Kachurul came out, but since Rinya judged that the girl pulling the fishing rod right now wasn't about to cause such an event, he didn't look panicked at all. After all, the girl's body would immediately disappear into the sea if she tried to go for a contest of strength with such a monster on the other end of her rod. "Oh. Some LNAudioBooks-san showed up. Good morning." The hurled an energetic morning greeting at Rona, who was coming closer to her, but she didn't let go of the bending rod. Looking at the other end of the fishing line, it was dashing left and right while causing violent splashes on the sea's surface, making it obvious that she had caught something big. "Who's LNAudioBooks-san here?" Rona yelled. "Ha! I was wrong. I was certain you were on your way back home from work." "What kind of work?" Since Rona had seen through Rinya's objective, she was wearing clothes that accurately fit her body. She was wearing them, but since she had fairly amazing proportions to begin with, she was far off from giving off a prim and proper impression even when wearing her normal priestess garb. "Rinya, why do you look like you're agreeing with her?" Rinya shrugged his shoulders at Rona's question that seemed to stifle both emotions and intonation without replying. "Ha! The Onyu-san over there. I feel like we've met somewhere before, what?" The girl's words, who saw Rinya's face, changed into a scream midway. The catch, which had been swinging the fishing line left and right, started to escape towards the open sea at full power, as if having decided that this was crunch time. As its charge appeared to be quite powerful, the girl pitched forward after losing her balance, and was about to be dragged away alongside the rod. Rinya swiftly approached and tightly grasped the rod with his right hand. Rinya easily stopped the girl's body from being dragged into the sea by supporting it with his other hand. The next moment Rinya silently lifted up the girl alongside the rod she was grabbing, and very casually tossed her body landward. The girl flew through the air while screaming. And, as if chasing after her, a huge, golden fish sailed through the air while being pulled in by the fishing rod. Rinya, the other party looks like a woman, so treat her a bit better." Even Rona, who had been holding a grudge over being treated as a woman working in the nightlife business, apparently thought that Rinya's way of handling her was kind of ruthless. She was about to give Rinya, who wiped his forehead as if having finished a difficult job despite not even breaking a sweat, a sermon, but after seeing the fish fell on top of the girl's body, she burst into laughter. "Look here, the fish would get damaged if it were to drop on the stone paving," Rinya declared. Due to the explanation that he had apparently aimed for this, Rona looked for a short moment at the girl who had fainted while being sandwiched between the stone paving and the fish, and then showed a thumbs up, albeit secretly, towards Rinya. T/N, Kiri, Killy to get closer to another name. "Ha, dear customer, we sure meet again at a strange place." Fish slices were roasting with a nice sizzling sound on top of a net set up above a bright red open fire. Drops of oil dripped down onto the fire below. Having their surface lightly smeared with soy sauce, the aroma of the sauce hung in the air as the slices were being grilled. Blending with the fragrance of the roasted oil, it all combined into an aroma that stimulated one's appetite to an abnormal degree. It was a situation where the lack of white rice was truly regrettable, but even Rinya didn't feel like cooking rice at the wharf, where they currently were, no matter how wide of a space it might be. However, as he thought that, the actions of the girl in front of him, who had quickly cut and trimmed the fish she captured, had started a fire, had built a cooking stove out of stones she had procured somewhere, and had started to grill the fish slices by laying them across a wire netting, was something far removed from common sense, even when using Rinya as criterion. "Is she an acquaintance of yours?" Standing stock still in a place slightly distanced from Rinya, who was right next to the girl who was fully concentrated on cooking the fish while humming through her nose, Rona asked him shyly. Rinya clearly understood that Rona kept up that questionable feeling of distance with the intention of promptly claiming that she was an unrelated stranger to them if something were to happen, but since there would be no meaning in pointing it out, Rinya kept acting as he had before. "From a little while ago. She's the merchant who sold me my katana," Rinya answered. "Peddler." Killy urged him to correct himself as if that one word was the game changer here. "There was that shine I received from you afterwards, you remember, dear customer. I sold that for quite a bit of money. I must say, there are certainly people with fantastic taste. I can't tell you to whom I sold it, okay? It's a matter of confidentiality. Since the katana I received in exchange has served me well, that's all right with me, but, is this really just a normal katana? Rinya asked. After all, it surpassed the level of simply good performance. I mean, there's not a single chip in the blade even after having clashed with long swords that are many times heavier and thicker. There's no way that it'd be sorted by merely evaluating it as a sharp sword. Rinya wondered whether she, who had given him the katana, might know something about it, but the reply he got was something truly simple. It's a katana, no. I don't know the details, but since it's something I obtained somewhere else as well, going as far as its origin, I can't tell you how I got my hands on it either, though. This is also something that falls within the range of a peddler's duty of confidentiality. No matter how much you ask me about it, dear customer. Killy said. You've repeatedly called me customer. Customer is somehow, no, I mean, when we did business the other day, I introduced myself, but dear customer, you haven't told me your name, have you? Being told so, Rinya searched his memory. Even after probing the part of his memories he could remember, as it had been quite a while ago, he could recall that she introduced herself, but that he hadn't. I'm sorry about that. I'm called Rinya Kunujai. I'm a Margrave and so forth in the Trident Principality. As soon as Rinya said that he was a Margrave and so forth, Rona revealed a slightly miserable expression. In Rona's eyes, who could pretty much be regarded as nobility in the Trident Principality, Margrave was a fairly high position. It wasn't a rank she would ever introduce with and so forth, but going by Rinya's values, it was no more than a simple title. Oh. I feel like you were an adventurer back when we met a while ago. So you got ahead in life, eh? Before I realized, I guess. It's nothing I wished for, though. The majority of people can't actually obtain what they wish for, Rona reflexively muttered, but neither Rinya nor Killy had apparently heard her. By the way, about that fish, want some? I'll share what has been given to me, okay? It's a fairly greasy gilbatuin. That seemed to be the name of the fish. On top of it being rotund and fat, it was almost half as tall as Rinya. Moreover, the scent it gave off as it was being grilled splendidly whetted Rinya's appetite. Since he was told by her that she would share some of it with him, Rinya had no reason to reject her offer. Then I shall take you up on that offer. Rinya confirmed. Wait a moment, you two. Rona stopped Rinya and Killy, who were about to sit down together on the stone paving next to the fire, in a panic. Once both of them looked at her curiously while simultaneously asking, "Is something wrong?" Rona faltered for an instant as if she had been mentally overpowered by them, but apparently recalling what she had to tell them right away, she lifted her voice, and pressed the two for an answer with, "You're going to eat in such a place? Eh? That's bad. If we don't eat it while it's still fresh, it will be rude to the grilled fish, right?" Rona was on the verge of spontaneously squatting down on the spot as she was at her wit's end because of their replies, but she immediately pulled herself together, and pressed the two for an answer once more. "In the first place, hasn't it been written that fishing is prohibited here? Isn't it all right as long as we all stay quiet about it, seeing as we weren't caught by that kachural or whatever? That's something you couldn't have known in advance." Once he was clearly shot down, even Rinya couldn't rebut her since she was speaking the truth. Rinya-san, it's done, you know. It looks good for eating. Here, have a plate. Sorry. I will gratefully accept it. Listen to what I'm telling you. Rona was about to impulsively launch her divine arts at the fire grilling the fish, but she desisted at the last moment. She stopped herself because she knew that she would definitely piss off Rinya if she did something like that. Rinya was a person where she couldn't tell what kind of revenge she would have to suffer, if she were to spoil the grilled fish prepared while using fresh ingredients. If you're this angry, Rona, would you be satisfied with tossing her into the ocean as it's written on the message board? That's, whatever the circumstances might be, Rona couldn't demand such a thing. She might survive this if she were to immediately get back to shore, but the instant Killy is sensed by the Kachural, it would spell her death sentence. Certainly she should be condemned for having fished in an area where it was prohibited to do so, but it was difficult to tell her to die in a situation where nothing had happened, just because it was a rule. Now, LNAudioBooks-san. Eat some fish with us. Who's LNAudioBooks-san here? I have a proper name. It's Rona. Rona-san, eh? Nice to meet you. Once she saw Killy's broad grin, Rona couldn't say anything further anymore. She sat down next to Rinya, and silently accepted the plate with the grilled fish held out to her by Killy. When she stabbed the fish slice with the fork that had been provided alongside the plate, the considerable elasticity of the fish meat forced the fork's tip back. Hence she pierced through the skin by putting a bit of strength into it, and lifted up the freshly grilled slice. The steam rising from it carried a light aroma of grilled soy sauce. Rona slowly bit into the slice. It's delicious. Next to Rona, who voiced out such an impression, Rinya was silently transporting slices of the fish into his mouth. Those oily fish slices seemed to agree with Rinya's taste. Killy placed one slice after the other on the net, and as soon as they got roasted, every single of them was wolfed down by Rinya and Killy. Even Rona ate 2-3 slices because of their deliciousness, but since they were quite oily, she started to feel somewhat full after eating that many. You two are amazing. Rona, who put down her plate, muttered as she watched the two still wolfing down the food. Hearing that, Killy answered while looking slightly disappointed, since it's a tasty fish, I can eat as much as I like. But, the taste falls behind a bit, I'd say. Compared to what? Rinya asked while stopping his hands. Rinya almost never compromised and was always interested when it came to matters of food. The one I had aimed for is a fish called gultian. It's somewhat smaller compared to a silver, but it has a faintly golden shining patch on its back, and its oil will turn into a syrupy, first-rate quality if you heat it up a bit. If you just sprinkle some salt on the fish and grill it, you can sell it for several gold coins in any bigger city. It's a fish you will hardly ever find on fish markets, as it's believed that you can only find it in areas of the oceans where you can't sail out with a ship, like this place here. It's that delicious? Rinya asked and turned his eyes towards the sea. Rona suddenly had a very bad premonition, but she had no means to stop Killy's explanation. Well, of course. Only once, when I made a killing with a deal, I happened to eat it as a celebration. Its aroma and texture were great. It had a flavor completely justifying to be called a high-class item. Since I ate it in an inland city, it was already slightly old, and I had no choice but to grill it while strengthening the fire, but it looks like it's possible to even eat it raw. Killy continued further with an enthralled expression. Its oil melted at body temperature, and its texture was similar to that of a bellbud. Its umami overflowed when you bit into it. Even when it slid down the throat, it felt pleasant. Such fish can be found in this area of the sea. Seems so. It's only sometimes, but there are cases where it will be washed up at beaches after being nibbled on by other fish. Since no boats sail out and as there are no anglers either, these areas can be considered like heaven to fish. How far away from the wharf is it? Rinya started to unbutton his tunic. Once he quickly tossed the tunic in front of Rona, who stared at him with wide-open eyes for some reason while being driven by the thought, "Don't tell me." He readily took off the shirt below as well, exposing his naked upper body. Contrary to the expectation that his body might be quite trained, it didn't look as though it was trained to such an extent that it was plastered with muscles. I cast my fishing hook thinking it's not that far away from here, since it seems that the sea becomes quite deep right away once you move away from the wharf a bit. I've been taken lightly by the fish since there's usually no danger of them being caught. I see. Rinya folded his clothes neatly, entrusted them to Rona, who was staring at him without even blinking, and then took off his boots next, becoming barefooted. He drew something by sliding his finger across the stone paving, where he had sat, pinched the paving's surface, and pulled it up as if he were manipulating clay. By just doing that, he was able to pull out a harpoon from within the stone paving. Combining the alchemy previously shown to him by Emil and Emidra's sorcery knowledge, Rinya created a stone spear through adjusted alchemy. But as neither Kili nor Rona seemed to possess any knowledge in that field, they were surprised by the sudden appearance of the stone spear. "Rinya, just what?" Rona felt compelled to ask, even though she could somewhat predict the answer she would receive. And Rinya confirmed Rona's prediction by giving her the answer she had anticipated: "I will go diving for a bit to catch fish." No, wait. Why, you mustn't. I mean, this place is, if you're going to say that I will be thrown into the ocean if I fish here, it will be impossible to blame me if I jump into the ocean to begin with, right? What's with that absurd logic? Rona's brain started to freeze, but forcibly pulling herself back to reality, she yelled at Rinya's back as he continued walking across the stone paving with bare feet, "Don't do it, Rinya. Even if it's you, the Kachural will. I think it'll be alright as long as I don't provoke it. If it proves impossible, I will escape." Lightly waving his hand, Rinya said without any concern, and kicked off the wharf's edge. Rona, who saw him vanish into the sea after creating a water spray, pondered whether she should wait here or request help by calling other people. "Let's wait while making sure the fire doesn't go out." "You sure say that without any sense of danger?" Upon Kili's proposal, Rona glared at her while even putting bloodthirst into her gaze, but Kili folded her arms and tilted her head to the side without any indication that she minded it or was concerned. "Even if you tell me that, it's not like I can jump into the sea to chase after him. Even if we were to call for someone, it's already beyond help." "That's certainly true. Thus, don't you think it's more constructive to be ready so that Rinya-san can warm himself by the fire once he gets back? Or, are you going to jump in after him, Rona-san?" "Personally, I think a picture of you being attacked by tentacles would be very popular." "What are you expecting there?" Kili started to rummage through the pouch hanging at her waist, muttering, "In that case I have a magic filming tool." Because Rona had gone out with the intention of strolling around town with Rinya, she didn't have a weapon at hand. While firmly enduring the urge to pummel the crown of Kiliol's head with her beloved mace, assuming she had it with her, she continued fixedly gazing at the waves into which Rinya's figure had completely disappeared. Rinya's first thought after he jumped into the sea was regarding the water's clarity. Just as Kili had said, the sea became deep shortly after he distanced himself from the wharf. Going by Rinya's estimation, the ocean was around a dozen meters deep here, but the degree of water clearness was so high that he could actually see the stones scattered at the bottom of the sea. Unintentionally being mesmerized by that sight, he almost let out a sigh of admiration. But no matter how much Rinya might be outside the norm in this world, even he couldn't hold his breath underwater for an extended period of time. Upon realizing this, he picked water pressure reduction, and, securing breath, from among the spells he received from Imidra, and cast them on himself. Once he shifted his attention towards his vicinity again after having alleviated his concerns about possibly suffocating. The ocean water's clearness still stood out the most. Rinya didn't know about it, but on top of there being very few elements that would pollute the water in this world, coastland cities paid very close attention about polluted water not being directed into the ocean, as it would very likely incur the rage of the Kachural, resulting in the destruction of not only the pollution source but also that of the city. These were the reasons the ocean water was so clean in this world. It was obvious from the fact that the water quality preservation costs were included in the budgets of any coastal country. Every country had been racking its brain every year about how to secure the budget, which had increased to a considerable amount of money, but following the common perception that it was far better to pay more than losing several cities to the wrathful rampage of the Kachural, this budget was never cut down in any way. And even the occasional corrupt bureaucrat, who embezzled public funds, never touched this budget. Probably as a consequence of all this, the ocean, which was maintaining a high level of transparency, allowed Rinya to watch the fish swim leisurely within, but at the same time, he could observe things he didn't really want to see. Those were the remains of sunken boats. Seafood, which could only be caught in restricted regions of the ocean, was a high-class ingredient that could be sold for a fairly decent price. The stream of people setting out on boats in hopes of getting rich quickly apparently never died out. It's not like they were always attacked by the Kachural just because they set out with a ship, if it was at the level of a small boat. That fact spurred on the people even further, but either way, the sunken shipwrecks covered a wide range, from old, worn-down remains to fairly new ones. Rinya was cautious, wondering whether crew members of those wrecks might still be around by some chance, but fortunately, as far as Rinya could see, there were none to be found. Had they been washed away by the ocean current? Or had they been taken away by something else? As Rinya was diving, he didn't feel a strong tidal current that would carry his body away at present. In that case, the latter must have been the case here, Rinya judged. And as if confirming his judgment, those suddenly appeared from within the gaps between the stones on the ocean's floor. They were greenish, transparent tentacles with the length and thickness of around an adult's arm. As if they were seaweed or something else, the tentacles started to slowly sway within the ocean. And, as if being in concert with each other, one tentacle after the other appeared from the ocean's bottom and the remains of the boats, starting to shake their bodies. Rinya stopped moving due to the extremely abnormal spectacle. Those really give me the creeps. Watching the flock of tentacles fully covering the ocean's floor and filling his visual field in a flash, Rinya couldn't help but instinctively feel disgust. And yet, even as he watched the tentacles for a while, they only swayed grossly, and made no effort to approach, or to go even further, attack Rinya as he swam. While watching them, Rinya even grew accustomed to his feeling of disgust, and decided to expel the flock of tentacles from his mind for the time being to focus on searching for the fish he was aiming for. The only thing he knew about his target fish were their name, Goldhyun, but if Killy's explanation was correct, he just had to look for fish that were smaller than the fish Killy had reeled in, had a similar appearance, and a golden patch on their belly. Found them. They were quite far away from Rinya, but Rinya's eyes spotted a swarm of fish that looked just like he had imagined them. At once he tried to swim close to them, but naturally there was a remarkable difference in swimming speed between a man and fish. Moreover, probably because they were fish with a considerable size, the swarm of Goldhyun easily took distance from Rinya as he was chasing after them by powerfully swinging their fins. Even if Rinya swam at full power, it would be impossible for him to catch up with the speed of fish, But what made matters worse was that he was holding a stone spear in his hand. That fact lowered Rinya's swimming speed even further, but it wasn't as though he could simply toss it away because it was a hindrance. After all, he would have to catch the fish with his bare hands if he were to do so. Rinya continued to pointless struggle for a short while, but after comprehending that he would very likely never catch up like this, he thought about it for a moment, and then started to activate his third spell. It was a high-handed method of accelerating himself by using manipulation on the water around him. He had considered cladding his body in wind just like when he flew in the sky with wind sorcery, but as it was obvious that he would block his line of sight with all the bubbles rising up if he clad his body in wind underwater, he swiftly gave up on that notion. While manipulating the water flow around him so as to head towards the fish swarm, Rinya, who sped up all of a sudden, caught up with the fish speed and plunged into the swarm. The Goltian swarm started to escape by scattering in all directions in order to avoid Rinya, but Rinya's eyes and arm immediately captured one fish, which was the closest to him, as it was late in escaping. The stone spearhead, which Rinya thrust out while using the speed of his charge, penetrated the head of the straggler without erring in its aim. Fish blood rapidly spread underwater. Rinya tried to pull the fish he had just stabbed with his spear to himself while watching the other fish scrambling to get away. The fish, which had just been stabbed, smoothly slid off the spear and sank down towards the bottom. While immediately understanding that the reason the fish slid off was the lack of barbs on the spear, Rinya was about to chase after its sinking body to recover it, but then noticed that something slender and semi-transparent coiled itself around the tail fin of the fish. Those are, given that the tentacles that appeared in swarms from the ocean's floor were around the size of an adult arm, Rinya believed all of them to be like this, but this was apparently a false assumption. There existed a lot thinner around the thickness of his pinky finger and far longer tentacles, too. Those had snatched the prey Rinya killed as bystanders. Of course, Rinya was not one to let such a steal pass by while remaining silent about it. Right away he pursued the fish that had been stolen, put his arm around its body as if to carry it beneath his armpit, and severed the tentacles coiling around the fish tail fin by swinging his spear. No matter how outrageous of a being the Kachural might be, the tentacles with the thickness of a little finger apparently didn't possess outlandish strength. Severed by one swing of the spear, the tentacles lost their strength, got disconnected from the tail fin, and dropped towards the sea ground. Rinya tried to resurface immediately while carrying the fish under his arms without even watching the fate of the tentacles he cut, but his body got stopped as if being pulled by something which didn't allow him to surface. This is constricting me, I think. With his upper body naked, Rinya felt something touching his right shoulder. Faster than Rinya could realize, that tentacle had pinned down his shoulder after approaching him from behind while he was preoccupied with the stolen fish. Rinya's body was dragged down with a speed that couldn't be compared at all with the speed at which the fish had been pulled down towards the ocean's floor. Once Rinya was slapped against the ocean's floor without any decrease in speed, he reflexively let bubbles escape from his mouth. The impact was so strong that he would have likely suffered heavy injuries if he had hit the ground defenselessly, but Rinya managed to protect himself with sorcery at the nick of time. While watching the ground collapse and pebbles scatter due to the impact, he swiftly stored the fish under his armpit into his inventory. It was an act of him believing that he must escape while taking the fish along with him at the very least, but other people would have likely wondered just what this person was doing in the middle of an emergency situation. Furthermore, he carelessly threw away the stone spear in his hand. No matter how he considered it, it was far too meager a weapon to take on the Kachural, and he couldn't believe at all that it would be of any use to get the job done. Before I rely on something like that, I should use another method while keeping my hands free, Rinya judged. He tore off the tentacle tightly clinging to his shoulder with all his might. Once he looked closely at it, the tentacle's surface was densely packed with small suction pads. Those had been apparently sticking to Rinya's shoulder while he was struck against the ground. It looks like there will be traces left on my skin since they clung to my shoulder quite tightly, Rinya carefully pondered, but while he was tearing off the tentacle that had been clinging to his shoulder, another tentacle twined itself around Rinya's right ankle next. As he was about to tear off the one at his ankle while clicking his tongue, another tentacle stuck to his back, and while he was trying to get that one off, yet another tentacle coiled around his legs. These guys, even more so than the strength of the tentacles themselves and their suction power, their large numbers posed the biggest problem. While Rinya was removing one, several other tentacles stuck to his body or coiled around it. Because of that, he wouldn't be able to escape from here no matter how much time passed. Thanks to his sorcery, he didn't need to fear suffocation, but he could expect to run out of breath after running out of mana, or otherwise, before that, being strangled to death after having so many tentacles twine around his body that he wouldn't be able to do anything, while he was struggling like this. Moreover, if Rinya was only a little bit late in dealing with the Kachural's tentacles, they would immediately aim for its neck, trying to coil a tentacle around it. Even if Rinya's mana and stamina were endless due to super recovery, only death would await him if his neck were to be broken. Rinya possessed enough strength so that his neck wouldn't be broken so easily, but if countless tentacles were to coil around him and overpower him with their sheer numbers, it was hard to say that he couldn't lose the competition. I will do it, in one go. Rinya's irritation steadily grew at the tenacity of the tentacles which he couldn't keep away, even though he would leave right away if they would just let him go, and finally shifted towards counter-attacking. He shook off one tentacle, which had reached out for his neck, with his hand, seized it with both hands, and bit into it just like that. For a moment, the many tentacles trying to coil around Rinya's body froze. While watching that, Rinya completely ripped out a bite-sized chunk of the tentacle's flesh while maintaining his hold on it so that it wouldn't get away, and started to chew the meat in his mouth. This is quite good. Rinya had considered the possibility that he wouldn't be able to bite it off, but unexpectedly he could do so quite easily. As he was chewing the meat while rolling it around inside his mouth, the consistency he sensed was completely different from what he had anticipated. At first Rinya had considered the Kachural to be some kind of huge octopus or squid. He had wondered whether the taste and consistency of its meat wouldn't be something closely resembling those two, but now that he had actually tried it, the Kachural's meat had a crunchy texture, a fairly normal taste, and almost no smell either. Naturally, he also considered the possibility of there being poison in it. But Rinya had the skill, healthy body. He believed that it was simply impossible for him to die, even if it was a fairly strong poison, but there were no signs of the meat containing any in the first place. He took yet another bite of the tentacle in his hands. The taste spreading in his mouth alongside a faint saltiness felt as far as Rinya knew kind of like having thrown together jellyfish and chicken gristle and taken the average of both. It wasn't a bad taste. Rather, it could be called a good ingredient to eat while enjoying its consistency. There's so much of it around me. It probably won't pose a problem even if I collect some of it. Rinya, who had happened across this unexpected food after having dived into the ocean to catch delicious fish, looked towards the tentacles surrounding him. There wasn't a shred of his previous irritation left on his expression any longer. Rather, he even emanated an aura of happily welcoming the tentacles which had come gathering around him. At that moment, it wasn't clear just what the Katural's main body thought as it remained below the continent's central part, in the far distance. However, it was a doubtless fact that the Katural, which had until then one-sidedly preyed upon others, completely changed, shifting towards the side of being preyed upon. For the Katural, the part bitten off by Rinyu was no more than a tiny fragment of its whole body, but it was questionable just how much of a shock it must have been for a being that always preyed upon others to suddenly become the target of a predator. That was something no one could answer, but the level of shock the Katural received might been somewhat guessable from the tentacle's behavior, which had been altogether devoted to gathering around Rinyu, suddenly being pulled back. However, you could say that the Katural, which had solely focused on hunting others so far, was far too slow in making the decision to run away. The tentacles, which it tried to pull back, were successively cut apart while showing clean cross-sections, and drifted in the sea. Rinyu quickly gathered these severed pieces. Without anyone noticing, his right hand was grasping a sharp, silver shining katana even while being in the ocean. Even raw they are great, so I'm quite interested in how they'll taste after grilling them. Besides, they should definitely be suitable for pickling. I feel like this is an ingredient that could even be used even for desserts, as it could be sweet depending on the location of the catch. Rinyu wasn't absolutely sure, but he had a hunch that it would also work as an analeptic. He couldn't say anything definite unless he had Emil analyze it, but if his thoughts, which were based on his perception when he ate it, weren't wrong, it might become useful as edible medicine. I have to catch as much as possible. After beating the tentacles which were late in escaping, he struck his mana at the tentacles trying to escape by diving into the ground or behind rocks, blew them up alongside the bedrock, and captured them. When they appeared, there were so many tentacles that they covered the ocean's ground. It wasn't an amount he could fully exhaust, no matter how many he took. And yet, he tossed every single tentacle he captured into his inventory, and as the tentacles in there continuously and steadily gained in quantity, Rinyu's face unintentionally broke into a wide smile. Then he started to gouge out the ocean's floor in order to secure an even larger amount and blew away the wrecks of the sunken ships. Chasing the escaping tentacles and chopping them up, discovering even more thick tentacles by digging them out at the ocean's floor and chopping them up, and in between, chasing around Goldtian swarms, his initial objective, for a bit, trying to catch several of them. Rinyu, who enjoyed fishing to his heart's content, stuffed his inventory with so much seafood that he felt slightly uneasy about its capacity, and thus swam back to the wharf. When he arrived at the wharf, Rinyu stored his katana into his inventory and tried to pull himself up after placing his hands at the wharf's edge, but he stopped moving for a moment due to the spectacle unfolding on the other side of the wharf. The first thing he saw was a group of fully armed soldiers as far as the eye could see. Although they were unsure about how to proceed, the sight of them surrounding the wharf, where Rinyu was trying to pull himself up, with their long swords and spears at the ready, was so abnormal that it caused Rinyu to wonder just what might have happened. What he saw next were Rona and Killy sitting around the fire just as before. They were continuing to grill the remaining fish slices on the net, but they were surrounded by soldiers for no apparent reason. They completely looked like criminals, and the looks the two were sending Rinyu somehow made him feel as if they were blaming him for something. Nearby, one could see Shin, who was looking in Rinyu's direction with gleaming eyes for some reason, and Emil, who was also looking at him with gleaming eyes but in a somewhat different meaning than Shin's, a dangerous glint to be precise. Those two weren't surrounded by the soldiers, but instead Baron Gordonal stood stock still next to them while folding his arms and making a bitter expression. Looking even further into the distance, Rinya could sporadically see the figures of town residents, who were watching the situation with frightened expressions, beyond the soldiers. Rinya kept hanging at the wharf as if doing a pull-up exercise, thinking about the situation he had swum into. What's going on? Not being able to reach a conclusion after thinking it over, Rinya asked no one in particular. He did such a thing hoping that someone that understood the current situation would give him an answer, but the one who replied the quickest here was surprisingly Shin. Rinya in the nude. Quite a few soldiers fell over, dropping their weapons. Killy gazed at Shin as if looking at some kind of disappointing existence. On the other hand, Rona slightly blushed and stared at the ground. Rinya nimbly removed his right hand from the wharf's edge, and scratched his cheek with the now free hand while holding his body up with just the left hand. You know, that's not the answer I'm looking for, come to think of it. Rona also stared at me intently when I was undressing, wasn't she? Rinya recalled. For an instant Rinya wondered what might be so interesting about seeing a nude man, but then he changed his mind as it might not be unusual for women to get excited when looking at a nude man, seeing as men would get excited when seeing a nude woman. Welcome back, Rinya. Did you catch anything unusual? Emil asked with shining eyes, but that wasn't an explanation of the current situation either. Saying that Emil seemed to put more importance on her research than naked men was not wrong, but for Rinya that information had no use. Leaving that aside, an explanation of the current situation. As if saying that she had just noticed, Emil looked at the soldiers around her, and the town's residents in the distance. Emil, who had spent a good chunk of time surveying her vicinity, thought for a moment afterwards, and asked Rinya with a smile plastered all over her face, should I raise them? Stop it, while thinking that it was only natural for the surrounding people to look startled, Rinya pulled his body out of the water using only one hand and sat down at the edge of the wharf. It was a line he would usually interpret as a joke, but since Emil was actually serious, he had to tread carefully. If Rinya were to say yes to her question for argument's sake, it would really lead to a one-sided massacre. Even Rinya didn't have the hobby of meaninglessly turning an innocent city into a bloody hell. So, what about the explanation? Look Rinya, if two beautiful girls are grilling fish over a fire at a plaza close to the wharf early in the morning, the soldiers on patrol would come and have a look at what's going on, don't you think? Being introduced as beautiful girls, Rona lowered her gaze even further, whereas Killy acted strangely bashful. Given that there was no particular protest towards the way they were introduced, Rinya urged Emil to continue. And once they were questioned by the guards, wasn't there an idiot that jumped into the ocean by himself? Well, there are some things I'd like to say about that, but I can accept such an evaluation, if absolutely necessary. In reality, Rinya had intended to explain that he hadn't done anything that justified calling him an idiot, but in Emil's eyes his actions were extremely stupid, and in the eyes of the soldiers and residents idiot was too soft an expression. The difference in perception in this area could be allotted to the difference in power and respective position. Afterwards it soon turned into a huge uproar. It would have been fine if the idiot were to die all by himself, but since it would turn into a disaster if something went wrong, causing the cachural to get angry, the soldiers from all over town were pulled together, and now we have this mess here. Hearing that it was you who apparently jumped into the water, Shin and I quickly came running over along with the Baron. On top of that, Rinya, Shin, who was breathing roughly in a rather questionable way, got close to Rinya with her eyes still glued to his chest. Somehow Rinya could feel something like a danger aimed at his body, but since he would have no other option but to jump back into the ocean if he were to try escaping, he forced himself to resist the urge to flee. Once everyone had gathered, explosions could suddenly be heard from within the ocean. Things that somehow looked like tentacles could also be seen moving around in a great hurry, and columns of water were repeatedly shot into the air. Don't you think that those watching such events would fall into great turmoil? Being told so, Rinya turned his eyes towards the horizon. He hadn't cared about it at all while diving, but certainly, when he was chasing the Kachural around, the tentacles did break through the water surface sometimes, and when he blew up the ocean's ground, he felt like a considerable amount of water was driven upwards. However, he hadn't considered how it would appear when seen from the town. I'm terribly sorry. No, I mean, I don't give a flying damn about it. So, what did you catch, Rinya? When asked like that, even Rinya had no other choice but to show his spoils. He opened his inventory, chose a relatively small amount from the catch within, and pulled it out. Watching a motionless tentacle the size of a child's arm suddenly appear in Rinya's palm, screams were audible and a commotion took place. This is an auxiliary arm of the Kachural, isn't it? Emil asked. Probably. I've never seen a master arm, so I can't say which it is. What are you going to do with this? Contrary to their surroundings which had drawn back, Shin brought her face close to Rinya's hand with keen interest. Rinya had been slightly worried that it might grow from where it had been cut or stay alive for a while even after being detached from its main body, but even after leaving it alone for some time, it didn't show any signs of doing such things. Therefore, Rinya didn't caution Shin when she started to poke the severed end of the tentacle with her fingertip. I tried to bite it, and it was actually quite delicious. You ate it? Rinya nodded at the surprised Shin. Rinya also noticed that the faces of the soldiers, who overheard their conversation, froze, very likely out of fear, but he decided that there wouldn't be any point in worrying about it. He decided to leave it alone because he believed that eating marine products raw was probably going to be very difficult to explain to this world's residents. Even in my former world, countries other than Japan didn't really have a passion for raw marine products, hence there's no way that residents of a completely different world would be able to understand, Rinya judged. It has a crunchy consistency and a faintly salty taste. It's a fairly interesting ingredient, I'd say. Is that so? Rinya, obviously you're going to share several of them with me, right? For research purposes. You won't eat them. I'm not really eager to do so, but well, there's something I want you to look at as well. For Rinya, who only perceived the tentacles as foodstuff, Emil's request to give her some of it as research material wasn't something he was keen on. However, as he wanted her to look at something else he had stuffed into his inventory, Rinya resolved himself to hand over several Kachural tentacles as a sort of payment. Something you want me to look at? I wonder what it is. Wait, this isn't slimy, it's squishy, though. Emil was the owner of a void storage and thus she gleefully stored several tentacles, which Rinya had taken out of his inventory, into her own storage. At the same time Rinya retrieved the object he wanted Emil to look at. The thing Rinya wanted Emil to look at were undersea stones that got broken and scattered about when Rinya was attacking the Kachural's tentacles with slashes and magic while trying to capture more tentacles. In certain areas of the stone's surfaces, where small barnacle-like shells or some types of seaweeds completely unknown to Rinya should be clinging, there was nothing, but what Rinya worried the most were the fractured surface areas that were exposed for the first time when he broke them. Look, the surface over here has a somewhat metallic shine. Let me see. After she finished putting away her share of tentacles, Emil brought her face close to the part of the stone Rinya was pointing at. Killy, who had drawn near without them noticing, brought her face close as well. Assuming it's an ore, it seems to be one with fairly high purity. Well, from what I can see, it might be possible to get the metal by simply throwing it into a furnace after crushing it enough. Maybe. Emil stared at the cross-section of the stone for a while, but apparently having suddenly hit upon some kind of idea, she let a finger run across the stone's cross-section. As if tracing Emil's finger, something that seemed like characters were depicted on the stone, solidifying into real characters while radiating. Rinya, mana. You can use your own, just hurry it up. You've reached the point where you can use alchemy, right? Emil had a massive amount of mana when compared to a normal person, but if compared to Rinya, who had an almost infinite amount, using Rinya's mana would doubtlessly be more cost-efficient. Rinya, who poured mana into the characters drawn by Emil while thinking that it really was something she could have activated by herself, showed a faint expression of surprise as he felt mana being drawn out from within his body. After all, it was decisively more mana than he had expected. As Rinya continued to provide mana while feeling slightly tired, the light of the characters slowly gained in intensity. Before long, the characters themselves started to smoothly flow down from the stone's surface onto Emil's palm, who had just waited for them. When all characters had trickled down, only a simple stone without any metallic glitter was left behind. On the other hand, Emil, who had caught all the characters with her palm, lightly clutched her hand once, and when she opened it again, silver clods the size of gravel grains could be seen on her palm. That just now was the alchemy spell, Refine, just so you know. Emil explained. A technique that will make any smith cry, I'm sure. So, what are those small grains? Yeah, well, until I tried refining them, I wasn't confident either. Emil looked at the silver grains atop her palm while lightly rolling them around, and then made eye contact with Killy, who was peeking at Emil's palm. Who are you? Oh, sorry, I'm the peddler Killy. I did business with Rinya a little while ago. Ah, okay. What do these look like to you? Killy folded her arms and made a brooding face after being asked so by Emil. I tried to appraise them, but, although I don't know why, I grasped that they are ores. However, my understanding doesn't reach as far as grasping what kind of ore it is. Rinya remembered that he had received such a skill as well, although he felt as if it had been a very, very long time ago. He had tried to appraise the grains before relying on others, but probably because his own knowledge was too lacking, the appraisal's result was limited to no more than, result, metal ore. As long as there's no discrepancy in the analysis, I assume that it's orichalcum from its appearance. Killy said. You sure got good eyes. I have the same opinion. Emil confirmed. Orichalcum? Rinya asked by parroting the word he had never heard before, but the reactions in his surroundings were completely different. Starting with the Baron, all officials of the Gordonal barony showed visible changes on their expressions. Rona and Shen looked at Emil with expressions that revealed that they were slightly taken aback, but Emil and Killy, who had voiced out the metal's name, remained calm without any particular change to their expressions. Orichalcum was the name of a metal. It was as rare as mithril, which was mostly monopolized by the elves. It was a metal famous in this world for its abnormal hardness and durability, even more so than for the beauty of its silver shine. Only its name was renowned, but most humans wouldn't get to see the real thing even once in their lives. It had a value that could be exchanged between people who knew of its worth, for twice its weight in gold. That's how precious a metal it is. Because it requires a high level of skill on top of an extremely long time and a lot of effort to process and refine. It is also known as a troublesome metal that would turn into useless scraps depending on the skill of the craftsman working with it. It's not wrong for me to say that it's a somewhat amazing metal, right? Rinya asked to make sure after receiving an explanation about orichalcum. In response, Emil bobbed her head with a nod. At least it's such an amazing metal that it made the Baron's expression change. Somehow it doesn't sound like it's anything worthwhile if you phrase it like that. Alright, I forgot you were a Margrave, Rinya. Emil laughed with an ah ha ha ha. The Baron and his soldiers had begun to remove the unnecessary soldiers and residents in the vicinity. In the end, the Baron and his retainers didn't know what to do with Rinya, who safely returned after jumping into the sea just as he had said at the beginning. Above all, it's not like it was luck that kept him safe after jumping into the ocean. He properly returned after hunting the Kachural. The reason fishing in the sea is banned. Margrave Dornot, please restrain yourself a bit. The Baron couldn't do anything besides saying this with an extremely exhausted voice. Being told so, it wasn't as if Rinya didn't feel slightly guilty about it, but beyond that, he was actually more concerned about processing his catch first. I think I'll leave dealing with this orichalcum or whatever for later. Rinya. That's actually a top quality item as a metal that can be processed by humans, and a priceless treasure as a military material. If you don't handle it right, it's very likely capable of throwing the continent's military balance into chaos. Certainly, it's a metal that requires a lot of time and effort. Moreover, it's unusable as a raw material unless you handed it to a capable craftsman with a high skill, but it's also a material which becomes more rewarding the more effort you put into it. It would be possible to create weapons boasting such high performance that any comparison with armies only using iron and steel would be considered a bad joke. Just by knowing this fact, one could tell that it should be handled delicately, but Rinya's handling of the orichalcum could be described as crude. Given that it would become impossible for Rinya to play dumb by saying that he hadn't heard anything about this later on as long as she told him in advance, even though she believed it might be pointless to do so, Rona gave him a retort while explaining, but Rinya's reply was curt. Isn't it fine for them to do as they like as long as they can retrieve it from the bottom of the ocean? That's impossible. They will die. Rona bluntly said, as if making it clear that no one besides Rinya would be able to swim around in such a dangerous sea. Without being surprised, Rinya nodded, and answered, then there's no problem, is there? One could tell from Rinya's words that he didn't think it was necessary to worry about the matter, regardless of how valuable the metal is, as long as he was the only one able to obtain it, even if it was extremely dangerous. And since this was the truth, no one could object either. There's something more important than that. More important despite the metal being such a crucial topic. For me this is more important. Despite being surrounded by soldiers, Killy continued to maintain her fire without minding the looks of the town's residents at all. Round slices of the Kachural's tentacles and slices of the Golchun, which Rinya had just caught, were being grilled on top of the wire netting placed above the fire while scattering a fragrant aroma all around with a sizzling sound, whetting everyone's appetite. The tentacles and the Golchun were being grilled with some salt sprinkled on them, but the fragrance coming from the Golchun's roasted oil was mesmerizing, and the grilling aroma of the Kachural's tentacles was contrary to its appearance, filled with the smell of salt, bringing about a scent that spurred on the saliva in everyone's mouths. Thinking that he might as well eat it raw, Rinya cut it into thin slices and placed it on a plate along with some soy sauce. It was a raw dish, and as a result, it managed to keep others at a distance, but since Rinya told her to try it since it's delicious, Shin readily went for it. Because the grilled ones were already available, the other members were only interested in those, and didn't go for the raw fish. Shin, who went for it after being told to do so by Rinya, had slowly extended her hand for the initial and the second portion, seemingly thinking that raw seafood isn't half bad after tasting it. But now she was stabbing the raw slices with her fork and taking it off of Rinya's plate on her own without being offered any by Rinya, quickly dipping it in soy sauce, and stuffing it into her already swelling mouth. So it was about eating, after all. Well, yeah. So, in regards to this matter, I think I'll completely hunt down the Kachural in this area of the ocean first. What? Rona said something silly while feeling that she misheard. While stabbing her fork into a grilled fish slice, Emil said with a serious look, "That makes sense. What a wonderful idea." Wait a moment. Rona was surprised at Emil easily agreeing with Rinya. Baron Gordonal had apparently heard Rinya's words while organizing the soldiers' withdrawal, and turned towards Rinya with a cramped face. What's so surprising? Seeing as the Kachural is here, you can't fish in this area of the ocean. Hence, is there any other method besides exterminating it? That's certainly true, but although you talk about exterminating, it isn't such an easy matter. The opponent was a creature so large that it occupied almost all of the world's oceans. No matter how much Rinya could one-sidedly hunt the Kachural, the Gordonal barony was but a tiny fragment when compared to all the oceans combined. Even if he were to hunt the Kachural's arms in this barony, Rona couldn't believe in the slightest that he would manage to hunt it down completely. More or less, it seems to possess some intelligence. It ran away when I started to hunt it. That's why it will sooner or later understand that this area of the ocean is dangerous if I keep hunting it determinedly. No. That's not really, it doesn't, sound like a very realistic plan. Killy interjected while bringing a piping hot, grilled fish slice to her mouth. Killy, who was shrewdly watching over the portioning while preparing the fish and tentacles that Rinya spit out of his inventory, continued after swallowing down the slice in her mouth. The Kachural's intelligence isn't all that high. Above all, the damage taken by the Kachural in this area is no more than chipping off a bit from its toes. That's why I can't believe that it will consider it a danger, no matter how many tentacles you cut off, you know. So it's no good if I don't fight its main body after all, huh? No. Please refrain from fighting its main body. That will actually spell the destruction of all continents. The Kachural's main body was said to exist in the space between the continents and the bottom of the world. It was unknown what kind of calamities would befall the continents which were located on top of its body, if the main body of such a creature were to thrash about after being provoked. At worst, it was possible that most of the continents would sink into the ocean. What are you telling me to do then? I want to tell you to give it a rest, but that's probably impossible, isn't it? Killy separated her eyes from the fire with an expression that made it clear that she was reluctant to do so. While being watched by the others who wondered just what she was planning to start here, Killy briskly stepped up to the edge of the wharf without any kind of enthusiasm, suddenly closed her eyes, and thrust her arms into the sky. "O ocean demon, O great ocean demon, thou shalt wait dreaming in this house of thine dreamland, one hey, wait a moment." Rinya, who went behind Killy who had started to make some kind of speech towards the sea, delivered a frontal kick at Killy's waist area. His kick slightly veered off target, and struck Killy's tailbone. Killy, who raised a weird yelp after being surprised by the kick and where she was kicked, had the misfortune of standing at the wharf's edge, and thus she fell into the sea with a splash. The act of kicking someone down into the ocean where the Kachural dwelt was quite likely a death sentence. The air in the vicinity froze, but the perpetrator, who had kicked her down, and the victim remained calm. "Rinya-san, even if I might be a nice woman, I don't think that that's any reason to forcibly make me sopping wet with water." Killy was completely submerged once, but she immediately rose to the surface, and reproachfully looked at Rinya, who was brazenly standing on the wharf. Even that look of hers didn't perturb Rinya at all. "Just when I was wondering what you were starting there," a phrase that sounded like something I have heard somewhere before. "That's of course because I thought I would summon the Kachural itself," Killy declared indifferently, but the reaction by the gallery was tremendous. Almost everyone except for Rinya distanced themselves from the wharf in a panic. For it to be almost everyone and not everyone was owed to Rona warming herself at the fire, Shin still extending her hands to the grilled fish in silence, and Emil watching the whole chain of events while looking amused. In other words, only Rinya's friends hadn't moved a step from where they were. "Summon the Kachural, you say? Are you sane?" Baron Gordonal, who was at a distance that couldn't be considered running away yet but was still within the range of having retreated somewhat from where he had stood, asked Killy, who still didn't show any signs of getting out of the ocean. "No, I mean, don't you think it's the easiest way for everyone involved to get the main body to come here to tell it about Rinya-san's wish? It might be the easiest way, but I can't believe that it'll be able to understand our intentions." In Rinya's mind, the Kachural hadn't left the region of being considered as an abnormally huge octopus. It was Rinya's belief that it would be impossible to communicate with an octopus, but since this was a different world, he couldn't actually exclude that possibility either. "Don't think that everything is allowed as long as you add the tag because it's a different world to it," Rinya felt. "That puts me at a loss." While placing a finger on her chin, Killy raised her body from the ocean where she had sunken down, and stood up straight. "Ha!" Killy was obviously standing on the water's surface. It was clear to Rinya, who had dived there, but there was no foothold where one could stand. It should be a place with the ocean's floor 10-odd meters below the water's surface. Of course people couldn't stand on water without any kind of support either. In that case, just what is supporting Killy from below, allowing her to stand there? Shin. Rona. Yes. Shin, who was still chewing fish slices, and Rona, who was looking into the far distance for some reason, simultaneously looked in Rinya's direction upon his slightly desperate-sounding voice while being led by the hand and having their heads grabbed by him. Emil, the only one not being pulled along, looked at Rinya unhappily, but immediately after noticing where Rinya was looking, her face cramped up a bit. Once Baron Gordonal and the surrounding soldiers, who noticed that Emil's face had cramped up, followed her eyes, they directly looked into a pair of shining eyes beneath Killy. "New." Baron Gordonal strongly ground his teeth. His eyes widened dramatically and large drops of sweat appeared on his face. Around him, the soldiers feebly sank down to the ground as if their souls had left their bodies. Some soldiers among them started to laugh weakly with empty voices while sitting on the ground. They also carried blank faces as their eyes darted around aimlessly. "Well, I have given up on summoning the Kachural itself." While looking down at her own feet, Killy started to explain with an indifferent tone as if not noticing the terrible spectacle around her. "I guess we should try talking with a kin that can understand us." The water surface under Killy's feet rose slightly. Rinya, who guessed that it was an omen for the something beneath her feet trying to make its appearance above water, shouted in panic, which was unusual for him, "Don't come out! Don't let that thing come out of the water, no matter what! Are you pretending?" As if anyone would put up such a pretense in this situation. While blocking Rona's view, whose face became bright red, and Shin, who looked somewhat happy with his own body to make sure that the two wouldn't see the thing below Killy's feet. Rinya reined in Killy, who had a puzzled expression, with a fairly frantic voice. Translation notes: 1 ph glu amglw nafkshul who arli eganagelfdagn in his house at arliet, dead kshul who waits dreaming. The first thing Rinya did while watching how Killy, who looked like a wet rat, crouched on top of that mysterious something was to take Shin and Rona away from the scene. Rinya himself was completely fine even after looking at that, but going by the state of the surrounding soldiers, Rinya had no guarantee that Shin and Rona would remain okay. If it's something I'm not absolutely sure about, I just have to deal with it as carefully as a coward would, Rinya judged. Leaving myself aside, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if Shin and Rona were to break down. Rinya didn't realize that he naturally excluded Emil from consideration, but Emil did, and as a result she donned a very unhappy expression. However, she thought that she might be wrong since it wasn't clear whether the reason she slipped Rinya's mind was because he forgot about her, or because he believed that Emil would be alright. Either way, Rinya kicked Baron Gordonal's butt, the person accustomed to commanding a large number of people in this place, who had frozen on the spot while clenching his teeth and perspiring so much that the sweat dripped down from his chin, in order to pull him back to reality. Rinya quickly instructed the Baron, who somehow came back to his senses from the impact and pain, to gather the soldiers and return to his mansion while making absolutely sure not to look towards the sea. A pretense, is it? Don't look. Definitely don't look over there. Or rather, aren't you quite calm about this, Baron? Even I don't know what will happen if we don't put a stop to it. Although only faintly, Rinya felt respect towards the Baron for making a joke even at a time like this despite having a completely pale face. Rinya entrusted Shin and Rona to the Baron, telling them to go back with him, but Shin opposed this to some degree. Rinya revealed a troubled smile towards Shin, who insisted that he shouldn't stay back by himself while being fully aware that it was a dangerous situation. Originally, Shin often adopted such speech and conduct when the topic was related to the people of the Trident Principality. I remember that I considered her quite disappointing and dim-witted as far as understanding the situation goes, but whatever the circumstances might be, having someone truly worry about me makes me somehow happy and embarrassed. At any rate, it doesn't really feel that bad despite it being a bit questionable, Rinya ended up feeling. We're friends, aren't we? Shin argued while showing on her face that she didn't feel daunted, or rather that she didn't want to feel daunted. Rinya persuaded her with a warning tone, that's true. But, if you guys stay here, I won't be able to do anything. I'd like you to understand that, and go back with the Baron. So you're saying we can't act together with you at a time like this, because we're weak? That's, if he didn't mince his words, it would be just as she said. A little while ago he might have actually said those words, which he now considered slightly difficult to voice out, without hesitation. Rinya searched for a way to express himself while wondering how he should answer her. Shin spoke up before Rinya could come up with another way to phrase it. Got it, I will pull back here. But Rinya, I want to act together with you even in dangerous situations. That's why. I want you to do something about it. You're pushing all of it on me. Rinya and Rona thought that Shin was saying something quite admirable until the later half of her statement, but once they considered it very carefully, they noticed at almost the same time that it was rare for Shin to speak up after having completely considered her situation. Due to the fact that Shin was a girl who couldn't bring a story to its conclusion despite there being no doubt about her praiseworthy enthusiasm, Rinya and Rona sighed almost simultaneously. However, not understanding the meaning behind their sighs, Shin stared at Rinya while feeling that she might have said something weird again. Okay, I got it. After all, I have to get the heroes in shape as well. While at it, I will do something about you too. Rona reacted by lightly glaring at Rinya for saying while at it, but Shin apparently didn't mind that part at all. For her, the fact that Rinya had consented was far more important. It's a promise, right? You gave me your word, okay? Yes, I did. I'm a person who keeps his promises. That's why I'd like you to withdraw for now. With Rinya insisting to such a degree, Shin agreed to retreat with the Baron to his mansion, albeit still reluctant to go. You're being loved, aren't you, Rinya? As the only one not instructed to withdraw, Emil approached Rinya, who saw Shin and the others off, while grinning. In truth, even Emil felt as something, which could be either her emotional strength or her sanity, was whittled down when in front of the something summoned by Killy. Because she had a lot more leeway when compared to a human, no damage was visible in her case, but Emil still had to strain herself in order to keep herself calm in front of Rinya. You think so? You don't. And yet you didn't even worry about someone like me. Not worried. I just believe in you. After revealing a befuddled expression for an instant after hearing what Rinya said without a hint of hesitation, Emil donned an indescribable expression full of mixed feelings. Emil couldn't decide whether to be happy, poke fun at Rinya as she usually does, or to feel shy about it, and as a result every option could be seen on her face, plain as day. I'm sorry to interrupt your flirting, but is it okay if we start talking soon? Pushadagan-kun below my feet appears to be tired of waiting. What's with that name? I feel like having heard it somewhere before. In two meanings. One, Rinya stared at Killy as if looking at someone suspicious. Meanwhile Emil glared at her with such force that any weaker being would have been killed by her gaze alone. Oh my! Even though you're so good at making fun of others, you hate being made fun of. You, just who the hell are you? There was no one else around them. Even if there had been, they would have been transformed into cripples or fallen into a state of stupefaction in an instant thanks to the thing Killy summoned. Seeing as no one was watching them, and with the presence of the thing below Killy, even if it was a somewhat weird presence, Emil had no reason to suppress her powers. Emil released her power into the surroundings with such force that space itself warped and made creaking sounds, but due to Killy's question, who warded Emil's pressure off as if it was nothing, Emil's expression froze. Isn't that something I could ask you as well? Just what are you? Emil couldn't answer immediately. Killy continued speaking while somehow getting an answer from Emil's face. Right now, this child below my feet is something that would cause people to fall into a state of stupefaction, even if they were to have a reasonable amount of nerve. And yet you're completely enduring it even while getting damaged. I wonder, just who might you be? Even if you say that, it's you summoned such a being and is currently using it, no. If you call me weird, then you'd be the very definition of weirdness, wouldn't you? Killy took a daunting pose atop the something due to Emil being evasive for a change. While throwing out her chest in arrogance, she declared as if boasting about something, I'm not odd. After all, I am a peddler, you said, didn't you? Rinya interrupted Killy indifferently and dispassionately. Killy, who had the words taken out of her mouth in the middle of her speech, froze with her mouth slightly open. Emil, who was next to Rinya, retorted with a fed-up tone while somewhat softening her aura, you really think that such omnipotent peddlers exist? Since she's in front of us, it can't be helped. I don't really know, but such peddlers exist as well, don't they? Either way, I'm not interested in her true identity. As long as she's harmless. If such peddlers really existed, this world wouldn't need heroes, you know. Even assuming that it's of no consequence to you, it seems that the peddler over there hasn't moved since you stole her spotlight scene. Once Rinya looked back at Killy after being told so, Killy had switched from her arrogant attitude to feeling downhearted with her shoulders slumped while repeatedly muttering something with a downcast face. Even while having strong feelings of guilt believing that he might have done something evil to her, Rinya raised his voice and addressed Killy, "Idiot, don't lose your nerve over something like that. I didn't expect you to deliver the finishing blow here." Emil, who had already stopped releasing her power, chuckled. Being told so, Killy energetically lifted her face, and firmly stomped once on the head of the something she was standing on. With only that, the thing, which had been waiting underwater, sank down a bit, causing Killy to sink underwater up to her ankles. Spraying a large sheet of water, even the wharf where Rinya and Emil stood became soaking wet, but because Emil deployed a barrier in front of Rinya and herself, they avoided getting wet. "You're terrible, Rinya. Even though it was my line. I have absolutely no intention of seeing what might be below you, but didn't you damage it considerably with your stomping just now? It's fine since he's a sturdy child. Ollie. So, if I speak to that Pushidagon-kun or whatever, my requests will be transmitted to the Kachural, right? Please interpret it like that. In that case, I have two requests. First, allow the residents of this town to collect seafood and ores in this area of the ocean within a certain range. Second, I'd like to borrow 2 of the tentacles owned by the Kachural. A. For some reason Killy and Emil were in harmony in their surprise. Silence dominated the place for a short while. Not understanding the meaning behind such silence, Rinya, who had stated his requests, alternated between looking at Killy and Emil. What's with that reaction? I'm just asking for reference. I can understand the part about the collection of seafood and ores, but what are you going to use the Kachural's tentacles for after receiving them? As for Killy, she thought that Rinya might request the Kachural's tentacles to have it harvested as a part of the marine products. Putting aside whether that might be his demand or not, Rinya already identified the tentacles as food. Although she felt sorry for the Kachural, she intended to have it somehow put up with it since it wouldn't significant damage to the whole body anyways, but Rinya's request didn't go in that direction. I don't really want to think about it, but Rinya, Emil said with a trembling voice, obviously shuddering. No matter how much tentacles might go well with Rona, I really wonder what I should think about you wanting to carry out such play to the degree of borrowing tentacles. I think a play of teasing the cocksure by tying her up with tentacles sounds rather nice, though. As for me, it's a bit. I'm bad with slimy stuff, okay. Well, if you insist on it no matter what, I can coop. Shut up, idiot. Rinya kicked Emil, who had started to draw near, into the sea without asking any questions. Apparently having been kicked quite mercilessly, Emil disappeared into the ocean after raising a grand water column. After a short time she surfaced upside down without even twitching. Since Rinya apparently had no intention of saving Emil, a tentacle appeared from the sea, softly grabbed Emil's nape, and laid her down on the wharf before returning into the sea again, seemingly having thought that Emil might die sooner or later given that she was floating with her face underwater. I will pass on your requests to the Kachural word for word, but, is it fine for me to ask what you plan to use the tentacles for, just for reference? The being called Kachural exists below the continents while being as big as the continents, right? Rinya asked as if to get confirmation. In response, Killy nodded. In that case it's not like it's limited to the ocean, correct? I don't understand what you're aiming for, but, probably. I have heard about it before, but there's a little problem with the ability to transfer large amounts of supplies through transfer gates. Moreover, they say such a transfer system requires the construction of some kind of facility that establishes a path between the gates. Don't tell me, Killy somehow guessed what Rinya wanted to say. If I can have the path pass through the Kachural's tentacles, or rather, a part of its body, it will be possible to connect this place with Klinge, won't it? In addition, if it's possible to collect seafood and ores in this place, it will become possible to transport those to Klinge in one go, right? Of course I have to talk with the Baron about the costs, though. Even Rinya had no problem giving up on the Kachural's tentacles as long as he could prepare an environment that allowed him to continuously procure fresh marine products. Certainly, he considered its tentacles to be an interesting ingredient, but food that resembled jellyfish could simply be replaced with jellyfish. There was still the issue of whether jellyfish actually existed in this world, but if it didn't, he just had to come up with something else. However, at present Rinya couldn't come up with a method to secure a distribution channel between Klinge and the ocean besides this one. In such a case, it was only natural for Rinya to give up on the tentacles as food and request the Kachural's help instead. Of course, since I'm requesting its help, I will consider paying some kind of compensation if necessary. A deal has to be fair for both sides. When Rinya requested a deal with the Kachural, he had already left the path of common sense, but he told all this to Killy, who was standing atop the sea with a flabbergasted expression, with a very serious look. Translation notes: one instance is the name of the thing below Klinge, well it's similar at least. Another is Pucci can be read as little / tiny, so it'd be little Dagon. The letter reached Qnudai Margraviatus Klinge from the Gordonal barony through a small transfer device used specifically to send urgent correspondences. Immediately after the bundle of papers, which were bound in an extremely sloppy manner given the channel through which they were sent, arrived, they were carried to Frau, who was serving as the acting Margrave, effectively making her the most powerful person in the Qnudai Margraviate at present. Frau accepted it, and started to jog straight towards the audience room in Rinya's mansion while quickly scanning through the papers. The appearance of a little girl in an apron dress trotting with a bundle of papers in hand was somewhat pleasant to look at, but Frau's expression and the aura she emitted were extremely serious. The people she passed followed her with their eyes while wondering what might have happened. Keith and several of the people below him, who were in charge of controlling the soldiers in Klinge and had been summoned by Frau in advance, were waiting for her in the audience room. Once Frau entered, they immediately knelt. By genuflecting, they, who were trained soldiers and had many tall and buffed officers among them, had their line of sight lowered to some extent compared to Frau, who sat down at the seat of honor, but their eyes as they looked at Frau didn't contain a shred of disdain towards her. Looking back at them, who were filled with respect and a little bit of fear, Frau stood up, and casually stuffed the bundle of papers into a pocket of her apron dress. "Gentlemen, stay at ease." Saying so, Frau urged the soldiers to stand up, which they did. Once they stood, they naturally had to look down at Frau, but even in this situation, the soldiers were overwhelmed by her presence. Mostly in the way that she stuck out like a sore thumb way too much, though. The girl, who was a bit taller than half the height of the burly soldiers, conducted herself majestically. There was no way for such a sight to not look strange, but it was an everyday occurrence in Klinge. "Now then, gentlemen, a letter from my respected and beloved master was delivered. No." Tension rose in the room. There was only one person in this world who Frau would call her master. If it came to a letter from that master, it would be treated like a supreme order in clinch. It's a digression, but Rinya, who was the person referred to as master here, always regarded himself as one of many nobles affiliated to the Trident Principality, and thought that a supreme order would be something originating from the Archduchess, even if it came to his territory, but he never tested if this idea of his was actually true. He wondered how it would actually turn out as an organization belonging to a country, but at the same time he understood that this behavior was a consequence of their idolization, and thus Rinya couldn't rebuke them too strongly either. I'll pass on the order from Master No. We shall listen respectfully, Frau Sommer, Keith said as representative of the arrayed soldiers. Frau nodded once and then loudly declared, we will mobilize Clinch's military forces, and capture the heroes No. As you command. Keith immediately replied, and bowed his head. The others followed his lead. It looked as if their talks were proceeding at a very quick and easy pace, but this was actually an abnormal situation. In the first place, the heroes had been treated very casually around Rinya and they didn't mind that either, but originally they were the final and biggest military force to battle the Demon King and destroy him while representing the four races in this world. Naturally they were beings who should be treated appropriately, and definitely not people who should be located and apprehended on sight. If there were people giving such orders, there were also people accepting them silently, and not a single of those present in the audience room would object or question those orders. One could call their behavior of carrying out their orders unquestionably and regardless of what they had to do as splendid, which wouldn't be wrong, but there was no doubt that Clinch's common sense was irrational when compared to the rest of the world. The biggest problem was the absence of someone who would stop or retort them. We will establish a hero hunting headquarters No. Start assembling the troops and also wake those off duty. I will grant permission to deploy the equipment intended for large magic beasts. Don't be misled by their outward appearance. The targets are heroes. The door to the room was opened, and many soldiers carried in tables and bulletin boards with a timing and speed that made it seem as if they had been waiting outside for their cue. Within the blink of an eye, countless documents and pieces of paper filled the place. Endorse the citizens to report if they discover a hero. Increase the number of patrols. Have them act in groups of 2, and give them the order to contact us immediately in case they find a hero. They are not to challenge any heroes with so few men in hopes of meritorious deeds. It's fine to exclude Katsukan from the list of targets. We will be able to persuade him if we tell him that it was a request by Master No. The problem is, that Leopardorno, isn't he? A map of Clinch's entire area had been pinned up on a remarkably big bulletin board. The commanding officers continued to draw the routes of the patrolling soldiers on the map with red lines. Talking it over with Grundorno should be possible. It'll probably be alright if we get Cruadorno to put in a good word for us. As for Albert Dorno, as long as we surround him, we will be able to cope one way or the other. As soon as you find him, gather the soldiers, and overwhelm him with numbers by surrounding him. So the issue remains Leopardorno, after all. He's someone that can be compared to Katsudono if only combat prowess is taken into account. Seizing Kidorno first might be the highest priority. They should be chasing the heroes, no doubt about that. However, the atmosphere prevailing in the audience room that had turned into a hero hunting headquarters in no time was that of a police department pursuing criminals, no matter how you looked at it. We secured Cruadorno and Kidorno. Treat them politely and carefully. Have Cruadorno start persuading Grundorno after explaining the situation to her. We will transfer Kidorno to headquarters for the time being. No. How about having her persuade Leopard or not? Frau quietly shook her head while carrying a somewhat sad expression at the soldier offering his opinion. It's impossible to persuade a muscle brain with words. No. It's saddening, but we can't change reality. No. She treated him like some wild beast that didn't understand the human language, but actually, if Keed had gone to persuade him, it was very probable that even Leopard wouldn't be able to ignore her. But, in addition to the enthusiasm and energy that could be called characteristic of Clinch, the fact that Leopard's own, usual bad behavior erased the option of persuasion from Frau's and the others' minds was a misfortune for Leopard. However, the one who was even more unlucky than Leopard was Albert. In spite of him being a relatively decent person, nothing but the bad image of the Dragonoid's white enagmo prevailed in Clinch, leading to the soldiers treating Albert quite roughly. To make matters worse, Albert also had an overly strong self-awareness as a hero even among the 4 heroes. For him even common soldiers entered the range of having to be protected as citizens, and thus he was completely unable to cope with the situation when he was suddenly attacked by those he was supposed to protect. Albert Dornot, secured. Frau bent her head slightly to the side in curiosity due to the matter-of-factly report by the soldier. Somehow that was strangely fast. No. We mobilized 30 elite soldiers, but there was almost no resistance. There have been no injuries or losses. Did something happen? Well, whatever. No. For the time being we will stand by after restraining him. No. Grundorno surrendered in accordance with Cruadorno's persuasion. A somewhat relieved atmosphere drifted through the hunting headquarters due to the next report. So it was no mistake to ask Cruadorno for her assistance, In this case, only Leopardorno is left. The atmosphere, which had started to slacken, tensed again the moment Leopard's name was mentioned. That's because none of them expected for Leopard's capture to finish as smoothly and with so little damage as it did with the other 3 heroes. After all, the opponent was a battle maniac and a muscle brain. Moreover, among the 4 heroes he was notorious for still requesting a rematch against Renia. On top of that, the Beastman as a whole had many hot-blooded fellows. To summarize it, he was not one to let himself be captured even if they used Renia's name. Everyone. Just why am I here? Keed asked after having been brought into the headquarters just at this moment. Keed, who was transferred to the headquarters in her usual shrine maiden attire while being apprehended on both sides by 2 female soldiers, timidly tried to get an explanation as she couldn't understand what was going on in this room that was filled with a tense atmosphere. While the soldiers looked at each other's faces wondering who should answer the situation, Frau spoke up gravely, "Right now we are in the middle of an important mission. Nano." The surrounding soldiers nodded in compliance, but even if she could now comprehend the serious atmosphere, Keed still didn't understand why she had been brought here. So how's that related to me? It's no exaggeration to say that your existence holds the key to the final outcome. No. That's not really an explanation for anything, is it? Due to Frau's words which seemed to put on airs, Keed was at the point where she would normally start to get slightly irritated, but easily being overwhelmed by the strained mood around her, she couldn't do much more than give a feeble reply. While thinking, if Renia were here at such a time, he would likely give me some kind of explanation even if reluctant to do so, Keed looked around her to find some help, but as if they had arranged it in advance, everyone present avoided meeting Keed's eyes. It looks like I have no other option but to go with the flow and see through what's going on by myself, Keed judged. I can at least get you to bring me a chair, right? If I'm told to remain standing like this while being apprehended on both sides, they probably won't be able to complain later on even if I go on a rampage no matter what the situation might be, Keed thought, but even Frau agreed with her. Of course Nano. We have also prepared tea and sweets on the table over there No. If you like, I can have them prepare a light meal at once No. You're rather well prepared. While being astonished by the overly good preparations, Keed was dragged away by the two female soldiers to a table that had been set up along the wall, and provided tea and sweets as Frau said. Keed-sama, I have brought a seat. Please sit down. One of the female soldiers left Keed's side, quietly brought a chair over, and offered it to Keed. While choosing the timing when the preparation of a seat had been finished, the woman on the opposite side separated from Keed, and began to prepare some tea and sweets. Once Keed sat down while being surprised by their decent performance, a teacup was immediately placed in front of her. The female soldier poured some piping hot, amber tea into the cup. The tea's aroma tickled Keed's nose. Cookies and scones were set down next to the teacup. Next, several small bottles containing honey and different kinds of jams were lined up in a row. This time we have prepared black tea. I don't know whether the tea agrees with your palate. Since we prepared it in a hurry we don't have much at the moment, but if there's something else you desire we will immediately arrange for it to be brought. We have been told by the head maid to make sure that you don't experience any inconveniences. Please let us know if there's anything you need. You too. I was wondering whether you're soldiers, but it sure looks like you're Renya's maids, Keed, who stared at the faces of the female soldiers who had brought her here, noticed that their faces matched two maids working at Renya's mansion. Keed didn't know whether them wearing soldiers' uniforms was some kind of prank or an act, but from the fact that two properly trained maids had been assigned to her, she understood that they apparently intended to treat her properly. Deciding to go with the optimistic view that the current situation shouldn't be anything too bad, Keed immediately started to enjoy the tea and sweets that had been prepared for her. After all, when it came to food, the dishes prepared in Renya's mansion didn't know the concept of compromising. Since it was a safe bet that it would be delicious, Keed decided that it would be a loss to not partake in them. Can I have a second serving of these, too? Please enjoy the tea and sweets to your heart's content. What about takeout? I will ask the head maid, but I think it won't be a problem. While listening to the words, we will wrap it up when you go back home of the maids in soldier uniforms, Keed enjoyed the tea and sweets without any reservation. If she could even take back some souvenirs on top of enjoying an all-you-can-eat and drink, it was no real problem for her to be restrained for a bit. All in all, many beastmen were gluttons. In Keed's case, she was still young, and thus was able to wolf down a considerable amount of food if she started to eat for real. The sweets provided vanished from the table in no time. Keed immediately ordered another helping while gulping down the black tea. With this, we probably won't displease Keed either. While thinking so, Frau started to pray that she would quickly receive a notice about Leopard's whereabouts or his capture among the incoming reports. Discovering Leopard's location or running out of sweets, the match will be decided by what comes first. Nano, it sounds like it'll become a very disadvantageous match for our side. Frau sighed softly while harboring such a premonition. The report of Leopard's discovery came in when it had started to become considerably dark outside with the light of dusk enveloping the vicinity. The search within Clinch had already come to an end. Judging that Leopard couldn't be inside the city, the hunting headquarters began to extend the search range to outside the city, and it was a little while later that Leopard was found. He's sure taking up our time. No. A large sofa had been carried in next to Frau's seat as she muttered such thoughts in annoyance. Kutz and the two beastmen priestesses were calmly sleeping next to each other on the sofa's soft and fluffy cushions. Just as Frau had predicted, persuading Kutz took no time once Renia's name was mentioned. She had summoned Kutz and made him sit down together with the two priestesses on the quickly provided sofa. Then, since it was a request by Renia, Kutz cheerfully agreed to wait there until the four heroes were all gathered. Afterwards Kutz kept his hands busy with the sweets and juice which had been prepared by Frau, and waited with the two priestesses while chatting, but getting tired of waiting at some point, the three had peacefully fallen asleep. It was only at such a time that a warm and fluffy atmosphere hung around Kutz, who was still a child, even if he might possess the powers of a hero. Once Frau turned her eyes towards the wall, she saw 3 seats prepared over there. One was for Keed, the beastman priestess. She had been single-mindedly continuing to wolf down large amounts of tea and sweets ever since she was dragged over to the headquarters. It was such an amount that it would give anyone watching a heartburn, but the person herself kept up her fast-eating pace while being all smiles. At this point she had eaten such a large amount of food that it made the people around Keed wonder just where she had so much space in her body, but once Frau explained that she must be keeping something that was special to Beastman inside her stomach, everyone present stopped questioning it any further. Stopping to think was an action that would be frowned upon in most cases, but the citizens and soldiers had realized that it was an indispensable skill to live successfully in Clinch. Krua and Grun were sitting on the remaining 2 seats. Those two enjoyed a graceful atmosphere that seemed to be disconnected from their surroundings. They drank Frau's cherished wine, and ate elven beans boiled with salt, dry-cured ham made out of the leg meat of wyverns and evil dragons, and Clinch's prided vegetable sticks. Wine couldn't be produced in the Qnudai Margraviate. So, as a last resort, Frau tested the wines produced in other territories, and this wine was the one that won her favor after a careful selection, but the dish, which Frau would call her most prized creation, was the dry-cured ham. The one made out evil dragon meat isn't quite as perfect as Frau had hoped because it hasn't matured long enough, but the wyvern one has turned out almost perfectly, Frau judged. Frau generously offered this dish, which would normally cost a large amount of money if purchased, or rather, one normally wouldn't be able to obtain it on the market, to Krua and Grun. However, since she thought that the elves might be more delighted over vegetables than meat, she also added vegetable sticks and elven beans, which were produced in Clinch, to the meat dish. The surroundings had started to forget it quite often, and it even slipped Frau's mind at times, but Frau's true nature was that of a silky with a vocation as a maid. Because of that, Frau tried to find the most perfect and best hospitality at such times. Of course she specifically chose the people to whom she would offer such hospitality, though. Come to think of it, where's Albert Tildenano? Frau tried to survey the vicinity while speaking about the 3rd hero, but she couldn't spot Albert, the Dragonoid's hero, anywhere. Once she looked up to Keith next to her, wondering whether Albert might have escaped after having been caught. Keith, who looked around restlessly just like Frau, apparently discovered the person in question after a short moment, and pointed in the direction of a corner in the hall. He seems to lie over there. Lie, when Frau followed Keith's finger with her eyes, a long and narrow object, which was tightly packaged with straw ropes and white cloths, had been placed all alone alongside the wall without anyone paying attention to it. Probably because it would be bad if he were to suffocate, only his head had been more or less allowed to stick outside the tight package, but rather than understanding his situation, Albert's face showed that he had completely given up on everything. Seemingly lacking the will to escape, his tightly bound body didn't even twitch anymore. As expected, even Frau wonders what to think of that. No, apparently feeling pity towards Albert's wretched state, Frau asked Keith with a single line of sweat streaming down her cheek. In response, Keith answered indifferently as if talking about something completely trivial, "It's nothing out of the ordinary, is it? The other party is a hero." No. Sure, it's not like Frau doesn't harbor a slightly bad impression of the Dragonoids, but Frau doesn't see any fault in Albert. No. Is that so? Let's have him stand by in another room after clearly telling him that he will be strangled if he runs away. When Keith gave that reply and pointed at Albert with his chin, several soldiers carried Albert's body out of the room. It was definitely not okay to strangle a hero. However, in Clinch the warning that you'd be strangled if you were to escape wasn't just a mere threat, but something that would quickly turn into reality if the other party met the conditions, no matter who they might be. Moreover, it appeared that Keith thought Frau hadn't noticed, but transferring Albert to another room was a countermeasure so that Frau wouldn't harbor any strange feelings of sympathy towards Albert, who invited her pity with his appearance. Of course Frau had inferred as much, but she refrained from saying anything unnecessary. She only thought that it might be nice if Albert could have some good luck in life as well. Since this side should be alright for now, how's Leopard's side going? No. Currently we're encountering him at the plains west of Clinch. The capturing with 30 soldiers is in progress, but the situation isn't developing to our advantage. Several of the soldiers have already been forced to retire. At the moment we're in the middle of deploying reinforcements. A soldier answered Frau's question in a loud voice, summarizing the reports that continued to flow in one after the other. At once a flag was stuck into the map of the bulletin board, marking the area where Clinch soldiers and Leopard held open hostilities, but seeing the location, Frau clicked her tongue. Hearing that quiet sound coming from Frau, Keith looked at the map, wondering just what might have displeased Frau, and somehow managed to understand the situation. The place is bad, isn't it? A battle on the plains allows too much of an unobstructed view, and there's no cover either. No. With this, our soldiers have no option but to fight up front, unable to make a surprise attack. No. In such a situation the difference in ability will be fully exhibited. No. No matter how much higher the combat prowess of Clinch soldiers might be compared to that of other countries' soldiers, it was still several levels below that of a hero. Albert's easy capture by Clinch soldiers was largely because the soldiers could launch surprise attacks since they were inside the city, in addition to him being attacked in a situation where he wasn't expecting it. However, even if they wanted to launch a surprise attack, there wasn't anywhere to hide on a plain with an unobstructed view like the one where Leopard was currently at. Furthermore, a battle maniac like Leopard tended to put a higher priority on enjoying battle than his duty as a hero. In other words, he wouldn't unconsciously go easy on his opponents like Albert, who considered common soldiers as targets to be protected. Regardless of whether his opponents might be common soldiers or whatever, Leopard would be driven by the very simple idea of wanting to mercilessly crush them. With this, Clinch's side couldn't make use of any schemes, and had no other option but to clash with the hero's combat force head-on. And with this method, Clinch's side must resolve itself to suffer considerable losses even if they were to crush Leopard with pure manpower. That wasn't something Frau desired. Frau cast a glance at the seats near the wall. After fixedly staring at a person sitting over there, Frau called a single maid by beckoning her over, ordered the maid to lend her an ear, brought her mouth close to the maid's ear, and whispered something into it. Seemingly having comprehended Frau's whispered instructions, the maid nodded once and left to somewhere. An evil scheme. Keith, that's slander. It's a strategy Nano. Frau answered Keith, who had asked with a calm look, while donning a slightly sulky expression. Once Frau left her seat just like that, Keith's voice that seemed to be somewhat panicked stopped her in her tracks. Did I hurt your feelings? By no means. If the conversation just now were enough to offend me, Frau wouldn't be fit to serve as master's maid No. Then, Frau is departing to capture leopard No. Don't fret, Frau won't enter battle personally No. It's time to negotiate Nano. Frau smiled wryly at the panicked expression that appeared on Keith's face the instant she said that she would depart herself. Keith very likely wasn't worried about Frau's safety. After all, it would be meaningless for Keith to be anxious about Frau, seeing how she repelled the Demon King's offshoot. If one were to ask just what he was so uneasy about, then Frau was pretty sure that it was about the considerable damage that might be caused to the vicinity in case Frau and Leopard were to clash directly, even if there would be a very low chance for Frau to lose. Leopard might also have gone easy on common soldiers as opponents within limitations, but there was no way that they could tell him to take it easy with Frau as an opponent, and he would likely resist while making full use of his powers as a hero. Once that happened, it wouldn't be odd for the city to get damaged, even if the battle itself takes place outside the city. Keith, just accompany me if you're so worried No. Of course I will. Keith bowed courteously towards Frau, who declared so bluntly without even looking back, and chased after her. Meanwhile, around the same time, Leopard was in the middle of exasperating in irritation and feeling a sense of danger due to Klinge soldiers continuously attacking him. He had slipped out of the city at a suitable moment, planning to hunt monsters outside to waste some time, but then got surrounded by Klinge soldiers all of a sudden. When Leopard asked if something had happened, the soldiers demanded he follow them to Renya's mansion. Things would have ended at that point if Leopard had gone along with them, but Leopard rejected the request, telling the soldiers to show him the merit in doing what they said. After saying that they would do so by all means, the soldiers and Leopard plunged into combat, which led to the current situation. The plains with their good visibility and the time of day continuing to grow darker were in Leopard's favor, but Leopard still couldn't bring down Klinge soldiers completely. In the first place, Klinge soldiers wouldn't try the unreasonable. When fighting Leopard, they always attacked him with at least 3 soldiers at the same time. If just one of them got injured, the soldier would fall back while being immediately replaced by another soldier. Without fighting up front, one of them would always restrain him while the remaining soldiers would try to circle to his sides or back. If Leopard tried to release a big technique, one soldier, who was monitoring Leopard's behavior, would warn the others, and the soldiers would all start taking evasive actions. If Leopard tried to break through the encirclement to run away, the ring of soldiers surrounding him would move in response while keeping Leopard in the middle of their formation. Those actions were almost entirely repeated without any delay. Several soldiers had withdrawn from the front after Leopard landed a good blow, but there was still a considerably large number of soldiers left. Moreover, Leopard had perceived the footsteps of reinforcements approaching from the distance with his good hearing ability. It was very unlikely that he would be able to escape by breaking through the encirclement. Once Leopard asked himself whether he should surrender in that case, he immediately denied such a thought. No matter what you say, I'm still the hero representing the Beastmen. Don't think that I'll go along with your wishes so easily, okay? Leopard waited for the attack of the next soldier while muttering so with a laugh, but his expression immediately warped into suspicion. Klinge soldiers, who had attacked him in waves so far, suddenly pulled back as if their tenacity until now had been no more than a lie. Leopard thought that they might have finally given up, but he understood that his thinking was too shallow right away. That's because a girl in maid clothes, who proudly threw out her chest, became visible between the withdrawing soldiers. The star performer enters the stage. Nano. No, 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 wait. It's no good for you to come out here, right? Frau roughly and powerfully breathed out through her nose once in front of the flustered leopard. You know, don't you? What will happen if the outlandish you and me, a hero, were to fight here, said a flustered leopard, unwilling to fight against Frau from the bottom of his heart, but Frau only stared at him without any sign of being perturbed. While suspicious of whether Frau possessed some kind of secret weapon against him due to her excessive confidence, Leopard continued, I'm the Beastman's hero, and although I'm indebted to Renya in various ways, it's not like I have any duty to follow your guy's order, do I? It's an order from Master Nano. Then bring him over here. Or come back again once he's returned. Leopard's demand wasn't that unusual. In the first place, Klinge's side didn't possess the authority to force Leopard to do anything. Since the beginning, Leopard himself had declared that he would only do what Renya told him to do. Master is busy. No. Right now, Frau is Master's representative. Nano. I ain't lowering my head to a representative. Being told so, Frau groaned deeply. And Leopard, who had said it, donned an expression of knowing that he had gone a bit too far. Certainly, the other party was a fairy boasting outlandish abilities, but she also had some mentally immature parts to her, just as her appearance suggested. If he dealt with such a person with a tit-for-tat approach like he had done just now, it wasn't known what she would do once she felt offended. If pushed to say, one would think that the correct approach would be to soothe her while persuading and talking it out with her, but unable to take back the words that had already left his mouth, Leopard clenched his fists tightly, believing that at this point there was no other way out other than duking it out. However, what Frau did in front of Leopard, who had resolved himself for battle, was something that drastically diverted from his expectations. I understand. No. In that case our side will deal with you appropriately. No. The instant Leopard put himself on guard, wondering whether she would come at him, one fire pillar after the other suddenly blew up into the sky on the plain that should be empty. The fire pillars illuminated the plain, which was on the verge of darkness as the sun had sunken, bright red, and Leopard instantly narrowed his eyes and shaded them with an arm due to the dazzling intensity of the flames. With several fire pillars gushing out behind her, Frau spread her arms. Without Leopard realizing, her usual apron dress had changed into a black robe decorated with an excessive amount of golden and silver accessories. What? Hero Leopard, for thou art foolish enough to oppose this Frau. Know thine own standing. No. Frau's voice, which had been girlish until now, had gone down an octave, changing into something that echoed strangely well for some reason. Even while surprised by the change, Leopard harbored doubts about the flames bursting from the ground. As a warrior, Leopard had seen spells resembling the flames, which continued to blow upwards with rumbling sounds, on several occasions, but they shouldn't have had a continuous effect. Even as he wondered whether it might be some kind of illusion, the heat wafting over from Frau's direction indicated that those fire pillars were quite real. Foolish hero, it's not too late yet. Submit to me. The other 3 heroes have already surrendered to my camp. Even if thou defy me all by thyself, it bears no meaning by now. Come on. What kind of demon king are you supposed to be? As if not having heard Leopard, who glared at her with half-open eyes while still standing at the ready, Frau continued, and as if in response to her words, the fire pillar's intensity increased by yet another level, or do thou wish for thine soul to be eradicated at the end of eternal torture? Do thou wish to be exposed to unending cries of pain while being carved into 10,000 times? Do thou wish to learn that even death won't save thee from my hands?" With each word, lightning ripped through the sky. With the lightning and fire pillars behind her, Leopard couldn't see Frau's expression because of the backlighting, but only the crescent moon-like smile on her lips strangely burned itself deeply into his eyes. "As I said, what kind of demon king are you supposed to be? Are you a devil?" "I'm a lovely Silky-san who was born in Kukrika and grew up in Clinch, but what about it?" Frau flatly answered Leopard, who had shouted as loudly as he could to make his retort, as if her exaggerated eeriness until now had been a lie. "A Silky wouldn't do stuff like that. No matter how you look at it, ain't you the final boss who's sitting on the throne in the innermost room of a castle?" "There's no castle, nor am I sitting on a throne no. Frau right now is simply standing on a plain no. Okay, that wins me the argument no. Gah, it was almost at the level of a quarrel between kids, but Leopard faltered as he didn't find any words to return. "Phew, ha 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 ha. Foolish hero. You bitch, you're definitely messing with me." "I'm no bitch, I'm a little girl no." Leopard gave up as he realized that he couldn't win with words. He sensed that he would probably be one-sidedly defeated if things were to continue like this, no matter how much he tried to struggle. "What should I do then?" "Frau, if you ain't listening to me that you should come back with Renia, I have an idea of my own as well." "Oh hero, let's hear it. What kind of idea does thou have?" "Since ancient times it's always been a tradition to spank brats that don't listen to what you tell 'em." Given that he had gone out to hunt as light amusement, Leopard hadn't armed himself decently. It's not like he brought his hero equipment with him, and what he was wearing on both arms were simple leather gauntlets, but still, once he clenched his fists tightly, putting strength into them, a slow swaying similar to a heat haze rose up from them. "If you push me this far, you ain't getting away with just your ass though. What exactly does thou plan to do?" Frau calmly asked Leopard, who had started to shorten the distance between them while leaking murderous intent. "Well, that's of course, just as he said so." Leopard vanished from Frau's view. When Frau realized that he had vanished from her sight by rushing while slightly shifting his focal point, Leopard was already ready to attack Frau from her front right side. "I'll beat you black and blue until you apologize in tears." His fist, which he had launched with such a force and speed that it released a shock wave into the vicinity, was aimed at Frau's face. Due to Leopard's blow, which lacked any mercy towards his opponent, the surrounding soldiers wondered what would happen afterwards if he went through with it, but from Leopard's point of view, he had no choice but to go for Frau's face. After all, his opponent possessed a fairly small body compared to him. If he tried to hit any place other than her face, the damage would be low since he would have to twist his body into an unreasonable posture. "As expected of you, Leopard. If you just rank the heroes considering their battle aspect, you're in first or second place no," Frau said without trying to block or dodge the approaching fist. Her eyes were fixedly staring at Leopard himself, and not his fist. "But, you're still naive no." Frau pointed her left hand's thumb somewhere with a jerk without averting her eyes from him. Being in the middle of his attack, Leopard was about to go through with it, judging that this had nothing to do with him, but being bothered by Frau's strangely cocky attitude for some reason, he ended up glancing in the direction Frau pointed, despite averting one's eyes from the opponent in the middle of combat originally being a fatal mistake for a warrior. "What?" His fist that was about to land on Frau's face was stopped by Leopard himself, a hair's breadth away from hitting Frau. The attack's aftermath caused Frau's forelocks to sway, but Frau didn't move while maintaining a daring smile. "Do you know who that is?" No. Leopard couldn't reply to Frau's question, who let a low, suppressed laughter slip from her lips. The one at the end of his gaze was Keed, who was lifted up while being entangled by something thin that swayed lightly as it extended from the ground, while still in her shrine maiden's garb. As far as he could see, her clothes weren't disheveled, but Keed, who hung there limply, didn't seem to be conscious. "Frau, you lil bitch, what did ya do to Keed?" "QQQQ. Hero, does thou believe that that's the proper attitude to take when asking someone about something? No. Pay attention to your attitude and way of speaking. No. Frau doesn't know what will happen to Keed if I give the order. No. Behind Leopard, who ground his teeth, all of Clinch's soldiers, who had remained on standby to impede Leopard from escaping just in case, revealed dejected expressions. Certainly, taking hostages was an effective method, but with this Frau was heading straight down the path of a villain, and they, who were her subordinates, had become the caste supporting villain number one. Even they didn't have the slightest intention to act like champions of justice, but the feeling that she had gone too far with this was strong amongst them. However, Frau apparently didn't understand the soldiers' feelings. She turned over the hem of her robe with a thud, and loudly declared towards Leopard, who stood stock still in front of her, "Now then, hero. Let's first begin from, please tell me, Frau Sommer, No. TSK, PP, please tell me, Frau Sommer." Leopard obediently followed Frau's demand, seemingly having grasped that he couldn't act too imprudently now that his lover had been taken hostage. Of course, Leopard didn't believe that Frau would do anything excessive to Keed, but at the same time he understood that he also didn't know what she would actually do, even if it wasn't something excessive. "Too quiet. No. Oh well, Frau is a merciful person, so I can tell you what you want to know. No. Frau said while patting Leopard's fist, which was trembling while strongly clenched in front of her face, with her palm. "That's overeating. No. Pardon?" She finally got smashed after eating sweets and drinking large quantities of beverages filled with plenty of alcohol. No. Frau was slightly startled as well. No. Sure, Frau had planned to get Keed drunk and use her against you as a trump card for the anti-leopard battle, but I definitely hadn't expected for her to continue eating until she got smashed. No. Frau had schemed to get Keed drunk by slowly mixing alcohol into the provided sweets and black tea, but because Keed's food consumption and consumption speed went far beyond Frau's expectations, Keed went beyond getting drunk, and got smashed instead. Frau thought that one would have probably noticed it at some point, but since Keed ended up smashed without even having actually realized it herself, Frau accepted it as inevitable. Frau came up with a change of plan, and even mobilized Putrichan to transport Keed, who had become dead drunk, while faintly smiling. That's why there was no other option but to handle it like this. No. That's really dirty, to get Keed drunk. Behind Leopard, who muttered that while trembling, Clinch soldiers looked at Frau from the side while nodding their heads, but Frau made them shut up with a sidelong glance. "Now then, hero. Surrender to me if thou care about Keed's safety. No. Are you the devil? To begin with, what do you plan to do with Keed? It'll turn into a major problem if you do anything bad, After all is said and done, Keed is a high-ranking shrine maiden among the beastmen. Unlike the hero, Keed wasn't a combat personnel since she was a shrine maiden. If it were Leopard, it was possible to explain the situation away almost completely by calling it training or a somewhat rough treatment because of his habitual bad behavior, but those excuses wouldn't work in regards to Keed. Since she was a person with a fairly high standing, it could very likely develop into a problem between the races which would be worse than an international issue, just as Leopard said. We won't inflict any harm on her, no. Frau's reply left her mouth very naturally. It was an answer that anyone present would consider reasonable. However, with a reply like that, Keed wouldn't have any value as a hostage. Preceding Leopard, who was about to retort that point, Frau uttered something outrageous. For starters, we will take her clothes off, no. Take her clothes off. Frau dispassionately continued talking to Leopard, who couldn't believe what she had just said, and then we will toss her into the pond where Putri-chan lives, no. What the hell is Putri? Are you possibly talking about that tentacle holding Keed's body? It'll be fine. There won't be any danger to her life. Moreover, she might be able to go to heaven, no. Once Frau cracked a smile, sweat drops started to appear on Leopard's forehead. Sure, it's not the kind of harm that would damage her body. However, it was pretty obvious that she'd be treated in a way that would make bodily harm look like the better alternative. Furthermore, the other party is Frau. If she says she'll do something, you can expect her to carry it out almost definitely. And, if she really puts it into practice, there's no guarantee that Keed will come back to me safely. Well then, hero. If thou want me to safely return Keed, I got it. I will do as you say, so please let go of her. If the opponent were the Demon King, there would have been no way for Leopard to throw away his pride as a hero, and he might have abandoned Keed. However, the other party was Rinya's fairy maid, albeit looking Demon Kingish at the moment. Leopard decided that he should secure the safety of Keed's body by bending his will here. Clinch Soldier, who saw Leopard go down on his knees in a crestfallen manner, all soundlessly thought, our head maid is scary. What are your plans with us? Those were the first words Leopard said after he was brought to Rinya's mansion's audience hall with his hands bound behind his back by a rope. It went without saying, but if Leopard desired to and actually used his superhuman strength, he could instantly tear off the bindings, even if instead of rope it were chains. Leopard not doing so was because he was worried about Keed, who was loosely stretched out on a sofa alongside the wall, laying there limp after having drunk too much alcohol, on top of his official position which he couldn't escape from, but reality was actually different. Phew fun, oh hero, are you so worried about thine future nano? Even now Frau clad in a black robe laughed scornfully while making sure to look down on Leopard from her seat of honor. Her appearance as she crossed her legs while sitting on her chair and leaning on the backrest was the very definition of a villain pose, but since the chair had unfortunately been built with Rinya's stature in mind, its size didn't fit Frau. Frau luffed her crossed legs which weren't able to reach the ground. As long as Keed is safe. I don't care what happens to me. Once Leopard said so meekly, the corners of Frau's mouth twisted. Phew ha 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 ha. What an admirable resolve, hero nano. Frau Sommer. Kats Sommer is going to wake up if you're so loud. The one calmly retorting Frau was Keith, who was standing behind her. Once Frau looked towards a section along the wall, Kats, who had been peacefully sleeping on the sofa there while holding the two beesman priestesses on both sides, revealing a slightly peevish expression was reflected in her eyes. Frau's figure on top of the seat of honor collapsed alongside a sound similar to space being faintly torn apart. Leopard and Keith were about to become confused, but immediately noticed that only the peeled-off black robe was laying atop the chair. When they wondered just where the robe's contents had vanished to, they saw Frau in her apron dress next to Kats trying to lull him back to sleep while gently caressing his head. How fast? Nothing less of Frau Sommer. Frau properly confirmed the changes on Kurt's expression to make sure that he was calmly sleeping at last while being watched by Leopard, who raised his voice in astonishment, and Keith, who expressed his admiration of Frau. She then returned to her chair with the same speed that she used when she left it, and quickly changed back into the black robe. Phew, ha 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 tilde. What an admirable resolve, hero tilde nano. Frau restated with a voice that barely reached Leopard's ears. You're resuming from there. Muttering that with a sigh while dropping his shoulders in disappointment, Leopard noticed Albert, who was still laying on the ground without moving at all, and Grun, who was watching the situation with great interest, sitting on another sofa. I recall you said something about gathering all 4 heroes since there's an order from Renia. What does he intend to make us do? You see, Master has apparently negotiated with the Cultural tilde nano. Ha! As Leopard reflexively yelled out loud, Frau raised her index finger in front of her lips, instructing him to stay quiet. It was an instruction out of fear that Kurtz, whom she had put to sleep at great pains, would wake up again, but probably because she had just lulled him into sleep. Kurtz slept with a carefree, happy expression when Frau and Leopard turned their eyes towards him. What are you going to do if he wakes up tilde nano? Sorry, but isn't it kind of normal for me to raise my voice when I get surprised? Even while feeling apologetic, Leopard at least tried to defend himself from Frau's remark that sounded as though she was blaming him. Leopard, a beastman, also knew about the existence of the Cultural. There existed port towns on the Beastman continent as well. Limiting the fishing to a small area once it was deemed safe from any harm by the Cultural could be seen as a commonly shared rule across all continents. Even the Beastman warriors, who had many battle maniacs among them, had enough common sense to avoid a battle instead of looking for one when the opponent was on the global scale. If you're going to be surprised about each and every one of Master's actions, it will be bad for your heart tilde no. Leopard smiled bitterly at himself for running counter to his surprise, and agreeing with Frau's comment, which seemed to shred common sense to pieces. Keith seemed to think something similar. Keith, having a smile on his lips, could be seen from Leopard's location. Well, I suppose you're right. Leaving that aside, was the Cultural being one could negotiate with? Even Frau doesn't understand that part well, and the letter didn't explain any details either tilde no. Letter A. Wait, can I ask something? I want to know. Frau tilted her head in puzzlement as to what might be so interesting about a letter after seeing how Leopard reacted to the word. Leopard confronted Frau with a question he had suddenly come up with. Was there any mention about capturing the heroes in the letter? It said to give the 4 heroes the following orders tilde no. Once Frau honestly answered Leopard's question, his eyes became slightly glassy. Frau, who didn't grasp the meaning behind his change in expression, waited for Leopard's explanation while puzzled. It doesn't mention anything about a capture operation, right? No, it doesn't tilde no. That's why we talked it over properly with Grun and Kurtz tilde no. How about an explanation for the treatment Albert and I received then? It's the result of a free interpretation of the letter's content and because of your usual behavior tilde nano. Any objections? Being asked back, Leopard was about to reply with a loud voice, but remembering Kurtz, he held back his words, mumbling something under his breath, and didn't object in the end. It's because he fully understood even before protesting that it would be pointless, on top of the fact that no arguments came to his mind at all. Leopard had understood that he would just be wasting his breath and time by doing something so futile. Now that I got you to understand, I will formally inform you about Master's order tilde no. Yeah. I got it already, so please remove the rope. It ain't like I'm a criminal in the first place, right? I won't run away anymore either. Once Leopard requested this while putting a full dose of resignation into his voice. The rope binding Leopard's hands slid to the ground with just a glance from Frau. It's not like it had been tied tightly, but Leopard still breathed out in relief, seemingly relaxing a bit now that he could move his arms freely again. But seeing the cut end of the rope on the ground, a shiver traveled down his spine. It's not because the rope had been untied, but because he could see such a sharp, clear cut on the rope that he felt a chill. Aren't you deviating more and more from what a normal fairy is? How rude. Frau is a cute silky-san nano. Frau protested while clenching her fists with a cute gesture of puffing up her cheeks, obviously showing her deep-rooted unwillingness to consent here, but no one showed even an inkling of the intention to support her case. Do you object? No. Once she released her clenched fists, crossed her arms in front of her chest and lifted her head in haughtiness, everyone present in the audience hall averted their eyes very quickly due to the oppressive coercion suddenly ruling the place. It was everyone except Katz and the two beastmen priestesses who were sleeping. Even the bound Albert rolled his body over while in a state similar to a caterpillar, trying to escape Frau's gaze. Since I feel like the talks aren't getting anywhere, wouldn't it be better to shelve this issue for the moment and have us hear Margrave Dorno's order? It was Grun who threw a lifeline at this point since Leopard couldn't speak up since he received the full brunt of Frau's coercion, seeing how he was standing right in front of her even after averting his eyes. Grun, who tried to not stand out at all on top of being calm and mild-mannered to begin with, taking the initiative to join the conversation for a change was apparently because he considered Leopard's current situation as that dangerous. Frau showed a somewhat displeased expression due to Grun's mediation, but since there was absolutely no sign of the conversation going anywhere at this rate, she stopped folding her arms and released her coercion, seemingly having judged that she wouldn't be able to convey Renya's order to the heroes otherwise. Master's order is for you to dig a shaft at a designated location nano. Shaft. How deep? Holding back Leopard, who was about to say something, with a hand, Grun asked while walking up next to Leopard from near the wall. Leopard was very likely going to complain about being ordered to do public works again, but seeing that it's Renya's order, Frau won't pull back. No matter how much he tries to complain about it, Grun judged. In that case, it's pointless to speak up here. Based on what I have heard of the order's details for the time being, I think it's more constructive to make an effort in clarifying the objective and improving the work conditions. It looks like it should have a diameter of 100 meters and a little depth of 30 meters no. It's not all that difficult no. I still think that it's a fairly difficult task, though, going by the initial plans, there were talks about digging a tunnel until the port town master is currently visiting no. Compared to such a task, this much is a breeze, I believe no. Leopard became dumbstruck after being told about the initial plan. Even for Grun there was no way to simply agree here, but he limited it to showing a troubled smile. And both of them were almost simultaneously relieved that it hadn't come to this. Assuming they had fallen into a situation where they had to dig such a tunnel, both fully understood that it wasn't difficult to predict that they might not have a choice other than continuously digging an endlessly long tunnel until that port town. It's a job where you will precisely set up a facility after flattening the bottom of the shaft, and piling up stones nano. What are you going to use something like that for? Is it for a ritual to extol the Kachural or such? Leopard grumbled while assuming that even the task of piling up stones would be allotted to them. In response, Frau continued with a detailed explanation which she apparently didn't intend to hide, we will use it for a transfer device that will be connected to the port town. Frau will handle the connection to the Cultural and the setup on the transfer, so that part will be fine. No. I'd like you heroes to also build the architectural structure on the surface once you're finished digging the shaft. No. Is it fine to consider it as a temporary storage facility for the goods that will be moved through the transfer system while adding something that won't allow the transfer device to be exposed to wind and weather? As expected of you, Grun. You get it quickly. No. Leopard, you should follow his example as well. No. Frau bobbed her head in approval upon Grun's question. For the time being it seemed as though he had been praised, but Grun wasn't sure whether it was fine to accept her praise. Leopard, who had been used as a comparison target, clicked his tongue while looking sullen, but then straightened himself in panic after being glared at by Frau. Keith, use the soldiers and start building a paved road connecting Klinge and the facility. No. You don't have to worry since we will request the arrangement of the materials from Maria. No. As you order. However, it's very likely that Maria Sommer will file a complaint, Keith said while bowing respectfully. In response, Frau took off the black robe, and casually tossed it on the floor while returning to her usual apron dress appearance. The management of Klinge and the rest of the Margraviate should be more or less on track. No. She shouldn't be so busy right now. No. However, since I would feel bad about placing a burden on just Maria Ainsommer, I will give my consent if she were to request an increase of personnel for her office. No. Increase the number of our helpers as well. If we leave her to her own devices, we'll definitely be forced to do everything from the shaft digging to the stonework with just the 4 of us. No, since Frau probably won't make Kats do anything too strenuous, we'll have to actually do it with 3 people, thought Leopard, and desperately yelled out. Even if I were to assign ordinary people to the heroes, they would simply become hindrances as they wouldn't be able to keep up with the work speed. No. Frau declared, audibly snorting through her nose in amusement. While once again holding back Leopard, who was about to complain, Grun said to Frau after thinking it over for a bit, "It's certainly as you say in regards to digging the shaft, but I don't think it really matters whether we or specialized laborers pile up the stones. Can't we have you increase the manpower, even if it's just for that side of the work?" "Oh my, Grun, you're quite skilled at negotiating, but, sure, that kind of work doesn't seem to be particularly related to the heroes. No. Rather, craftsmen might be more suited for it. No. Okay, I will assign several helpers for that part. No. Frau said very, very slowly, as if putting her thoughts in order while speaking. Grun's fist silenced Leopard, who was about to snap at her, by stabbing into his flank. He was very likely on the verge of saying something along the lines of excluding it from our workload if she can send helpers anyway, Grun assessed, but it wouldn't be very funny if Frau cancelled dispatching helpers after getting displeased by Leopard's imprudent remarks. Watching Leopard, who had received a fairly strong blow to his unguarded, soft flank, collapse while having difficulty breathing with a disinterested look, Frau clapped her hands seeing that Leopard had gone completely silent. "Okay, now, that finishes the talks. I won't ask you anything unreasonable like start to work right away. Everyone's work will start tomorrow. No. Got it. No. As you command." Kat's group was still sleeping, and Leopard had dropped out moments ago after being knocked out. And except for Albert, who was still rolled up, everyone in the hall bowed while confirming her order. This was the end of the meeting to pass on Renya's orders. "Hwee-oa!" Shen screamed hysterically when she was caressed by a thinnish tentacle that had suddenly popped out from the ground beneath her butt. The slash, she unleashed as she turned around while blushing, pried deeply into the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise alongside the sound of an explosion. However, by then, the tentacle, which had stroked Shin's butt, had already vanished into the ground, and while stretching out from another direction, pierced Shin's right armpit. Hi-oh-ah. Although you might call it piercing, it wasn't as though it penetrated through her clothes and skin. It was only as strong as poking. Due to the blow that caused an intense stimulation to Shin's armpit, Shin started to flee with her face beet red while screaming. But, although you could label it as running away, she was currently somewhere surrounded by fairly tall walls. Hence she was quickly cornered by the tentacle that chased her down from behind. Kua! Give it a rest. Understanding that she had no place left to escape, Shin swung her sword down with a yell, but the slash, which had quite a bit of force behind it, was easily evaded, and instead the blade's middle part got lightly hit, deflecting the sword into a completely different direction. The attack of the bent tentacle struck Shin's middle forehead as she was trying to forcefully turn her sword back with a terrible and juicy sound, throwing Shin's head backwards. It was a strike that didn't deliver almost any damage, but as Shin was fixing her sword posture while rubbing her forehead that had become red, the originator of the bruise, the tentacle, continued to slowly sway in front of Shin as if to provoke her. She sure is being toyed with over there, in a place slightly separated from the venue, where Shin was chasing the tentacles or was being chased by the tentacles. Rinya had rolled up the hems of his usual black pants and taken off his boots. While barefoot, he had been absent-mindedly watching the fight as he sat on the wharf. As before, the location was the Gordonal Barony. The preparations to build a port at the wharf facing the ocean had been advancing at a quick pace. Likewise, a fairly large stone building was being constructed in a hurry under Rona's command in a section of the wharf. The situation inside the building wasn't visible from the wharf where Rinya was sitting, but one of the Kachural's tentacles had entered the building, and Emil was in charge of establishing a transfer array with that tentacle as reference point. Rona hastened the construction of that building since once it was complete, a fish market would be set up next to it, allowing for a considerable amount of fresh seafood to be sent to a similar facility in the Kunudai Margraviate. As for how to deploy the Kachural's tentacle to Rinya's inland territory, the answer was exceedingly simple. Given that the Kachural was living beneath the continents, you would find the Kachural's tentacle or main body at any place as long as you dug deep enough, even if it wasn't in the ocean. Of course, the Kachural could also dig upwards from the bottom of the continent's mass to the surface, but Rinya judged that it would probably be faster to have both sides meet in the middle, and instructed Frau to dig down to a certain depth when building the facility for the transfer array near Clinch. Naturally, he used that opportunity to order her to entrust that work to the 4 heroes under the banner of training. Rinya thought that he wouldn't know how good of a training method public works would be for the heroes unless he had them try it out first, but he was confident that it wouldn't turn into a completely useless exercise either. However, unlike back when I made Keith's unit do it, the heroes excluding Kats are all people who have accumulated quite a bit of training. There probably won't be any drastic changes in their combat prowess at this point, he assessed. As expected, the only method to train them might be actual combat, rather than basic training. Once Rinya considered that he might be able to expect rapid growth depending on what enemy he threw at them, he realized that there weren't any convenient opponents around for this. He felt that they would somehow be able to deal with a normal dragon individually. However, he also had a hunch that they would instantly be turned into charcoal even before it could even be considered training if their opponent was a high-ranking dragon. Rinya also thought about having the heroes join up as a team and throw them at the 4 greater dragons against their will, but although he would be able to hope for a significant level up if they managed to return alive, the probability of them doing so was close to 0 according to the simulations in Rinya's mind. This problem is a real pain. He kicked the water's surface with his bare feet while mumbling so. Something broke through the water's surface from below with a splash near where the sheets of water Rinya had sent flying landed, but Rinya guessed from the sight beneath his feet that it wasn't a fish. In the ocean, where Rinya's bare feet had been dipping, countless tentacles of the Kachural squirmed around, making for a sight that wasn't really all that great to look at. One of the conditions the Kachural demanded from Rinya when it negotiated with him was for Rinya to soak in the ocean with his skin exposed. It was a condition Rinya didn't quite understand. When he asked for how long, the Kachural answered something very vague along the lines of wanting him to spend as much time as possible doing so while the transfer facility was being completed. As a vague condition would result in a rather big difference in the interpretation by both sides, Rinya wanted the Kachural to become more specific on the details, but according to Kili, human time measuring units were a concept that was extremely ambiguous to the Kachural, so it apparently couldn't specify any further. Believing that he should make sure to satisfy the Kachural as much as possible within the frame of its vague condition, Rinya soaked in the ocean while exposing his skin by only wearing short pants at first. However, after being caught by the Kachural's tentacles, which seemed overjoyed for some reason, and being dragged around all over the place while making sure Rinya wouldn't suffocate, Rinya was forced to go through such an ordeal that he couldn't help but ask the Kachural to let him get out of the sea after such a long time that his skin had become sodden. It was Kili who stopped Rinya from instinctively attacking the tentacle with his katana that he had taken out of his void storage immediately after being released. Rinya was confident that he would have attacked the ocean so devotedly and for as long as it took for all traces of the Kachural to vanish from this area of the ocean, if Kili hadn't stopped him at that time. However, Rinya's willingness to go so far just went to show what a terrible experience he had suffered. I wonder whether some kind of soup stock is coming out of my feet. Rinya harbored the silly impression that a huge tentacle would be overjoyed by the sweat of a man's feet oozing out like soup stock, but once he saw the flock of tentacles lively squirming beneath his feet, he thought that he might have unexpectedly hit the nail on the head. However, since Rinya couldn't understand the Kachural, he had no way to check whether his theory was true. And speaking of the sole person that seemed capable of communicating with the Kachural, she was sitting next to Rinya on the wharf and was in the middle of enjoying a sunbathe with a fully slackened look on her face. What is it? Noticing Rinya's eyes on her, Kili turned towards him with a relaxed expression on her face. It wasn't as though no one was around them, but in this situation, where not a single person would pay attention to the conversation between those two, Rinya decided to ask about something he felt he should have asked a long time ago. "You, who the hell are you?" "The peddler Kili." The reply shot back at him right away didn't exceed what he had expected. Certainly, he had anticipated as much, but Rinya couldn't just swallow that reply as it was. After all, she was the original owner of his katana that possessed outlandish abilities, which he had tossed into his inventory moments ago. Furthermore, she could understand a being that didn't possess human intellect like the Kachural. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible for her to be an ordinary person. Strangely, his other party members didn't seem to mind it too much, but even that seemed to be a very odd reaction in Rinya's eyes. Wouldn't they usually mind such things or try to kick up a bit more of a fuss? He wondered. They had so readily and easily stopped snooping around Kili that it was abnormal, even considering that Rinya told them to not pursue the matter too much. If he were told that peddlers were the personification of abnormality in this world, Rinya could come to terms with it, but it was difficult for him to imagine that there was that much of a difference between peddlers in his former world and this world. You think you can get me to agree with that explanation? Okay then. I'm actually an archangel possessing tremendous powers who was appointed as your guardian angel by orders of the chief goddess, Rinya-san. In line with this, I borrowed a human body for the sake of supporting you, descended to the lower world, and was in the middle of coming to you. As he looked at Killy, who spun her words smoothly with her usual aloof expression that lacked any feeling of tension, Rinya's eyes were dyed with pity and doubt. Even as she received a look one would send a child with lacking intelligence, Killy's expression didn't change at all. You're telling me to believe this? That in itself would be completely impossible. But Rinya-san, with you suspecting me, I don't think you'd believe anything I tell you, or am I wrong? As she was completely correct with her remark, Rinya had no reply. After all, he wouldn't believe anything, even if she told him to trust her, now that he had started to suspect her. That's why I'm the peddler, Killy, at least for the time being. I think it might be fine for everyone to consider me as a super beautiful merchant who appears out of nowhere in times of need. That's not something you'd say about yourself. Really? Rinya grumbled with a fed-up voice, but at the same time he judged that there wasn't any point in further discussing this topic. Even if he tried to believe Killy, this was only their second meeting, and he had almost no information about her. And in case he doubted Killy, she still hadn't done anything to harm Rinya or even to obtain some outrageous benefit from her own actions. You're a cunning fellow, it can't be helped, since it would instead be a problem if I were too slow on the uptake. One Killy answered Rinya, who looked as if he had swallowed a bitter pill, with a sweet smile. As Rinya reached the dangerous conclusion that it would be fine to simply slay her if she caused some trouble and thus put an end to this matter for now, Killy suddenly clapped her hands together as if she had just remembered something. Come to think of it, Rinya-san, all your friends are women, aren't they? There are also men, but they stayed back in my territory. Rinya felt that there would be no objection from Katz and Grun if he described them as his friends, but he ended up wondering what Leopard and Albert would think about it. In Rinya's opinion, they were all his friends, but it wouldn't be weird for those two to object. Given that Rinya was aware that he had done some fairly terrible things to Albert because of various circumstances, Rinya was sure that especially Albert would deny his friendship at full force. That's what Rinya thought, but Killy had apparently directed her thoughts towards a totally different direction. If it's a lineup of that many beauties, your nights must be quite arduous. What? Rinya asked back while sensing how his head denied comprehending the meaning behind her words. But his voice apparently didn't reach Killy's ears as she continued speaking fluently like a waterfall. Even if a man partners up with that many women, isn't it a matter of the man's ability to make sure that all of them are fully satisfied? At least that's what I think. Luckily I have good news for you in that regard. I just so happen to sell all kinds of drugs and gadgets for that kind of activity. Why would you have such things? The temperature of Rinya's gaze as he asked this had become so chilling that Shin and Rona would immediately be able to judge it as critical if they were to see it, but Killy, who got all enthusiastic about her explanation, didn't show any signs of having noticed it at all. They are very popular among middle-aged noblemen who have taken a young girl as their wife and other similar situations. Concerning the efficacy, I have potions that allow you to enter a heaven-like state by just taking a sip, pills that allow you to increase your stamina so that you can go at it all night with ease, or powders that make women all wet and ecstatic. In addition, as optional gadgets, I have an array of items catering to all kinds of desires and preferences like handcuffs, whips, low-temperature candles, ropes, etc. I must not allow this girl to yap on any longer. At present Rona and Emil are further away, and since Shin is frantically struggling in the mock battle against the Katural's tentacles, they shouldn't have been able to hear Killy's sales talk, but it would become a disaster if those girls heard about it, Rinya assessed. It would be still fine if they only felt embarrassed and shy about it. The problems would start if they were to gleefully buy up those items, which Rinya didn't want to know about. Rinya wouldn't have any other choice but to seriously consider fleeing at night. What's the best thing to do so that it wouldn't go that far? The answer was extremely simple. Be quiet, for the peacefulness of my heart. Rinya-san. Rinya-san. The area around my temples is creaking. I'm telling you it's cracking. While gathering the attention of the surrounding people, who wondered what was going on, Rinya tightly grasped Killy's head in an eagle hold. And while restraining Killy's movements, who was desperately thrashing around in an attempt to escape from Rinya's palm while screaming, with his other hand, Rinya started to ponder whether he should just get rid of her in the ocean once she stopped moving. Translation notes: 1. The raw use is something like, if I were seen as delicious by you. It's a wordplay on the previous line where the cunning can also be read as inedible. I changed it a bit to localize it. Rinya hesitated on whether he should really toss Killy, who had lost consciousness with foam around her mouth, into the sea, but in the end he limited it to dumping her on some random vacant area. Given that he hadn't sensed anything shattering beneath his palm when he had held Killy's head in an eagle hold, Rinya assumed that Killy's skull was most likely safe and sound. If that assumption was correct, Killy was still alive, which was slightly disappointing from Rinya's point of view. Although it was only for a bit, Rinya had been tempted by the idea to make her shut up for eternity. If the iron claw hasn't finished her off, she might suffocate if I throw her into the ocean while still unconscious, and maybe, by some chance, the Katural might take her quietly away to some far and distant place. It must be somewhere out of the public's eyes. Until Killy started to kick up a fuss over Rinya tightly grabbing her head, no one paid any attention to the two. However, now that Killy had made so much noise, even the people, who had absolutely no interest, were looking in Rinya's and Killy's direction, wondering just what was going on. Not to mention, that it wouldn't be strange for one of them to quickly notify the city guards, which would be the worst outcome for Rinya, considering it was a fairly good-looking girl who was laying on the ground with foam around her mouth and the whites of her eyes showing. But then again, the people around here already recognized Rinya's face and somewhat knew his antics, thus the gazes directed at him were mostly ones of defeat, having completely given up on commenting on his behavior. Although Rinya believed that he reaped what he had sown, he didn't find it amusing to be looked at like that. No, even if I toss her into the sea, the probability that she'll be carried away is low, I guess. Killy could understand the Katural. For some reason no one thought it weird that she was able to do so or even asked why she could do it, and Rinya himself had no plans to investigate the reason since he didn't really care all that much in the first place, but either way, her being able to communicate with the Katural meant that she could also be called its kin. In other words, the Katural should consider Killy as a friend to some degree and as someone not to be hindered. If that way of thinking were correct, it would be difficult to believe that the Katural would cause Killy any harm. Rather, Rinya believed that the Katural would pick up and bring Killy ashore again, if he were to toss her into the sea while unconscious. As far as Rinya saw from its behavioral pattern, He couldn't believe that the Kachural would harm a ship trying to fish or travel between the continents in some way, but it seemed that the Kachural was truly merciless towards ships and the people aboard said ships. Otherwise they wouldn't prohibit every single ship from setting sail or building a port despite having such rich fishing grounds right on their front door, according to Baron Gordonnel. Given that the territory was weak in terms of cultivation due to the salty sea breeze, it has been a dear wish for generations of family heads of the Baron Gordonnel house to use marine products as their special, local product. Not only Baron Gordonnel, but also the city residents were deeply thankful to Renia, who not only made it possible to circumvent that fishing restriction but also provided a market to sell the seafood. But that was a different matter altogether. For the time being, Renia lifted his feet out from the ocean while leaving the unconscious Killy where she was on the wharf, faintly hoping that she would fall into the water by herself. As if saying, just a little bit more. The Kachural's tentacles wobbled back and forth within the ocean, but Renia's toes, which had been soaking in the sea for a fairly long time, had started to get even wrinklier skin due to the salt water. He created a water sphere without chanting and used it to rinse off the salt water on his feet. He then dried off his feet, without even needing to wipe them off with a cloth, by creating a gentle breeze. After confirming that his feet were completely dry, Renia lowered the cuffs of his pants, and put on his boots. Once he looked at Killy with a glance. She was still unconscious, and several tentacles that stuck out from the wharf were gently nursing her by wiping the foam from her mouth with a cloth, which made Renia wonder just where they had procured it, and placing cloths that were wrung after wetting them on her forehead. Surprised by such a sight, Renia doubted whether the Kachural was really a being that would rob people of their consciousness and drop them to the very bottom of insanity, from where they wouldn't ever be able to recover if they were unlucky, by just showing itself, if it felt like it. But Renia immediately pushed those thoughts away. Even if I think about it, it won't change anything anyway. In the first place, the Kachural is recognized as an existence beyond human understanding. There was no way that a human like Renia could understand the reasons behind its actions, even if he tried to analyze them. Renia irresponsibly summed it up with the idea that the Kachural must have a reason grounded on some kind of truth secretly existing at the very end of the universe or at the furthest depths of profoundness, and decided to let it do whatever it wanted. Standing up from the edge of the wharf, he was about to turn on his heels when he witnessed midway's yet another unbelievable scene. Yara! A longsword, which was swung to its full extent alongside a yell of fighting spirit, cut through the air, and repelled several attacking tentacles in one go. That longsword had its blade dulled as it was made for training purposes. Although it was one of Renia's creations, focusing only on sturdiness, the longsword's parts, which came in contact with the repelled tentacles, definitely had cracks, where the metal had been somewhat chipped, despite the blade's edge being dull. Shen, who slipped in close on the tentacles that had been thrown backwards, unleashed a sharp blow against the tentacles' base before they could fix their posture. Due to the slash that dug out the ground, several of the struck tentacles lost their power, dropped to the ground and stopped moving. After some time passed, those tentacles were apparently retrieved with some kind of method, slowly being dragged underground and disappearing. In exchange, an even bigger number of new tentacles showed up, and released thin, sharp water jets from their tips, targeting Shen, who had warily readied her sword. Watching one of the shots widely missing Shen and deeply piercing into the ground, Renia noticed the firepower behind those water jets, and hurriedly erected a mana wall around the battle site. Although it was called ground, the battleground was covered by stone paving, meaning, the water jet released by the Kachural's tentacle broke through stone. If such a powerful water jet hit a human body, heavy injuries would be inevitable. It should have been training that was mostly just playing around, but Rinya was puzzled as to what had taken place while he wasn't paying attention to the mock battle for it to develop into the current situation. Unrelated to Rinya's thoughts, the water jets that were continuously fired at Shin looked somewhat dangerous, but Shin shortened the distance to the tentacles while smoothly dodging the water. Seemingly understanding that Shin had closed the distance between her and the tentacles, the Kachural stopped firing water jets all at once, and assailed the nearing Shin with the tentacles by lashing them out like whips. But those were all deflected by Shin's long sword. With Shin apparently unable to knock out the tentacles with just one blow, the tentacles, which were knocked down to the ground, wriggled around and tried to raise their bodies again while being stepped on by Shin, who ran around stomping down on them. Rinya widened his eyes at Shin's speed, who was stomping on the tentacles without hesitation, and her judgment to knock out several tentacles at once by calmly aiming at places where several tentacles were gathered. There was no doubt that Shin had grown as a sword fighter. Moreover, despite being totally messed around with when they started this training session, she had reached a point where she could deal with the tentacles' attacks to the point that could be regarded as a decent battle in a small amount of time. Rinya couldn't hide his astonishment at this fact. Without even taking any notice of Rinya, Shin narrowed her eyes while looking down at the tentacles, trying to somehow escape her trampling, focusing her senses in some way. Through learning by watching, are you kidding me? The surrounding air was sucked towards Shin's chest, who was concentrating, alongside a shrill sound. That air formed a transparent sphere like a vortex, the wind circling with. Rinya had seen such a spectacle somewhere before. Fang King's roar. Once the compressed cluster of air was released and hit the swarm of tentacles, which couldn't break away from beneath Shin's feet, the tentacles were slapped against the ground by the roar's pressure. The after effects of the attack Shin released clashed against the mana wall created and maintained by Rinya while causing her hair and clothes to flutter. The Fang King's roar was a wide-range attack used by Hero Leopard. The one he used was a technique that would cause a huge impact and pressure in a fixed direction by compressing the surrounding air into a vortex, adding a rotation to it, and releasing it towards the target. Although it had the flaw of needing quite a long time in order to amass enough air before its release, its offensive power, once it was fully charged, was immeasurable. The area receiving the attack would be largely gouged out, leaving nothing behind in its wake. Shin's imitation definitely fell short in terms of range and firepower, but the issue here wasn't the attack's firepower, but the part about Shin consciously manipulating mana. It's not like Shin had no magic talent. Although it was the basics of the basics, she could use the spell, Ignition, and could use something like Reinforcement, albeit unconsciously. However, if it came to mana control at a level allowing her to generate proper firepower and releasing it as an attack, it would be very different to such elementary sorcery abilities. Chain attacks. In exchange for its smaller firepower and range than the one Leopard uses, Shin could apparently use her roar in quick succession. A second shot was fired at the tentacles still trying to move after having been slapped against the ground. Rattling vibrations ran through the ground. A portion of the people in the middle of work noticed it, stopped what they were doing, and began to look in Rinya's direction, curious as to what was happening. Rinya-san. What's going on here? Killy, who had apparently revived without Rinya noticing, asked next to him, unable to hide her surprise. You sure got back up on your feet quickly. I woke up due to those sounds and vibrations. So, just what the hell is going on? In response, Rinya silently pointed in Shin's direction. Following his finger with her eyes, Killy saw Shin unleashing the third roar towards the ground alongside a meaningless scream. The tentacles were slapped against the ground once more, and finally the stone paving also started to yield to the raw's pressure and broke apart. Seemingly having their stamina completely whittled down by the attack, the tentacles stopped moving and were drawn back underground while making a slithering sound. And then, a replacement tentacle appeared again, pushing its way through the stone paving. I feel like the firepower has been growing with each blow. In no time, Shin released a side swing with her sword towards the new tentacle. The sword dug almost halfway into the tentacle, which was as thick as an adult's arm, with a heavy, wet sound, causing it to lose all power and drop limply to the ground due to that single blow. The power of her slashes is continuing to grow as well. Rinya felt that the fact that Shin had reached the point where her attacks were connecting properly and gouging out the tentacles, despite the same attacks not hitting or merely repelling the tentacles previously, couldn't be completely described with just the word growth. What did you say was Shin-san's full name? Killy asked Rinya, who felt a bad premonition, with a nonchalant expression. I think it's Shin femme fatale. Once Rinya said so while believing that this must be her full name according to his memory. Killy clapped her hands together once as if having understood something. Ah, so that's how it is. One part of her strength comes from the qualities Shin-san possessed to begin with. Another part stems from the power of her family's bloodline. And on top of that, she has been right next to a source of very dense mana for an extended period of time. Yet another part is due to her eating a fairly large amount of Kachural-san's flesh in a short period of time. And the last part is a result from her daily training. At the same time as the wounded tentacle was pulled back into the ground, another batch of replacement tentacles fired water bullets at Shin. Once Shin countered the bullets with her roars, the water bullets were scattered, turning into countless droplets. Shin dashed forward as if cutting through the resulting cloud of droplets. Get to the point. Rinya urged Killy on as he wanted to know about the outcome rather than the progress leading to it. However, he couldn't believe his ears when he heard what Killy said next. It's the outcome of various elements having come together. It looks like Shin-san has radically developed her own abilities and broken through some kind of limit. While stepping in sharply, Shin unleashed a low slash, smashing several tentacles simultaneously alongside the stone paving with the dulled blade of her sword. The tentacles, which were sent flying while scattering bodily fluids, and the stones, which were sent flying after breaking off from the paving, clashed against Rinya's mana wall at almost the same time, making the whole wall shake strongly. Sensing that something was amiss now that things had come this far, the workers ran off somewhere to file a report or began to evacuate as they realized that they had to leave before they got dragged into the situation. That's a good thing, or is it not? Once Rinya asked while being fairly certain that the answer he was going to get wasn't going to be something he wanted to hear. Killy shook her head as if having seen through Rinya's thoughts. The manifestation of her abilities is a bit too sudden. Those powers are prone to run amok, I'm sure. Killy said in a carefree tone as if talking about tomorrow's weather. In the training area which Rinya was looking at, while wondering how he should respond to Killy's words, Shin aimed at the new tentacles, which were trying to come out of the ground, and hit them with an even stronger roar. The tentacles, which were in the middle of popping out, and the stone paving were smashed to pieces and scattered everywhere. Killy. Have the Kachural withdraw. The magic wall put up by Rinya was about to break at any moment due to the pressure from within. If that happened, not only would the smashed pieces of the Kachural's tentacles, but even the fragments of the destroyed stone paving would scatter over a wide range. It was easy to imagine that the resulting damage wouldn't be anything to scoff at. Believing that Shin probably wouldn't stop attacking as long as there was an opponent to receive her attacks, Rinya had the Kachural withdraw through Kili. I asked the Kachural, but wouldn't it have been better to have the Kachural incapacitate her while keeping the injuries at a non-lethal level? Rinya considered Kili's suggestion for a short moment. It wasn't a bad suggestion per se, but Rinya shook his head before long. His decision came from not knowing whether the Kachural would correctly comply with such a request. It was completely unpredictable what a blow, that in the Kachural's eyes wouldn't kill, would do to a human body. Seeing as Rinya couldn't discard the possibility that Shin would suffer lasting injuries, or in the worst case, die, Rinya couldn't ask the Kachural to knock Shin out. Withdraw the Kachural for starters. She might regain her sanity if her target is gone, right? Wishful thinking doesn't come true most of the time, you know. Rinya immediately hit the top of Kili's head, who was foolishly cackling, with his right fist. Kili, who was assailed by an intense pain after the dull impact, squatted down on the spot, holding where Rinya hit her with both hands. On the other hand, Rinya was astonished by the firmness of Kili's skull. While secretly hiding his right hand, which had become red and throbbed painfully, so that Kili wouldn't see it, Rinya made an effort to feign calmness, and looked into Kili's eyes as she was looking up at him from her crouching position. Instead of raising stupid flags, withdraw the Kachural immediately. While at it, look for Emil and Rona, and have them quickly evacuate the surrounding workers into sturdy buildings so that they won't get mixed up in this. Rinya-san, aren't you handling your personnel way too roughly? Kili unsteadily stood up with teary eyes while repeatedly stroking the place where she was hit. Once Rinya visibly formed a fist with his left hand as if asking Kili whether she was asking for another strike, Kili quickly ran away from him, seemingly believing that she wouldn't be able to endure any further damage to her head. Following her back with his eyes for a moment, Rinya soon shifted his attention to Shin, who was in the center of the area surrounded by his mana wall. Probably because Kili had fully relayed Rinya's words to the Kachural, no tentacles could be seen. Even the parts that fell to the ground after getting smashed up had very likely escaped underground. Seeing how the Kachural had neatly pulled back all its tentacles, only the broken stones of the paving were now scattered on the ground. Shin's breathing was going wild as she was standing stock still. It was clearly visible with her abdomen undulating, her chest as well as shoulders strongly heaving up and down, and her eyes being unfocused. A light rampage, eh? Her cheeks were flushed, and her lips had hardened into the shape of a smile. As if too excited, her unsettled eyes were restlessly wandering around. She totally looked as if she was looking for new prey. However, apparently getting irritated about not finding a new target no matter how long she searched, Shin's breathing became completely disarrayed. What's going to happen if we continued to leave Shin alone like this? Rinya had no answer to that. There might be some kind of solution within the experiences he had accumulated in his previous world, but unable to rely on those, he had no other choice but to rummage through the knowledge inside his head. However, that didn't yield him anything either. Shin's eyes wandered around. However, no matter how much she looked, no prey came into sight. The Kachural had retreated, and the surrounding soldiers and workers had taken refuge in accordance to Emil's and Rona's instructions. The only one standing there except for Shin was Rinya. Say, Rinya. Shin's eyes focused on Rinya's face. Rinya replied to Shin, whose voice sounded faintly high-pitched and unstrung, as calmly as ever, "What is it? Don't you think that I have become somewhat capable of fighting?" The metallic clanging of the longsword in Shin's hand as its tip lightly grazed the ground rang through the space that had started to be ruled by stillness due to the missing human presences. It was a sound caused by Shin fixing her hold on the sword. I wonder. The Kachural was likely going quite easy on you. It's not enough, you think? I think that it's lacking in various ways, but what's your take on it? Once Rinya answered the question with a question, Shin silently lifted her sword. Even though that was all she did, Rinya's mana wall started to creak even more due to the pressure coming from within. It wasn't as though Rinya couldn't raise the wall's density. In Rinya's eyes, the amount of mana invested in the wall was no more than a drop in the sea. If he poured mana into it like water, it wouldn't be difficult to completely shut Shin in. Why don't I do it then? Rinya asked himself while watching the mana wall being slowly but surely destroyed from within. Since he couldn't come up with an answer to this question either, he pressed his hands against his waist, and breathed a sigh. That's your answer? I myself don't understand. Shin took one step forward. By just closing the distance with one step, the mana wall separating Rinya and Shin screeched. Rinya couldn't judge whether she did it consciously or unconsciously, but right now she was releasing an amount of mana that couldn't be suppressed even by his mana wall. Going by Shin's presence which he could sense through the wall, Rinya discovered one piece of information that seemed to be part of the answer for Shin's current state within the knowledge he received from Imidra. Even the training against the Kachural was at first just me being toyed with. However, as the battle continued, I gradually reached a level that allowed me to fight back. Before I realized it, I could manipulate something like mana. I could even strengthen myself. Shin took another step forward. Rinya assessed that the creaking wall wouldn't hold out any longer, and cut off the mana supply, effectively erasing it. But, I don't know. Rinya, you're too amazing. It's unclear to me whether I can fight by your side. I don't particularly believe that I'm all that amazing, though. That's why. The mana that blew up from within her shook the ground. The stone paving broke apart, exposing the bare ground after being pried open. Several of the material piles, which had been stacked up for the construction work, crumbled down due to the transmitted vibrations. Just what happened to Shin? Even though she was told to evacuate, Rona, who couldn't afford to simply evacuate by herself while leaving Shin behind, had watched Rinya and Shin from a fairly sturdy building slightly apart from the two, but due to the earthquake-like tremors occurring all of a sudden, she yelled out that question while screaming lightly. Next to her Emil was intently looking outside without showing any signs that she was perturbed by the tremors at all. But even Emil slightly tilted her head to the side upon hearing Rona's words. Who knows? Still, going by her expression and such, it's kind of like mana intoxication, I'd say. What's that? I will omit the detailed theory and reasons, okay? It's a phenomenon where the brain completely overheats due to a continuous release of a large amount of mana. It's kind of like a common cold that will occasionally be caught by sorcerer apprentices and such, who have talent but lack the skill to control it. It's not like it really overheats though, got it? And then Emil cackled, adding, though she will truly bite the dust if her brain gets literally boiled. Rona grabbed Emil's shoulder, and shook it fervently while grilling her, how do you heal that? Since Emil had called it a common cold, Rona believed that it might be some illness. Thus, she thought that a way to heal it should exist. Seemingly having expected for that question to come up, Emil readily and smoothly replied, if she learns how to control it, it will stop breaking out. It has already broken out, don't you see? In that case it's simple. She'll get clear-headed if you let her release it a bit. While putting a strange emphasis on the releasing part, Emil moved her hand up and down as if stroking something rod-shaped with a smile that was full of maliciousness. Once Rona saw that, she screamed without showing any change on face. Shin hasn't that dangling down there. Having those words shouted back at her with an exceedingly serious look, Emil dropped her hand alongside her shoulders while donning an expression that looked somewhat miserable. Oh, yes. That's true as well. I surely didn't anticipate that retort, so then how does she release it? Even while shrinking back from Rona's intensity, who got so close that she could snap at her, Emil returned an honest answer. For me to get into such a pinch over having my words taken at face value. Well, how about watching the situation rather than getting me to explain? Rinya should be able to properly allow her to release it, I think. To the outside. In this place. They are in public here. I wonder just what the hell and how far you're imagining things. Emil readily decided to give up on explaining things any further. Of course, the one in the wrong was Emil herself, who had guided the conversation into this direction. Moreover, the word release wasn't the kind of dirty joke word as hinted at by Emil. Rona would normally realize that Emil was hinting at something completely different here, but as her head was full of Shin's issue at the moment, there was no sign of Rona noticing it at all. Probably because she had reached her mental limit at this point. Believing that it wouldn't do any particular harm even if she left Rona to her own devices while kicking up a fuss, Emil stopped interacting with Rona, and decided to return her attention towards Rinya and Shin. That's why I'm telling you, Rinya. Rinya, can't you judge it for me? At the same time as Shin finished her words, a gust of wind filled with mana blew against Rinya's entire body. A wind possessing a physical pressure, which caused the sand and pebbles on the ground to swirl. Not having expected that, Rinya held up his right arm, shielding his face. At that moment Shin was hidden behind his arm that blocked his field of view. Kaha! Shin had powerfully stepped in whilst thrusting out the longsword in her two hands. However, the sword's blade was lightly pushed aside by Rinya's right palm, deviating its trajectory and resulting in it piercing through empty air. While standing upright with both legs spread apart, Rinya thrust out his extended left hand as a counter, and flicked Shin's forehead. Shin had her head thrown backwards due to the impact, but she immediately pulled back her arms, which were fully extended, and then swept the sword sideways at the space next to her where she believed Rinya to be. Based on the Shin Rinya had known so far, it was a slash with an unbelievable speed, but such an attack wouldn't be able to land on Rinya's body. It's because he had jumped over Shin's head with enough leeway to pull off a one-handed handstand on top of Shin's shoulder after tightly grabbing her shoulder with the hand he had used to flick her forehead. You've been using that timing for a surprise attack repeatedly. While landing behind Shin, with his back towards her, Rinya lightly kicked the back of her knee with his heel without even turning around. It was slightly violent, but with the opportunity produced due to Shin's stance falling apart after receiving the impact and having her knee fold in, Rinya distanced himself from Shin and gave his evaluation of Shin's first attack. Without replying to that assessment, Shin released a fully charged roar as she turned around. Shin's roar, which got stronger each time she used it, possessed even more firepower and was a means to stop Rinya's movements, even if only for an instant, but being blocked by Rinya's extended right palm, it turned into a gentle breeze consisting of several streamlines without the strength to reach Rinya, which subsequently scattered. That's all. Seemingly having taken into account that her spell would be blocked, Shin corrected her stance while Rinya scattered the roar, and squared off against Rinya once more with her sword at the ready. Shin had been wary of Rinya's follow-up attack, but Rinya had his own reason as to why he couldn't do so. That roar, it's a plain and unpleasant technique, isn't it? Killy, who had unnoticeably entered the building where Emil and Rona were hiding while watching Rinya and Shin through a window, muttered while holding a paper bag with cookies she had procured from who knows where, and crunching away at its contents. An unpleasant technique in what way? Ah, is it fine for me to take some of those as well? Sure, here you go. If you like, I also got drinks with me. Standing behind the two who were peeking outside the window, Killy shared the cookies with Emil as requested, took out a bottle and cups from the pouch hanging at her waist, and offered it to Emil. Going by the color of what was poured into the cup in Emil's hand, it was apparently some kind of milk. It looks like Rinya-san defended against the raw, so that it wouldn't cause any damage to the surroundings. But, since that technique is shot out after turning the surrounding air into a vortex, it means it'll result in a terrible aftermath if he simply blocks it. He hit it with a reversed vortex, and wore it down by weakening the technique, turning it into a normal breeze, so that his aim wouldn't be discovered. Our master sure loves doing things the hard way. You guys sure take it easy. Rona said with a sigh mixed in while glaring at the two with a sidelong glance. From Rona's point of view, one was her own mistress, and the other was the man she fancied. She didn't feel like seeing either of them in pain, nor did she feel like thinking about what she should do if one of them got heavily injured or was in danger of dying. You worried? I am. You're not, Emil. Being asked so by Rona with a sullen expression, Emil pondered how she should answer for a brief moment, and then crammed the cookie she had received into her mouth while saying, if Rinya draws his katana, I will get slightly worried, I guess. That means, Rinya still has more than enough leeway, doesn't it? As if saying that worrisome situations would still lead to worry, Rona shifted her eyes back towards the scene outside the window. Emil stared at Rona's back while wondering whether that's how things worked. Meanwhile, Killy started to take out something like a sponge cake wrapped up in a paper from her pouch since the cookies apparently weren't enough for her, and stared at Rona and Emil with a very happy face. That much of a difference? Shin wondered in a seemingly still calm part of her mind that had for the most part become delirious with bloodlust. My body feels strangely light, and I don't sense the weight of my weapon either. Shin, whose body normally wouldn't be able to follow her imagination to such a degree, demonstrated a battle that could be called the very best in her life so far. What reached her ears were the sounds of her sword cutting through the air, and that of building stones, which might have been part of the stone paving originally, being smashed up when they occasionally crossed her sword's path. As long as she hit them, she could definitely break them, be it stones or people. However, her sword didn't reach Rinya at all. Until now Shin had never seen it for herself, only watching from behind or the sidelines. But, now that she was personally facing off against Rinya, Shin literally experienced the height of Rinya's skills with her own body. Her attacks didn't connect. Even the idea that they might hit was out of reach for her. Even though Rinya's body should certainly be within her sword's reach, around one sword length away in front of her, she was forced to understand, whether she wanted it or not, that it was already a hopeless distance, or rather, it allowed her to actually feel the distance in skill between them. His taijutsu level was simply that high. It didn't even seem as though her attacks were being evaded. Rinya's movements were always on point, as if he knew from the very start what attack she would unleash, when she would do so and what she would aim for. The reality that she couldn't make Rinya adopt any defensive stance, not to mention force him to draw his katana, started to gnaw at the part in Shin that was overheating. As if to pour cold water on those feelings, a very small impact traveled through Shin's left flank. There was absolutely no pain. It wasn't a heavy impact, it was more like being tapped. However, It still startled Shin that a kick unleashed by Rinya after he took just one step into the area, where Shin was currently brandishing her sword with thunderous wind-cutting sounds, had hit her side. Your attacks are continuing to grow wild. Shin swung her sword, trying to close the gap that Rinya had already reduced when he stepped in, but once again Rinya dodged her by going just outside her attack range with the cuffs of his clothes fluttering in the wind. Even while grinding her teeth in vexation over the fact that he had distanced himself to such an extent, Shin didn't stop her hands. Probably fired up by her own irritation, Shin kept her attacks, which apparently had turned into large swings, as compact as possible, swiftly carried out counterattacks, and desperately maintained a combat distance that didn't allow Rinya to reach her with his bare arms while still keeping him in range of her sword. She was hot on Rinya's heels while putting strength into her limbs, trying to land at least one slash, or at least make Rinya draw his katana. On the other hand, Rinya was astonished while nonchalantly dodging Shin's attacks. Each time her sword swung past his eyes and ears, each swing caused his hair to sway due to the wind pressure. The attacks, which hit the ground, broke the paving and sent pebbles flying in all directions. Whenever he tried to fall back or increase the combat distance between them, Shin resolutely and immediately closed as much of the distance as he had opened up by retreating. Moreover, the abnormal level of stamina, which she had already displayed during the training with Keith's unit, allowed Shin to maintain her attack speed. The sword in Shin's hand was something he had expressly created for her training session with the Kachural. For the sake of increasing her stamina, he had made it far heavier than any ordinary longsword, but Shin continued to wield it with ease. It's regrettable, but aren't her motions getting larger with every single attack? Probably due to her irritation about her attacks not landing. However, once Rinya closed the combat distance for an instant, delivered a light attack, and pointed that part out, she amended it at once. The part about her unleashing even faster attacks than before his advice caused Rinya to admire Shin's learning speed, maybe owed to her youth. But then again, there was almost no difference in physical age between Rinya and Shin, even if the mental age was a completely different matter. Rinya, you need help over there. Having his attention distracted for an instant by the sudden voice reaching his ears, Rinya evaded Shin's attack while panicking in his mind, albeit outwardly appearing to be calm. He lightly hit the sword's blade that had passed by him with his palm, hitting it in order to increase its swing force. As expected, it wasn't something that would make Shin let go of her sword, but her posture got somewhat disturbed by the increased momentum of the sword. While using that opportunity to widen the distance to Shin, he sent a fleeting glance in the direction of the voice's origin, just to see Rona and Emil looking his way through the window of a nearby building with Killy standing behind them. Rinya felt somewhat upset as he had told them to get away at once, but without even trying to consider Rinya's feelings, Emil further added in a casual tone, I can tag in for you, if you want. How about it? Rinya thought about what he should do. It's not like Rinya had fully grasped Shin's condition. However, for some reason a power had manifested itself within Shin which hadn't happened until now. He believed that Shin had probably gone crazy with that as the cause. In that case, I think the best method is to pour cold water on her head. Or I might not have any other choice but to keep her company until her mental state settles down. Those were Rinya's thoughts, but seeing how Emil was a researcher, he believed that she might understand Shin's current state a lot better than he did. Around the time when he had started to go along with Shin's attacks, Rinya had expected her to run out of steam soon, but unexpectedly Shin continued to stick through this battle for a long time. Rinya didn't know what kind of power had suddenly manifested within Shin, but it might be the kind that mustn't be used for a prolonged time. Just when Rinya began to consider entrusting this situation to Emil, Shin turned a stabbing glare at Emil. Due to the intensity of Shin's glare, Emil's face, who had been frivolously laughing before, froze in an instant. "Don't get in the way, Shin." Shin's eyes and her sword weren't aimed at Rinya this time. But the mana Shin released turned into a sword that made Rinya recall the time he fought against the human hero. There is quite a large distance between Shin and Emil's group. There would normally be no way for a sword attack to reach that far, but what if Shin has even learned how to send a sword flash flying like that hero? When he considered that possibility, Rinya shouted while putting as much power and spirit into his voice as he could, something he hadn't done since he came to this world. The atmosphere trembled, and Shin's movements stopped. Even though they should have been quite a ways away, Rona pressed her hands against her ears while leaking a small scream, and Emil was about to fall backwards as she had apparently bent her head too far back, probably due to her surprise, with Killy barely managing to support Emil before it became dangerous. "Your opponent is me, right? You don't have the leeway to look away." Once Rinya warned Shin slowly and in an easy-to-understand manner, Shin's face, which had been mostly filled with something close to murderous intent, suddenly blushed. "Yeah, you're right, Rinya." In front of Rinya, who felt relieved thinking that it might have developed into a dangerous situation, Shin readjusted her longsword, and fiercely assaulted Rinya again. If I hadn't stopped her, Shin might have started to attack Emil. Rinya understood Shin's current state to be similar to being wasted. If her discernment were working properly, Shin wouldn't turn her sword towards her friends over something like this because she simply doesn't have that kind of personality. However, for some reason Shin's bounds of common sense have become lax, and she seems to take strangely offensive actions for the most trifling of reasons. It's something similar to a brawl starting simply because someone tried to meddle with a drunkard. Shin's attacks stopped for the moment in front of Rinya, who was thinking about such things. Rinya thought that she might have run out of stamina, but the appearance of Shin readying her sword didn't look at all as if Shin was taking a break to relax her exhausted arms. This is accumulation of power. Just as Rinya thought that, two spheres of compressed air, the stage before, raw, appeared on either side of Shin's blade. Rinya's feet stopped for a moment because of the parallel activation of raw, which Leopard, a hero, had always fired as a single shot so far, not to mention Shin herself. Stopping was a bad move, a mistake Rinya would normally not make. The two released raws didn't target Rinya. Rinya understood as much the instant the raws were launched, while their spheres of compressed air burst out towards Rinya while making popping sounds. Just what are those raws aimed at? There's no need to dodge an attack that won't hit. Witnessing Shin charge at him while thrusting out her longsword from in between the two raws, Rinya knew that he made a mistake in his assessment. At the same time he felt admiration for Shin's battle sense. She succeeded in using two parallel instances of raw, without any preliminary training, and fired them very precisely so as to leave a gap between them that barely allowed a single person to pass through. In addition, the charging power to launch an attack against Rinya while the raws fired by her demonstrated their effect. If her aim were off when she fired the raws, it would have allowed Rinya to evade. If her charge had been a tiny bit too late, the raws would have lost their ability to cut off Rinya's path of retreat. On the one hand, Rinya harbored feelings of praise towards Shin's techniques and abilities, but now they made him wonder how to deal with those attacks unleashed at him. The full power attacks launched to stop him from escaping could certainly be called magnificent, but Shin hadn't taken Rinya's defensive abilities into account with those attacks. In reality, if Rinya promptly deployed defense magic without chanting, it would be possible to stop the two, Ra's, and Shin's charge before they reached Rinya's body. However, Rinya considered, this isn't a battlefield, but a training session. Moreover, Shin has desperately racked her brain to come up with this attack. As a fellow swordsman, I would wonder what to think if I simply crushed her strategy through the difference in our abilities. Of course, if this were to be a battlefield, I would need to crush it forcibly, but seeing how that's not the case right now, shouldn't I defend against it while making use of a sophisticated technique? The spell he used was manipulation. Influencing the air with it, he offset the two swirling Ra's, blocking his path of retreat with two vortices rotating in the other direction. Then he dodged the sword tip aimed at his chest by twisting his body to the right side while delivering a kick with his left foot targeting the underside of Shin's hands which held the sword. However, Shin responded in a surprising way. She pulled back the sword, and straightened it upwards, meeting Rinya's kick with the pommel. If her hold on the hilt were half-hearted, the sword would slip out of her hands after the pommel was kicked upwards, but there was no way that Shin would go at it with such a weak grip. Rinya's boots and the sword's pommel clashed. Grasping that she had succeeded in defending, Shin tried to start the next move, but in Rinya's eyes, even his kick being blocked was within his expectations. Support the translation by reading this novel at inf.in@noveltranslations. Now that Shin had straightened the sword to fend off Rinya's kick, there was no blade preventing him from getting close to her from the front. While forcibly stepping in with his left foot that got repelled by the pommel, he followed up with the right foot by pulling it towards himself, approaching Shin so much that there was almost no distance between them. When Shin noticed that, Rinya had already entered into her bosom. In that instant, Shin was forced to unleash a side sweep in desperation. However, Shin's field of view got turned around instead and she lost consciousness for a moment. Shin herself didn't understand what had happened to her at all. Later on, when Rona told her what she saw from her location, Shin finally grasped what had happened. Once Rinya evaded Shin's side sweep, he moved behind her. There he tripped Shin's left leg with his left foot, and furthermore grabbed the base of Shin's right leg with his arms as if putting it into a lock while letting himself fall backwards. Using the momentum, they rolled across the ground like a ball until Shin completely fainted. Hearing about it afterwards, Shin considered herself lucky that she had tightly put on her hakama. After all, it would have developed into an outrageous situation if it had been a skirt. As a matter of fact, even Rona, who gave her the explanation, had a pale face, obviously not wanting to be on the receiving end of that technique by any means possible. If Rona had gone through the same experience in her priestess garb, it would have been fully rolled up, completely exposing her underwear. She was sure that the embarrassment would be beyond her imagination. It was no good, after all, Shin, who woke up on top of the bed she had been placed on to recover, spoke up dejectedly after sitting up, and slumping her shoulders in disappointment. Exactly because she had believed that she might be able to land at least one attack on Rinya, Shin felt devastated by the fact that she had failed completely at it. But Rinya, who had been sitting on a chair next to her bed, said with an amazed voice, "Now listen, I wouldn't be in this position if I allowed attacks to reach me that easily, right? But, just one blow, if you had planned to land a single decent attack against me, you should have at least brought a hero along, don't you think?" Once she was told this by Rinya as a simple fact not meant as a brag in the least, Shin smiled bitterly while agreeing with him. However, Shin still couldn't stop thinking about her own failure. I wonder whether there's no other choice for me but to completely rely on you, Rinya. Rinya clearly shook his head at the complaint that escaped her mouth. No, I understood from this time that I should have done this a lot sooner. Shin, you have a somewhat abnormal potential for growth. I hadn't expected that you'd be able to come this far from just being toyed around by the Kachural. I don't know whether you'll be able to reach the level of a hero, but I think there's value in training you. Shin's face brightened up after receiving such an evaluation from Rinya. At the very least, she has a level of ability which allows her to fight. While believing that only a few women would be delighted about receiving such an evaluation, Rinya continued, for the time being, I will train you. It depends on you whether it'll lead to something, but are you willing to try? Of course, Rinya. Rinya put on a slightly troubled smile upon hearing her immediate answer. While thinking that it'd be great if he wasn't later told that this wasn't what she had expected, there was something Rinya had to tell Shin at present. Restraining Shin, who looked as if she would jump out of her bed at any moment now, with a gesture, he decided to speak up. Rest your body for now. Since you've abused them this much, your stamina and mana should have diminished quite a bit. It's important to get back in peak condition first. Besides, there's something you must do before we get started with the training and so on, Shin. What is it? Shin tilted her head to the side in confusion, obviously having absolutely no clue what this was about. Rinya said, you will properly take responsibility for the plaza near the ocean you destroyed, and repair it, okay? The effect of his words was immediate. Shin's face turned pale in the blink of an eye. The stones necessary to repair the paving would likely add up to quite the weight. Since Shin had also punctured holes into the ground below the paving, it was easy even for someone with no knowledge of public works to estimate that the work needed in order to fix the soil would be quite hard as well. Normally, it wasn't a task a single person would be able to accomplish. Well, do your best and consider it a part of your training. While thinking that he would probably have to help her anyway, Rinya said so before Shin could retort anything while putting a tiny amount of nastiness in his words, and revealing an evil smile. Dull impacts could be heard in the distance. Those sounds, which continued endlessly since early in the morning, were apparently being overlooked by the town's residents as something that was inevitable for the time being, but still, there was no way to change the fact that they were annoying. As for just what was producing this noise, Rinya could provide an accurate answer. And, exactly because he knew their true identity, he sighed at reality for the umpteenth time today, becoming heavy-hearted. After the mock battle, Shin had to stay in bed for several days. As a consequence of fighting Rinya with unbelievable strength for a beginner while also suddenly controlling mana, which she couldn't even touch until then, for an extended period of time, Shin had apparently accumulated a significant amount of mental fatigue which was accompanied by an intense sleepiness which wouldn't go away at all. Another reason was that her body's performance fell short. Although Shin had received basic training, it wasn't nearly enough to compensate for exploiting it at the level of Rinya and the Kachural. In other words, her body needed several days to recover from its mostly self-damaging experience. The first 2 days were terrible. It was fine when she was asleep, but during the short periods when she regained consciousness, Shin was tormented by intense headaches and muscle pains. Moreover, as a part of her muscles had torn, she continued to groan in pain while unable to move. It was a situation where an outsider would worry about whether she was being tortured. Runa, who could use healing arts, single-mindedly nursed Shin, but she also went down on the 3rd day after overusing her divine arts. She had used her arts power too much, which meant that, just like Shin, she became unable to move on her bed while being tormented by sleepiness and headaches. The one who helped those two in their time of need was Emil, who assiduously concocted many medicines using ingredients she had obtained from Killy. Furthermore, after confirming that Killy herself was a divine arts user, she was given permission to apply healing arts on Shin and Rona. This resulted in Rinya looking at Killy, who could even manipulate divine arts despite being a peddler, with suspicion, wondering just who the hell she was, and even others besides Rinya started to wonder just what kind of upbringing Killy had to have had in order to acquire so many abilities. But with Killy's short comment that it was all due to her being a peddler, everyone except for Rinya lost interest in Killy in such a smooth way that it was rather odd. Now that it had come this far, even Rinya started to make various guesses about Killy's true identity, but after trying to think about it in various ways, he eventually realized that it might not lead to worthwhile benefits even if he attempted to thoroughly investigate the truth, and thus stopped brooding over this matter altogether. For some reason Killy was displeased about Rinya readily pulling back on the matter, but while saying that she should simply spit it out at once if there was anything she was hiding, Rinya deliberately decided to not concern himself with the matter any longer. As time passed on, Shin and Rona recovered. However, their surroundings were taken aback by the changes to their bodies. First, Rona's maximum amount of arts power had increased to an abnormal level. There was no difference between mana, magic power, and arts power. It's just that mana is used for sorcery while arts power is used for divine arts, but both belonged to the same greater origin. Certainly, it was a well-known fact that the amount of mana one possessed could increase if used continuously, and with arts power basically being the same, this rule applied to it as well. But no matter how much arts power Rona might have exhausted for Shin's sake, the power increase should have been a small one according to common knowledge, even if Rona endlessly continued casting her heal over a period of 2 days. However, anyone would hold their head in despair if an uncontrollable power, which raged throughout the room the moment Rona woke up, pulverizing the furniture, breaking the windows, and blowing away the sickroom's walls in the end, were to be described as just abnormal. Fortunately, Rona was alone in the room when she woke up, and therefore no one got injured, but assuming this power increase wasn't a natural phenomenon, the number of suspects could immediately be narrowed down to 2. Once Rinya confronted suspect number 1, Emil, she denied any involvement at full throttle. It's true that I do like experimenting on people, I admit. But you know, if I did something to those two, it wouldn't be something where I wouldn't be able to predict what you'd do to me, would it? You don't really think I'm that big of an idiot, do you? That was definitely not something one could brag about, but she also didn't make any wrong statements. Emil, who kept the fact she was a demon secret from others, had kept Rinya company for a fairly long time, so she could naturally judge how far she could go before it became a fatal mistake. Well, that makes sense, which means, Rinya shifted his eyes to suspect number 2. This side said with a broad smile while keeping her calm, not trying to make her point like Emil, and without looking away. Even peddlers have things they can and cannot do. That doesn't mean that cannot applies to this case, does it? Now, I wonder which it might be. Killy immediately struck back while keeping up her smile, but while a thin layer of sweat formed on her face, she averted her eyes slowly, very slowly, as if to escape Rinya's stare. Rinya stared at her for a while, but after some time he released Killy from his scrutinizing gaze. Rona's change was just an increase in her arts power, and although she was regarded by some around her as a ridiculously dangerous being, she immediately managed to control her increased power. Given that it allowed her to lead a very ordinary life afterwards, it didn't have any disadvantages, only advantages, if one looked at the bigger picture. Although it seemed as though her feelings have been hurt a bit by the looks from those around her, I think she should perceive it as a trifling matter, seeing as the power she can use increased significantly when compared to what it was before she fainted and collapsed, shouldn't she? Rinya wondered. Rona's case ended with only this much, but for Shin it became even worse. First off, just like Rona, she grandly destroyed the sick room and its furniture when she woke up. One could consider this to be because the amount of mana she possessed increased as a result of her continuously using raw, but just as with Rona, the amount increased went far beyond common sense. What was even worse was that Shin, who had been no more than a swordswoman, met unexpected difficulties when she tried to control her increased mana, unlike Rona, who apparently mastered its control pretty easily since she had the foundation as a priestess to work with. This led to the damage being amplified, and Rinya got stuck with paying a rather large amount of money to Baron Gordonnel as reparations and repair fees for the building Shin destroyed. The problems didn't stop there either. Shin's abused body even had its physical strength, in other words, its muscle mass increased, and it showed a trait similar to Rinya's high recovery. This led to many comical situations. When Shin tried to raise her body off of the bed, she jumped up due to the strength of her abdominal muscles, broke through the ceiling, and soared high up in the sky, just to drop down again and create a crater on the ground after simply bracing her legs to endure the impact. Panicking due to this event, she tried to run off to look for help, but putting too much force behind her sprint, she destroyed several buildings along the way, and unable to stop her momentum, she fell into the ocean, almost drowning in the process. Now that it had reached such an extent, Rinya started to believe that it wasn't simply a matter of muscles either, but very likely something triggered through body strengthening by her increased mana, and became somewhat panicked due to realizing this. He grabbed Shin, who was nearly drowning while raising sheets of water, or rather, was grandly stirring up the sea while causing explosions and columns of water to shoot up into the sky. He soothed the rampaging Shin by hugging her, and prevented the situation from going out of control any further by calming her down. Afterwards, Rinya taught Shin how to use her strength for the whole day, and brought her up to a point where she could somehow go on with her everyday life without any impediments. On a side note, if Rinya had been unlucky, he could have been in a situation of causing the same kinds of incidents as Shin. Since he possessed abilities going beyond those of Shin, you could only call such an outcome as natural, but if you were to ask why he didn't pull off such Shin-like comedy acts, the sole answer would be that his control over his own body is much greater than Shin's. Later on, those comedy-like incidents also became an issue when Shin repaired the plaza she had destroyed. In order to prepare the churned ground, which had become very uneven because of Shin's attacks, Shin took out a wooden mallet and attempted to level the ground, but as soon as her first mallet strike hit the ground, the plaza was transformed into a crater while making a thunderous roar. Although Shin was now able to control her strength to a degree that allowed her to lead a normal everyday life, Shin unnecessarily put too much strength into her mallet strike, and the blow, which used her entire body's strength, ended up blowing away the ground as a result. At this point, Rinya could only feebly laugh at this, and after recovering Shin, who had frozen up in the pose of having swung the mallet down, he was once again forced to shoulder the reparations and repair fees for the destroyed buildings that had their walls and windows broken by the earth that had been blown away. Moreover, ocean water flooded the new crater, turning it into a situation that would now require serious repairs instead of superficial ones. Rinya reluctantly provided the funds out of his own pocket, and got stuck with rebuilding the town's plaza from scratch after Shin had delivered the finishing blow against it. Sorry, Rinya, making that much soil fly into the vicinity naturally meant that the ringleader behind it would be covered in plenty of dirt as well. Shin came to Rinya's place to apologize with a meek expression while covered in dirt and sand from the top of her head to her toes. While wondering whether she would break out in tears if he started to laugh out loud here, Rinya loosely waved his hand. "Yeah, well, don't worry about it. I'm not troubled with money, and even if I lose some of my funds in the Gordonal barony, it might benefit me in the future. Besides, I have no intention of getting upset about the careless mistakes of a young chick who just discovered her abilities." While calming the dejected Shin, Rinya carried the soil and materials, which Rona had arranged for after he asked her, over to the plaza, and rebuilt the plaza from its foundation while having the Kachural hold back the ocean water after putting up a request through Kili. Normally this would result in even further expenses assuming that he decided to carry out this workload while employing manpower. But in addition to turning this into Shin's skill training while at the same time having her learn to handle her strength, Rona helped Shin out, thinking that it would be a good opportunity to practice her own strength and divine arts. Thus he killed two birds with one stone, as long as he didn't take his own personal expenses into account. And that's how the plain work of carrying in the soil and hardening it by single-mindedly beating it down in order to level it before laying out a stone paving on top led to the dull impacts of the mallet striking the ground continuously resounding throughout the city from morning until evening. While watching the work progress from a small hut that had been quickly erected close to the work site, Rinya suddenly recalled the time when he came to this world. The two women, who introduced themselves as a swordswoman and priestess apprentices while being surrounded by several adventurers back then, had now reached a point where they carried out work that would usually be handled by heavy machinery in his former world. At this point it's not something that will ever happen, but I wonder what the adventurers of that time would think if they were to encounter the two right now. Rinya sighed heavily. The passage of time is unexpectedly cruel, isn't it? Once Rinya muttered this line while somehow unable to escape the feeling that he had pushed those two in the wrong direction. Kili chuckled right next to him as she gazed in the same direction as Rinya with vacant eyes that seemed sleepy due to boredom. The Gordonal barony within the Trident Principality was an area that would generally be referred to as the countryside. The Trident Principality, which was next to the monster-infested miasma forest to begin with, was a country that seemed to be considered rural amongst the human territories, but the Gordonal barony, which was especially close to the forest within the principality, was a territory deemed as especially rural even among the rural areas. One of the territories famous for being in the same situation was the Kunudai Margraviate, but that one had an abnormal lord, abnormal people who were close to him like retainers, and a genuinely abnormal maid. Thanks to all those abnormalities, that territory, and especially its provincial capital, had achieved a reputation that it might be on the forefront of cutting-edge technology, and was thus much easier to live in than any other city in any other country, not to mention the principality's capital. As such, that Margraviate didn't fulfill the conditions to be called rural. Leaving that aside, it was pretty much obvious to anyone that the Gordonal barony was the countryside, but it had just one component that was considered valuable in this world: the ocean. Although it might simply be referred to as the ocean, it was an ominous place that could trigger a disaster if handled incorrectly due to the existence of the Kachural, a being that ruled over almost the entire ocean. The ocean's blessings were thus scarce in this world. However, precisely because of its scarcity, the value of the ocean's blessings was boosted. In the eyes of those with territories facing the sea, such a fact was ironic. But then again, there were rumors going around that the Margrave, who had an established reputation of being abnormal as mentioned above, had apparently initiated communication with the Kachural, although it wasn't clear how he managed to do so. In reality, The Gordonal barony was estimated to develop from now on because the seafood procured in the barony had started to circulate on the market, albeit only slowly, but at present the barony couldn't see any changes in its evaluation as countryside. Jeune femme fatale, who held the title of First Princess of the Trident Principality and was currently staying in that very barony, didn't know what to do with all her free time. Currently, because of certain circumstances, she was working on repairing the various things she had broken, but that work could only be carried out while the sun was out. In addition to the work not being urgent, it also wasn't anything that could be done in a dark environment after sunset. It wasn't a job that she had to continue no matter what, thus she didn't have to go so far as to prepare illumination for the night, but that was also the reason why she had nothing to do during the evenings. The Gordonal barony was the deepest Styx. Even the town, where the baron had his seat, was no exception to such an evaluation. Most of the stores closed as soon as the sun set, and even the stores that wouldn't be included in that majority shut their doors as the evening progressed. If this had been Clinch, Renier's address, you'd be able to find several stores running all night long, regardless of whether they were the healthy or unhealthy types of stores. Something like slipping out of the room for a bit to alleviate the boredom in the evening could be done without any difficulty, but the Gordonal barony was completely wrapped up by the night's darkness, not a single soul out on the streets after a certain hour. With a situation like this, the only option was to spend the evening and night inside, but Baron Gordonal himself was the very definition of a martial artist, and probably because he was of a somewhat advanced age, the people around him also went to bed rather early at night. If this were Renier's castle, the head maid and local silky, Frau, would prepare a light meal, offer various forms of entertainment, which she stole out of Renier's knowledge according to herself, or be available as a conversation partner, and thus there would be plenty ways to waste some time. With Frau being far away now, Jeune couldn't fall back on this method either. Jeune had been staring at the ceiling without being able to get a wink of sleep while laying on the bed in the room she was assigned to. She would probably be able to fall asleep if only she were assailed by sleepiness, but sleepiness was something that would only be elusive at times like now. Suddenly she remembered that Renier had mentioned that he would just count numbers when he couldn't sleep, and thus she started to count, but for some reason Jeune became even more wakeful instead. Giving up on that method, she sat up on her bed. Seeing how it's impossible to force myself to sleep, there's no point to stay in bed either, right? Jeune muttered to herself. Jeune believed that she would sooner or later get sleepy if she stopped focusing on going to sleep and instead did something else, but the reason why she tried to fall asleep was exactly because she didn't have anything else to do with all the time in her hands. Noticing that her thoughts were going around in circles, Jeune smiled wryly, and thought about intruding into Renier's room. It's not like I'm going to sneak into his bedroom to make love. Jeune had once failed to do so in the past, and at present she had absolutely no confidence that she would succeed if she were to try again. She wasn't that big of an idiot that she couldn't understand that failing a second time could probably lead to Renier losing all sympathy for her. Although she believed that she would try again at some point, Jeune decided to limit that second attempt to a time she was convinced she would succeed or when it was likely for Renier to forgive her even if she failed. Well then, if he asks me why I'm visiting, I'll tell him that I'd like to chat with him until I become sleepy, she planned. It's not that Jeune hadn't considered the option of asking Rona to be her conversational partner, but it was lacking a touch of novelty since Jeune was always talking with Rona. On that point, Jeune felt that she would be able to hear many, very interesting stories if she earnestly asked Renier to talk to her, seeing as he was a lost who possessed knowledge of a different world. While at it, it might also increase our intimacy since I'll be visiting the room of a young man without any vigilance at night, she thought, but she fully understood that her plan was a two-edged sword as it bore the high risk of her simply being regarded as a slutty woman, if she carried it out unskillfully. In terms of the topics of conversation, Shin believed that anything would do as long as it was interesting. Now then, what should I wear, assuming I go ahead with this? Right now Shin's body was covered by her nightwear, which was made out of a thin fabric, but she believed that it would likely be a very bad idea to show up to Rinya's room in such an outfit. I think it's necessary to show that I'm properly covering what should be covered by wearing a somewhat thicker gown or something like that. Shin, who was about to open the drawer with her clothes, suddenly felt the presence of someone else stopping outside in front of her door. I wasn't so sensitive to presences before, Shin thought. However, since she had started to act together with Rinya, she felt like her ability to sense such things had become sharper, albeit slowly. If she focused her senses now, she could perceive that there were two people outside her door, and even that they were both women. Given that it was two women, Shin thought that it might be Emil and Killy who had come for a visit, but these two visiting her room, and moreover this late at night, didn't really make sense to her. Considering that they were women, the possibility that one of them was Rona existed as well, but Shin had excluded her from the possibilities from the very start because she believed that she would definitely be able to sense Rona, an old friend of hers, even through a door. While pondering about such things, Shin thought about how she should act in this situation, but before she could do anything, there were several light, quiet knocks on her door. "Who is it?" "We're terribly sorry for visiting you this late at night. We're maids serving our lord, the Baron." Hearing the reply after asking for their identity, Shin slightly raised an eyebrow at the true identity of the speaker. Just as there were those among the maids serving nobles who would commute, there were also some who would live at the noble's mansion, so it wasn't too strange for maids to be present in the dead of night. However, these maids weren't Shin's acquaintances. Moreover, as far as it goes, Shin nominally was the first princess of the Trident Principality, even if she had readily rescinded that position, and thus knocking on Shin's door wasn't something maids would do without a particular reason. Shin thought that there was possibly some kind of emergency, but since she couldn't hear any commotions around her, she couldn't quite believe that something like that was going on right now. "In that case I have no other option but to ask the person who introduced herself as a maid, I suppose." Shin retrieved a dagger for self-defense out of the luggage that had been leaning against her bed, and opened the door a crack with her right hand while holding the scabbard behind her back with her left hand. "What kind of business do you have with me?" Without hiding in her voice that she was wary of them, she peeked outside the room through the small gap of the opened door, seeing two girls in maid clothes, who were both a lot smaller than herself, holding small lamps while cowering with apologetic expressions. Shin almost ended up lowering her guard against her better judgment, but once she widened the crack a bit while making sure to not let go of the knob, she quickly checked the back and sides of the two girls. "We're very sorry for disturbing your rest, Shin-sama. But, while being fully aware that it's rude, there's no one besides you whom we could consult." The girl with long, silver hair, who was the slightly taller one of the two, said while turning an imploring gaze at Shin, who remained wary. The other girl, who had short, red hair, stood stock still while casting her eyes down, apparently unable to look at Shin, who emitted a somewhat threatening aura. "Only me. What about Baron Gordonald or not?" If it was about someone they could consult, it would make sense to bring it up with the head maid who took care of them, the retainers of the Baron family who were above the head maid, or the Baron himself as the one standing above them all. You could say that consulting Shin, who was an outsider and furthermore the first princess, was barking up the wrong tree. Lady Headmaid and all of the honorable retainers are not present as they have gone back home. Given that Baron Sommer is of an advanced age, as you know, we hesitated to bring up this topic with him so late at night. I see, I think that makes sense, but still, isn't it slightly odd to come to me with this? Even if you leave the matter of social standing aside, I'm not from this territory. The instant Shin said the term social standing, the faces of both maids visibly cramped up. It looks like they've both completely forgotten that I'm the principality's first princess, Shin sighed slightly. Although she was somewhat astounded by the fact that the maids were kind of slow on the uptake despite serving at a noble's mansion, Shin decided to let this matter go as she believed that they might be so on edge that this thought hadn't even registered, if she gave them the benefit of the doubt. You went out of your way to consult me, so try telling me what it's about. I don't know whether I'll be able to help you, but I can at least listen to you for starters. Unable to turn them away just like that, Shin urged them to explain the situation while believing that there would probably be no meaning in her wielding her social position at this point in time. In response, the one with the red hair frankly explained what she wanted to consult Shin about. As a matter of fact, we'd like to consult you about Margrave Kunudai Sommer. The look in Shin's eyes changed when Rinya's name came up. That sudden change reflexively awoke the urge in the two maids to turn around and run away, but without giving them a chance to do so, Shin threw the door wide open, and dragged the two petrified girls into her room right away. Tell me the details. The two maids were baffled by her reaction that betrayed her wariness until now as if it had been a lie. While dragging the two into the room, the dagger Shin had held in her left hand dropped to the ground, but that caused the maids' faces to cramp up even further. However, Shin didn't have the composure to pay attention to any of that. It's because her heart couldn't remain calm after she was told that the consultation topic revolved around Rinya, but in the eyes of the maids, Shin's behavior only frightened them as they wondered whether they might have done something that could have upset Shin in some way. While looking at the two of them, Shin pondered, even if I won't know what it's about unless I listen to the details, it might be about something others shouldn't hear about, considering the time they've come to consult me. It might be the kind of story that'll lead to a disastrous situation if it's not dealt with at once. Considering it as such, I must get the information from the girls in front of me as quickly as possible. For the time being, spit it out. Shin Sommer. What? Quickly spit out what you wanted to consult me about. Due to Shin bringing her face very close to them and threatening them, the maids became teary-eyed while telling Shin the details in a panic. According to them, several of the girls doing their best as maids had started to sneak out of their waiting rooms and bedrooms with unsteady gaits as if being summoned by something late at night. This all started 3 days ago. Feeling curious about such behavior, the two of them tried to tail the girls to find out where they were going. They weren't able to pinpoint the destination precisely, but they had unexpectedly discovered that they were heading in the general direction of Margrave Kunudai's room. Because we lost sight of them along the way, we can't say for sure that they entered Margrave Kunudai's room, but there's nothing else that comes to mind in that area. Shin brooded. For nobles, you can't call the act of summoning maids at night that much of an issue. Maids that become nobles' mistresses exist not only in the Trident Principality, but in any country. It's not something you'd scold nobles over. There were even nobles who gathered beautiful girls for that very reason, but since it also had the problem of how to deal with them as maids after treating them in such a way, there even existed nobles who employed maids only for that purpose. Even Margrave Kunudai was a young man. It wouldn't be surprising at all even if he did end up having such a side to him. But, as far as Shin knew Rinya, he didn't really have that much interest in such areas, or rather, he seemed to be a man without a sex drive. Otherwise there's no way that he would have turned down Rona's or my nightly visits. At the very least, he shouldn't have had any issues with Rona, even if the position as the first princess might have become an obstacle in my case. So, if he were enthusiastic about that kind of activity, it would be weird if he didn't have some fun by now. However, in reality Rona and I failed at our sneaky nightly visit. And while we're at it, there aren't any rumors about Rinya having made a move on the maids working at his castle either. The girls, who continued to slip out, somehow acted strangely during the day. They kept saying that they wanted the white stuff, that sticky, syrupy white stuff. That's, no, but, okay. Just by hearing that much, Shin could feel how the situation was escalating into quite a dangerous direction. In the worst case those words suggested that even dangerous drugs meddling with a human's mind might be in play here, but for Shin, who knew Rinya, a connection between Rinya and such things was completely out of the question. We don't want to think that Margrave Summer is doing something outrageous, but we're still worried when we see the girls in that weird state of mind, thus we thought that we could only discuss such a matter with you, Shin Summer. Today as well, several of them left dizzily. Unable to stay silent about this any longer, we intruded upon you while being fully aware of how impolite it is. Going by the frantic appeals of the two, Shin judged that there were no signs that they had lied. Got it? Let's go and have a look at the situation then. If something like this is really taking place, I can't avert my eyes from it either. Thank you very much, Shin Summer. Shin waved off the two maids, who bowed their heads deeply, telling them to not mind it, quickly threw off her night clothes, and put on her usual attire while also attaching a sword at her waist. The maids stared at Shin in wonder since she had gone as far as arming herself, but since this matter concerned Rinya, Shin believed that she couldn't be careful enough. Okay, lead the way to where those maids went. Prompted by Shin who had finished her preparations, the maids began guiding Shin while going ahead in front of her. As they continued to move through the large building, the red-haired girl spoke up while turning around to Shin after some time. We lost sight of them around here. The place where they had stopped was a hallway. In her mind, Shin reconstructed the route they had walked from her own room, comparing it with the building plan she had acquired in advance. She confirmed that there were definitely only several empty rooms and the room allotted to Rinya in this area. While believing that the girl's destination would have most likely been Emil's room if it had been around here, Shin perceived a strange sensation when she tried to head further down the hallway where the two maids had stopped. A deep-rooted feeling of not wanting to go any further suddenly welled up within her. This is Rinya's doing. It wasn't totally clear to Shin, but being somewhat able to perceive that it was the effect of some kind of spell, she clenched her teeth tightly in order to resist the effect. Once she put some strength into the area around her stomach, she felt how that strange sensation that had surfaced in her mind gradually faded away. Shin Summer. Some kind of magic is at work here. Wait here. I will go ahead myself. If I don't return by dawn, contact Rona. With those words Shin left the maids behind, and advanced further down the hallway. Since there was no illumination, she had to proceed while relying on the dim light flooding into the hallway through the windows. Shin subdued her footsteps as much as she could, and went ahead while paying attention to her surroundings. Before long she arrived in front of Rinya's room. Being reminded of her previous thoughts for an instant, Shin hesitated to touch the door. Being caught in a trap wasn't that much of an issue, but being mistaken and scolded for making a sneaky night visit once again was something Shin wanted to avoid at all cost. However, if she didn't even try to enter the room, she wouldn't be able to explain herself to the maids she had asked to wait for her. Shin resolved herself, placed her hand on the door's knob, lightly knocked on the door with her other hand, and called out to Rinya through the door. "Rinya, it's me. I'm coming in." No reply came back. After waiting for a moment, Shin turned the knob, and opened the door while being surprised that it wasn't locked. However, the room was empty. While only thrusting her head into the dark room, Shin wondered where Rinya could have summoned the maids to if not in this place. However, she suddenly noticed a faint light leaking from around the door of the next room. She slowly drew closer, and once she brought her ear close to the gap of the ajar door, she could hear people talking inside the room. "Ah! Margrave Summer. Please give us more of this white, sticky stuff. I can't get enough. This hot, sticky stuff is, more, please give us more. I can't survive without this. Margrave Summer, Moa." Shin's brain spontaneously froze due to the manifold, very coquettish voices made by several girls. Shin had believed that Rinya wouldn't do such a thing as play around with the maids. However, now that she had heard the voices coming from the other room, she couldn't state so for certain any longer. Mysteriously, no feeling of betrayal burst out from within her. She instead felt something similar to disappointment with herself for having made a mistake. As if thinking that hiding any longer wouldn't mean anything, Shin slammed the door open, and forcibly charged into the room. "Rinya! What the hell is the idea here? Regardless of the fact you hold the title of Margrave, gathering the maids of another family, lie." She was about to hurl a shitstorm at Rinya, but what Shin saw as she stepped inside the room wasn't the perverted scene she had imagined. A single pot with steam rising from it stood on a table placed in the middle of the room. 4 girls in maid attires sat around it. Each of them had a soup bowl placed in front of her, and they were right in the middle of scooping up the contents in those bowls with their spoons while donning loose and enchanted expressions. A simple kitchen area had been installed on the other side of the door. Rinya, who had a troubled expression, looked in Shin's direction, who had suddenly barged into the room, while heating up a stock pot over a fire. "Rinya. Just what's going on here?" Before answering that, just what were you thinking when you suddenly broke the door down while barging in and shouting? On top of being a bother when you consider the time of day, do you intend to increase the burden on my wallet even further? Once she was told all this while being glared at, Shin couldn't do anything other than apologize while cowering. Seeing the 2 maids, who had come to check on the situation, become speechless after secretly peeping inside the room from behind Shin, Rinya somehow managed to grasp the situation. "You were just cooking." Shin, who had asked Rinya to explain the circumstances while making sure not to look at the array of maids greedily devouring the contents of the pot in a trance while showing slovenly expressions, was surprised by his answer. "Well, yeah. Various things happened, but I was able to get my hands on marine products of good quality. It's just human nature to feel the desire to cook and eat them, right? I wonder. However, because I felt bad about borrowing the Baron's kitchen to cook my own food, I tried to secretly build a kitchen in the adjacent, vacant room. Isn't that far worse than borrowing a kitchen?" Shin and the maids wondered, but they decided to swallow their words. The kitchen, which had been constructed by using building stones he had snatched from somewhere, although Shin believed that they were most likely the same ones she was using to repair the plaza, was genuine enough to even have had a chimney added to it so that the smoke could escape, but as he naturally had to drill a hole through the wall in order to connect the smokestack with the outside, the question about whether it was okay to do such a thing in someone else's house didn't want to disappear from Shin and the maids' minds. It's not an installation I'm completely satisfied with, but thinking that it couldn't be helped anyway, I suitably cooked the seafood I obtained, just to be spotted by the maids over here. Rinya cast a fleeting glance at the maids swarming the pot and pouring its contents into their own bowls, and continued his explanation after sighing lightly. I fed them since they told me to give them a share of the food at all costs, but you can see the result of that over there. What about strange drugs or indecent acts? Putting drugs into the food, you want me to get killed? And what's that about indecent acts? When Rinya turned a scary look at the silver-haired maid, who had asked him shyly, both maids turned pale at once, and started to tremble while embracing each other. While thinking that there was no reason for them to get so frightened, Shin suddenly had her curiosity piqued about the dish Rinya cooked, which the other maids fought over. Say Rinya, is it okay for me to get a little bit of that as well? Cut it out. If you take that away from them, they will kick up a fuss and start crying for real. Going by his tone, Rinya had probably tried it himself already. He put some of the stock pot's contents, which he had been stirring moments ago, into a new bowl, and held it out to Shin. The seasoning is a bit different, but it's mostly the same as what they have. If you're so curious, have a try. Accepting the bowl held out to her, Shin picked up the spoon that Rinya had stuck into the bowl, and slowly scooped up the soup which was sticky and cloudy. Once she put it in her mouth, she was at a loss for words. The seashore scent wafting into her nose was so faint that it was a tease. The sticky soup first transmitted its rich umami coupled with its heat to her tongue, mouth, and then throat's mucous membranes before dropping into her stomach. Once she chewed on something tangible with a consistency similar to that of fish or shellfish, which Shin couldn't quite identify, used as an ingredient in the soup, a flavor with an even greater richness burst forth in her mouth alongside its chewy consistency, not stopping no matter how long she bit on it. While Shin trembled due to the deliciousness that she had never experienced before, she could hear Rinya's muttering that felt more like grunting. I just cut them into suitable chunks and cooked them in salt water, but, since it's seafood that's almost never eaten by the inhabitants of this world, they are weak to its flavor, I suppose. Shin thought that this was dangerous while being on the verge of falling into ecstasy. For even me, who has only been eating ridiculously tasty food in clinch based on the standards of this world, to have my consciousness almost sent flying, there's no way that an ordinary person, who's been eating normal food, would be able to withstand this dish. There's absolutely nothing illegal about this. Having said that, as for being addictive, it surpasses any illegal drug. Shin easily reached that conclusion. Rinya, this dish is taboo. At the very least, for the moment. It's regrettable, but it looks like you're right. It's not like I want to produce addicts through seafood either. For a change, Rinya shared Shin's opinion, who barely managed to squeeze out those words. Shin was told in the future that it was decided to treat this matter as a secret by both houses, the Baron Gordonal house and the Margrave Kunudai house. The affected maids were somehow able to detach themselves from the influence of Rinya's food, allowing them to return to their normal lives, after being forced to eat rather disgusting food endlessly at a medical facility in the name of rehabilitation. At the same time it was decided by the Baron Gordonal house to seal Rinya's soup recipe for the time being since it's a fearsome recipe that would corrupt humans, although Rinya didn't even consider it a proper recipe. The Baron said that it would remain this way until his house could judge that publishing the recipe wouldn't create a problem. This would of course happen after the people eventually grew accustomed to seafood. However, Shin didn't know whether such a day would ever come. Speaking of one thing that was certain, I guess it's not a lie that food that is too delicious is no different from poison. Rinya, I believe that you should try harder to understand the meaning of the word prudence. By the way, seeing that stew has been prohibited, I was thinking about trying dried and smoked fish next, but what do you think? Won't those things also produce addicts? How about flame-broiled fish then? Given that Rinya was not someone Shin could stop with words, Shin quickly gave up after reaching the conclusion that she couldn't do anything about it anyway. As for the victims affected by Rinya's actions, Shin didn't need to worry since it would be fine to simply have Rinya take responsibility. However, there was one thing that gave Shin a headache. It was something related to Rinya's cooking. Rinya, if your dishes are too delicious, I will get fat, you know. Although she hadn't become as addicted to the soup as the maids, Shin had still emptied a whole pot by herself with ease. I plan to sweat the calories off by working, but what if my weight increases so much that it becomes noticeable? Shin shuddered in absolute horror about the possibility of this becoming reality if she wasn't careful.